Hello everyone, welcome to a probably very long video about if you can beat the entire Soulsborne series without fast traveling. This is a compilation of me going through the entirety of the videos I made over this whole year, 2025, exploring whether or not you can beat these games without fast traveling, just put into one big package of course. So as a brief introduction for all of them pretty much, basically the goal of this series is to see if you can traverse the world on foot all the way through, forwards and backwards, without relying on the usual fast travel methods that are in these games or in many other video games in general. And I thought it was interesting to highlight them in this series in particular because they're a series that has a lot of attention in terms of challenge runs when it comes to the combat. There's a lot of creative and really cool challenging runs out there for these kinds of games. But the other side of the coin for these games, the exploration, doesn't get talked about nearly as much as the combat. So to some degree it goes on an explored side of this series that could also serve its own videos, and due to the success of my original release series, I can say that people are interested in this. So, now to be clear, these aren't challenge runs in themselves. There's some that become more of a challenge due to how the game is laid out than others, but all the games are unique in their own right, so even the way you approach individual games may vary from time to time, just depending on the rule sets. So there will be specific rules for some and not others that I will discuss before each run are about to be shown. Now here I'm about to lay out a few of the general rules that apply to pretty much all the games to some degree or another. The primary one is warping with checkpoints. So it will be the bonfires, the graces, the lamps, that kind of thing. The usual places where you mark a checkpoint in the map and you return to there when you die. You cannot warp from there or wherever it leads you to another place. That's going to be the main thing that is pretty much undeniably against the rules. Another one that's pretty much in all of them is the return to checkpoint items. So Homeward Bones, Memory of Grace, the Dark Sign, those items that just pretty much return you to that set checkpoint. The abuse of death to return to checkpoints is also generally not going to be used or allowed. And by that I mean is if I grab a bonfire, let's say, and then I know I'm going to make a drop somewhere that I can return to from normally, and I ignore any bonfires along the way there, I could theoretically just die and be warped back to another point before a drop down that I couldn't go back through otherwise. So that kind of abuse of checkpoints and environment is not going to be allowed. If I can't make my way back up to a cliffside or something, that's just not going to be allowed in the run. Quitting out can sometimes act in the same way, where if you quit out in a place that doesn't have like a stable ground kind of thing, you can just quit out and be warped back out of that room. And that won't be allowed if it's the kind of thing where you will be warped back out of somewhere you can't traverse otherwise. There will also be occasions where I get warped by the game in one way or another. Usually they're forced warps via cutscene and stuff like that. Usually I take these one at a time depending on the situation, but I generally do allow those. But if I don't have a way to make it back out, and it's an optional area especially, for instance, generally that would be pretty much a run over in that case if I were to take that. But if it's needed for progression and I can still make it out of there somehow, then I'm okay with it generally. I would say that the rules for this are more so for the world and for myself. Like I said, this isn't a challenge run per se. This is just me exploring the world and to be able to determine the question at hand, which is if you can beat these games without fast traveling. And in the event that I can't and I just want to keep exploring the world to see what other aspects of it we might miss otherwise, then I will continue playing them on occasion. It's pretty much a game-to-game basis depending on how the game looks, and you'll see what I mean hopefully very shortly. But generally speaking, I just want to take in the spirit of the run. If to get a run going I have to do like a small exception, but there's something I can do to keep the spirit of the run going the same way, then I will take it, And I think pretty much in all cases, I took the route that will make the run the most interesting in my opinion. So if there's anything that I think is weird or whatever, then that's to me probably the logical reason why I chose to do something like that. Although for the most part, I think it's kind of intuitive, the reason I chose what I chose to do. And for a small little bonus for anyone who has already seen the original videos of the series and stuff, I actually do have bonus content in this compilation video. So I have extended some or added things or corrected things throughout the video. So it's not just a stitching completely of the original videos, even though it is a good part of that too. So I hope you look forward to that. So that's pretty much it. With that said, we're going to run through all the games pretty much in the order that I released the videos, with I think one exception being that I did also do shout out the Erdtree after Elden Ring, but I'm going to move that to the very end of the video instead. So if you're more interested in Elden Ring and you want to see more of it, you can just skip to the ending to watch that and then come back to the game after Elden Ring, which is the first one. Or you can wait until the end to see more of Elden Ring later on. So yeah, we're going to start with Elden Ring, and for pretty much every single game, we're going to make a more concise breakdown of the rules for each individual game, so I don't have to, re-edit an intro or something. We're just going to get through them in here, and yeah, I hope everything is clear from them. There might be occasional times where a rule might have to be more applied during the run, or we have to discuss it more during the run, just because I don't want to spoil certain aspects of the individual games or whatever, but most of them are done for your experience, if it can make it more dramatic or whatever, so it's something to anticipate, or something. If you thought of something, for instance, that could be a problem, I probably will get to it, but if not, maybe you'll be surprised. So yeah, we're going to start with Elden Ring. This game is definitely interesting because it is an open world game, and when people think about doing something like a fast travel run, this is probably the first games types that come to mind. An open world game where you, generally speaking, have a sense that you can traverse anywhere. So it felt like a natural standpoint for this series to, explore to see if that is possible in this game in particular, and then we can run to the rest of the series, even if they're not, quote-unquote open world. As a small recap, grace warping from the map to other graces will not be allowed, regardless of where you are in the map. And similarly, memory of graces items, which is this game's equivalent of the Dark Sign or Homeward Bones, which is not very commonly used, but that will not be allowed either. A lot of dungeons, especially like caves and catacombs and stuff like that, have a blue light at the end of them that warps you back out to the entrance. Those will not be allowed at all either. I will have to see if I can traverse to the dungeon backwards. In a similar way, as I mentioned about abusing death, I will not abuse Stakes America or Grace's respawns for that purpose. So if I have to take a drop down to a boss, I can't abuse the Stake America if it puts me like higher up or something, So yeah, that's it for Elden Ring rules. Enjoy this segment of the video. As stated, letting in-game events warp you is allowed, so there's no issue with the Grafted Scion segment. I opted for letting the Scion kill me since that's the most explicit cutscene with the Fade to Black. Totally not because I can't beat him or anything, nope. The mini tutorial in the Cave of Knowledge is a good way to showcase how we're going to need to consider choices going forward. To enter this cave, you need to drop down a ledge, with no clear way to get back up from the start. So before making the potential dooming choice of dropping down here, I had to recreate the dungeon in my head and remember that it does loop back up to let you leave. In this one occasion it works out, but it won't always be the case. After reaching Limgrave proper, of course I immediately went to get Torrent. It already normally is beneficial to do so to travel around faster, but doubly so in this run if I can't fast travel at all. Now it'll be a little while before this conundrum becomes relevant, but I think it's important to discuss now that we met up with Melina. Do you recall the option where she offers to warp you to the Round Table Hold? This is perfectly valid. She's the one that takes you there instead of fast traveling yourself, so there's not an issue with taking this on our rule set. At face value, once we're there, how do we make our way out? If we warp to the Round Table Hold, we'd be stuck there, as there's no way to leave without fast traveling. Now for the most part, that's not a big issue. It's not like you need to go there to beat the game. But do you recall a certain useful NPC that resides there? Yeah, we can't use Hugh to upgrade our weapons, or change affinity, and stuff like that. Now before you panic, there is the one anvil in the Church of Ele that we already passed by. We can use that for now, but only to upgrade a weapon to +3 normal path, and I think also 3 for summer path. We'll worry about the rest later. But that means I should pick out a weapon and use my upgraded materials carefully, as it'd be a big hassle to upgrade it, and I can't buy more smithing stones at the round table, so theoretically I can run out of materials outside of farming. So that's exactly what I decided to do next. My weapon of choice for the playthrough was the Bloodhound Fang. Perhaps a bit of a boring option, but I've personally not used it very much, and it's a strong weapon in the early game that I could potentially carry to the end of the game. That's not to say I can't have other weapons on the side too, we'll take it as we go. I should mention I'm writing this script as I do the playthrough, so I'm essentially just as blind as y'all while watching this video. As I went to the Fang, I picked up this somber one along the way to slap it on right away. I also went to get the Physic Mix and Sacred Tear near the forest, and do all the Blight stuff in order to get a Somber 2 from him alongside the Fang. This alone already took more running around than I would have preferred, since I had to talk to Kale for the snap gesture, and then return once more to the forest to trigger Blight, but it was certainly worth it for the early upgrades. I did also pass by the Shifa River well, and I considered going down, but there's less incentive to go there now, since getting the Grace down there now is pointless. I'd have to come back on foot later on anyway. As I was doing that, I also had not only my first death, but first and only loss of progress. As I was returning to Blythe, I went ahead and went to Fort Hythe for the Golden Seed, this cookbook, and was going to get the medallion just in case it's needed later. And as I was mostly running around, I got surrounded inside this room, and well, I'm sure you can guess how that went. I forgot to get the grace in this area, so I had to go back from Akio South. From there I got Blythe, went to Darrowell, and went ahead and summoned Blythe for the fight. I won't be making a habit of summoning, but I didn't want to risk not getting the Summer 2. From there I was decently close to Weeping Peninsula, so while I'm here, I decided to do a quick run there, because there's a few annoyingly key items here that I should get eventually anyway. The main thing I went to get were the Sacred Tears. There's 3 of them here, so while I'm in the area, I figured I should get them. After I got the first one, I did also went ahead and fought the Erdtree avatar here for the Bubble Tier and the Regent Tier. It was a little rough because I still couldn't wield the Bloodhound Fang, so all I had was my unupgraded dagger. But I fought plenty of Asylum Demons in my day, I knew I'd get it. After that, I was thankfully able to wield the Fang now. I went ahead and got the other tiers from there. As tempting as it was to get the Blessed Dude Talisman, it would be a death sentence since you can't warp back without cheating, so we'll just wait until Lindale. After that I went to get the map of the area and this golden seed, and since I was near Morn Castle, I decided to give it a look. Instantly as I was there, I realized I had to shake off the habit of sending the elevator back down because I would need them to leave the area every time. There wasn't anything in particular that I needed here, but there was some smithing stones that could be useful later on, and the runes at this level don't hurt. And oh, that's not good. See, I suspected Castle Morn might be a problem, but I did have to come and verify, and alas, to me it looks like there would be no way to get back up once you drop down this ledge, aside from warping. I went into a different character to verify, and yeah, looks like it'd be a dud. There's not even a blue light travel point after killing the boss or anything. They just expect you to warp away. From here on, at the end of every major area, we'll be breaking down the challenges which are impossible to go through with this challenge, in case you'd be interested in doing something similar. That said, I'll also include a small timestamp at the bottom left, in case you prefer figuring out these dungeons yourself and don't want to get spoiled. So let's briefly take a look at the dungeons in Weeping Peninsula, since we're already done here. Earthborth Cave has a pit where you have to drop down, with seemingly no way back up. I even referenced the Future Press guide to verify, and yep, I was right. The boss is the Rune Bear, and the Spelldrake Talisman is what it drops, so that'll be inaccessible. And that's it for Weeping actually. I did get jump scared exploring Tombsword Cave. I thought I almost fell into a pit I wouldn't be able to get out of for a brief second, but I had already found the fog gate, so I knew it was safe to drop down. Because you block from fast traveling before killing the boss in dungeons, it makes sense that it would be rare that they'll deploy a level that would block you from backtracking without dying, but already finding one level is definitely a little scary. We'll have to tread carefully going forward. That said, if I do happen to miss a dungeon where you are blocked from backtracking by the end of the playthrough, do feel free to let me know in the comments. Now going back to Limgrave, and finally upgrading your weapon a bit, well, there's not really anything else I wanted or needed here, so let's quickly go to the areas where you can't walk out of. The only one I found was High Road Cave, which is very obvious from the start. This dungeon has the Guardian Golem at the end, and drops the Blue Dancer Charm, which I wouldn't have minded having actually. Oh well. Also look at these plays with the Bloodhound Fang. Ooh! Okay, I see why people like this weapon a bit now. Outside of the obvious. Okay, now on to Stormvale Castle. Margit didn't really stand a chance with a +2 Bloodhound Fang, so not much to comment on there. After him is when Melina told me about the Brown Table Hold, so obviously I had to decline her. And well, that prompt is just permanently gonna be in the Grace menu now, I suppose. Of course, right off the bat, we have the option to go straight to Godric with the main gate, which predictably doesn't pose an issue for this challenge, but opted to take the long way, since that's more interesting. Worst case, we can always turn back and take the main gate at any point, but given this is possibly the best designed level in the game, I'm not too concerned we'll be in trouble. No matter how far down you travel in this level, you'll always have some method to make your way back up and loop back around to another part of the level. And the shortcuts between some of the areas actually come in handy for once. And it's moments like these that make me sad that fast travel is just a standard part of the series after Dark Souls 1. A lot of FromSoft top tier level design doesn't get its time to shine when you can just warp between graces. And even doubly so when you just open the map to do so, instead of needing to sit on the grace. As for any struggles on my gameplay, I kinda forgot that I can't fast travel and went to the main gate graces and got on a hairy spot trying to go back due to the ballistas giving me a hard time, with 10k plus runes on the stain. I tried to use the hand ballista and shooting the guys, but wasn't working out for me. Look at how stupid this range they have, jeez. But I managed to get around and kill them, then grabbing my runes. Now for Godric, Well, I personally struggled with him even less than Margit, so you can probably guess how it went. From there I did open the door to make sure I could loop back from Liurnia later, as you do have to make a drop when reaching Liurnia straight from Limgrave. Which kinda means you have to kill Godric and open this door if you ever want to return to Limgrave. But I did go backwards to activate Godric's Great Rune while I'm here. It'll definitely be very useful. Oh, right. Fuck. Well, it would have been useful. Anyway, on to Liurnia, my favorite. The very first thing I did in Liurnia is start heading towards a certain NPC. Along the way, I did get the map fragments. These are even more important than normal, as you'd expect, even if you can't use the graces. I did get the Academy key while I was passing by. Obviously that's already a moment of backtracking applied into the game itself, the only difference being that you're most likely to already have the grace near Raya Lucaria, and can just work back normally, if you're not a psychopath like me. I also passed by the 4 belfries during my journey, and it did make me realize that all the portals there would be a dud. They all lead to other existing areas in the world, but they don't connect to those levels properly. So aside from abusing death respawns, you can make your way back, which I won't be doing, as I said at the beginning of the video. After getting the last Liurnia map fragment, I finally arrived at the NPC I was looking for, Iji. If you predicted earlier that I'll be using him to upgrade my weapons further, then congrats, because yeah, he's your only alternate way to upgrade a weapon without going to the Round Table Hold. For now, I can only buy the 3rd and 4th Somber Stones from him, so +4 is what we're staying at until next time I come around with more upgrade materials. As you can probably guess then, the name of the game for this run is finding upgrade materials as optimally as possible along our path. Since I'm already all the way up here in the map, I did decide to do Carrion Manor. Despite being a minor dungeon, this one is also very well designed. It's a bit linear, but a lot of the off-beaten paths loop back around very naturally, so it's quite fun exploring this area with this challenge in mind, though you will need to make your way back up on foot. That does give me a chance to talk about something though. Earlier I mentioned how not fast traveling allows for level design to shine a bit more than usual, more like in a Dark Souls 1 type of way. Well, that's not the only thing that feels like Dark Souls 1 due to this. Whenever you remove the option of fast travel, there's another calculation you have to make as you play. If you know you're going to have to loop back to areas you already traversed before, you have to consider whether you should rest at the next grace or not. For instance, I took the time to kill a lot of the hand enemies in the lowermost floor of Carrion Manor, enemies which are definitely very deadly when fought with as little health as I currently have. Then I went up to the next grace. I could have rested, but I opted not to, because I do know this level loops around a fair amount. So then when I was going to make the jump down to the Sword of Night and Flame, I could do so comfortably, because I knew I would get looped back and wouldn't have to worry about the enemies again. If I had the option to fast travel, I imagine most people would have just done that. The enemies I had to kill on the upper layer after the grace are far easier to deal with than the hands. But in my case I didn't, and I made it back to the grace in less than 30 seconds, and without a load screen. This is just happenstance, perhaps conditioned by Dark Souls 1 gameplay loop, but I already tend to play that way a lot of the time. If I'm playing purely casually, without intending to speedrun past an area or whatever, I like to kill all the enemies in a dungeon in Souls games, sometimes in the overworld too. And ideally, I don't rest to keep those enemies dead if I want to explore this area more freely if I manage to not die. And for once, this challenge run is somewhat coincidentally rewarding me for playing like that. There weren't any in this particular level, but this will also give much more value to the scarabs that refill their flasks. Because not resting can sometimes be advantageous, I imagine coming across those would be much more of a relief than it would be normally if you're running low on resources. And when playing more carefully and slowly is encouraged with limitations like that, even elements that were only added recently, like stealth or circumventing enemies, can be even more encouraged than it is when you are just taking a trial and error approach. I do want to make it clear that I do like Elden Ring well enough as it is now, but I hope this gives some food for thought as to some downsides of making these types of games with the ability to fast travel all the time. Sure, it can be more stressful, but I would argue that alone allows for a much more immersive experience. You're much more in the character's shoes and gives much more room for clever level design and fine-tuning of elements like enemy and resource placement to shine. Things like more organic shortcuts would certainly be appreciated more than just graces as well. It actually even inspired me to use a shield for actually blocking from time to time. Were you surprised by the ramble just now? Trust me, so was I. As I said, I'm writing the script as I play, and I didn't exactly plan for this run to induce so much talk about game design, but I got into that particular stream of consciousness and just let it flow. But yeah, I kill Loretta pretty easily, +4 Fang is pretty strong. From there I did talk to Ronnie and all that to initiate the quest. At this point in time I don't know if we'll be able to follow through with her quest, but might as well, as I'm here. As established, it'll be some time before we'll get back here again. After that, I went to Pedia to get a few things, and from there I took advantage of the level design to get out of here from the front entrance, of course. From there I got one of the sacred tears along the way, and then I made my way to Raya Lucaria. Now Raya Lucaria is almost the exact opposite of Caria Manor, despite being a more important dungeon technically. The whole level is incredibly linear with little to note. And I don't just mean for this run, just in general as a level. It's not very interesting. But it certainly doesn't have any impact on how you traverse in this run, outside of just having to backtrack on the way you came from. There's a few paths that loop back on themselves, but not nearly as impressive as some prior examples. So we're just gonna move on. Neither the Red Wolf nor Red Nala gave me trouble. I did get this cool kill on the Moon Knight though. Surprisingly, despite how big Liurnia is, the only area which you can backtrack from is Lakeside Crystal Cave. This is the level that leads you to Latenna, and as you can remember, it has plenty of drop downs and seemingly no way to get back up, even looking at the area layout. There's a grace near Latenna, so that's probably a big reason why they felt comfortable doing this here. They figured that if you hadn't gotten the Erdtree medallion to gain her trust, they should place a grace next to it so you can return at any time once you do. Fine reasoning for the game, but it does stop us from being able to get Latenna's help, or the Cerulean Talisman from the Bloodhound Knight. From here we're gonna make our way back to Caelid and Dragon's Barrow, so backtracking through Limgrave it is. I went through Stoneville backwards again, which was scarier than expected even though I had 30 vigor at this point, with the ballistas. Again. I guess another pro, relatively speaking, of this run. Environmental traps like this get more chance to shine. I'm gonna call Caelid and Dragon's Barrow the upgrade material regions, because upon researching, I can get a Somber 5, a Somber 6, a Somber 8, and 9 in those regions. As you may have noticed, that does miss out on the 7th one, but that's okay. I already know which 7 I want to get a little later on, and it won't be the worst detour. The Somber 5 is in this little ravine area, one that doubtlessly you forgot about by now. It's such a minor little crevice of the map, but it's a pretty easy Somber 5 in Caelid. The Somber 6 is not too far away. It's in Celia Crystal Tunnel. We have to beat the Falling Star Beast and the... Oh. Okay, yeah, there's a ladder that leads back here. Genuinely had a heart sink when I remembered this jump. But nah, yeah, we kill the Falling Star Beast, didn't give you much trouble, and it gets us to Somber 6. And that's it. There's not anything else I want from Caelid. We'll get to Dragon's Barrow in a little bit. So let's make our way to Radahn then. I appreciate Redmane Castle a little bit more after doing this run. It has a few more flaws than Caria Manor, which I'll get to in a bit, but I've been surprised how much the minor legacy dungeons have been growing on me this time around. The neat thing about this particular dungeon is that it does have at least the one Crimson Scarab to refill flasks, which will be needed after fighting these 2 Lion Guardians, or maybe before. As for the few shortcomings, well, the only grace in this area is essentially at the end of the level. So if you want to play this level more casually, but maybe are a little under leveled, you'll be having to run all the way back from before the bridge. It wasn't an issue here for me, but I recall it being an annoyance in a Tunter's Tongue run I did a while back, where I wasn't using Torrent much since I was ideally doing multiplayer. Even if there wasn't another grace, they could at the very least allow you to open the main gate. You can't open it, right? But yeah, the only other shortcut is behind the castle, and it doesn't really help much. You can almost just as easily go up this ladder and drop down from up there, and you've made just as much progress. And once again, these aren't just for this run. There are genuine issues with the level itself, but at the very least it's not the longest, and you can speedrun it to the fog gate pretty quickly. Anyway, the dual boss here, it didn't give me much trouble. Look at this misbegotten kill though. Yes, I will keep subjecting you to flashy moves whenever I can. But now onto the Radahn Festival. Oh, it hasn't started yet? Okay, fine, wake me up when it has. Oh, it's gonna be a little while? Fine, let me ask AG if he wants to party. What? You don't want to party? Just take Blythe with me. Well, you're boring. But fine, I will. Okay, finally. It took a while, but you can finally wish Radahn a happy birthday. Yeah, Jaren, I get it. Let's just... Oh. Yeah. Well, I would be allowed to take the portal there. There's no portal on the way back after the fight. So our only obstacle is this short river length gap. Thanks, Miyazaki. I even ran around the western edge of the mountain to double check that there's no subtle means of getting out of here. And there doesn't seem to be. Much less in the War Dead Catacombs. We normally could take the blue light, or even just die somewhere in the dunes to abuse the Stick America, but both of those were clearly stated in the beginning as against the rules. So for the first time in the video, a major part of the story is completely blocked off from us. And by proxy, this will already mean we can't do Ronnie's questline, anything that's blocked off by that, like Moonlight Altar entirely. But we'll discuss the relevance of some of those as they come. I didn't get to fight right on, how awful. So yeah, we head back up the elevator, and just get out of Why are you like this, Jaren? Well, taking a death here wouldn't break the rules, because it's not being used to cross a path that wouldn't be possible otherwise. So whatever, let's just drop into the ocean and... Oh no. This is actually a problem. Okay, maybe dying as if we were fighting Radahn would do it, right? Okay. Let's stay calm. I'm sure there's a way out. Maybe through here? No? How about here? Oh, the time. It forces it to be nighttime. Maybe I can pass until morning. Wait, I can't change the time? And time doesn't pass? Are you serious? Ugh, why did I rest at this grace? How about if I clip to the fog gate with reloading? Or if I... Yeah, so I tried a handful of things, and there doesn't seem to be any way to get back out. As I said, if I had at least rested only at the grace before this, I could have maybe had reasonable grounds to use that grace to get back out. But alas. I even considered some glitches, but my options are limited since I don't have many tools. Unprepared for this and all. So what now? Well, it's not like I'm gonna fast travel. That's the crux of the run. So we're gonna continue on a new character. Here we go. Hey, look at the zigzag styling. Yeah, after restarting I needed runes, so I figured I'd take on a boss I thought I could kill this early on. Before going to Dragon's Barrow, I did go for the abandoned cave to get the gold scarab talisman for that reason. But what a surprise! The very first ledge can be backtracked. Great. So with that in mind, let's see what other Caelid levels can be traversed on foot. Gale Tunnel has a dropdown without a clear way back up as well. Oh well, YOLO! This is the one that loops into Glimgrave, so there's a way out from the back. The same goes for Gale Cave, the one with Duelist that loops back to Limgrave and has the Regalia. So these two levels are levels you can get out of, despite appearances. And probably the only time these two dungeons have had that actually be a noteworthy feature of them, given, fast traveling. As I mentioned earlier, Warded Catacombs is in the dunes that is in Radahn's arena, so we can't even make it there. Now moving on to Dragon's Barrow. Did you also forget that we were supposed to be getting upgrades? Because I did for a second there without the drama. So on the way to the Divine Tower, there's the Exploding Scarabs that give you the Somber 8, and then right below the grounds of the tower is the Somber 9, meaning now we're only missing 7 and max level upgrades. If it isn't clear, I did pick up everything I needed on the way here, and now we're proceeding from where we left off. Excluding Radahn Festival, obviously. Since I was nearby, I did check the Divine Tower to see if it's traversable, though not that we could activate the Great Rune or anything. The climb is mostly upward, so I wasn't concerned about the return there, but the journey to the basement is what I was interested in. So obviously since you're going to a basement, you're mostly descending, even with crumbling floors, which normally would be a bad sign for us, but there is a ladder and a few elevators too, so it seemed feasible. Now when you reach the shortcut elevator and the ladder and open the door, it did seem safe, but from there I didn't see any clear way to get back up. I kind of forgot how this was laid out, so I loaded up another character to check, and yeah, sure enough, you have to commit with a second crumbling bridge. So that means the Godskin Apostle and the Godslayer Greatsword and stuff is off limits. From there I did go to get the Radagon Sword Seal and to kill Grail for the runes. Lord knows I need them more than before. And also took the time to kill other decently easy bosses in the area. But from there that's it for Dragon's Barrow. There's not many locations at all, much less dungeons. But one of the only ones, Dragon's Barrow Cave, is yet another one where you can't backtrack, due to a dropdown. You can still get the Bold Gold Talisman before the dropdown, but you do miss out on the Dual Farum Beast boss and the Flame Drake Talisman +2. It does seem like caves are the main ones that don't allow for this most often. That's it for the ones you can backtrack, though I should mention you can't get the Dragon's Crest Shield Talisman below the Bestial Sanctum, because it's only dropdowns. Now after catching up, I went ahead and made my way to Altus Plateau. You can take the Ravine Dungeon path of course, and you can backtrack through it just fine. Maybe I'll take it when I have to return at some point, but I did collect the medallion so I took that instead. Now we're actually going to skip this for now and make a beeline to Mount Gilmer, because that's where we'll be getting our +7, allowing us to get all the way to +9 without having to backtrack too much. I made my way there by the closest path, the Seathwater River. Not much happened on the way. Mount Gilmer is a small area, it loops in on itself very well. I did have this happen as I was passing the Demi-Human Queen though. I don't know, that got a laugh out of me. The Somber 7 we need is deep in Volcano Manor, so let's head straight there. And we could take the chance to do right card, of course. The Somber I need is right there. It's visible right from the beginning of the dungeon. And there used to be a skip you could do to get it at least once you hit the shortcut, but I'm pretty sure it's been patched by now. So we'll have to explore nearly the whole place. As we traverse the level, it's maybe not as impressive as Stormvale, but it somewhat shines a little bit even with fast traveling, because it only has 2 graces, one of them being unnecessary, and the whole level has a lot of loops and shortcuts, even as you make drops that maybe normally would make you want to warp out. They just loop nicely back to graces. Now the one unnecessary grace shows up after Godskin Noble, which has more or less become a standard after Bloodborne, where a boss death will spawn a checkpoint, regardless of how embarrassingly close it is to a previous or later grace. As much as it is a minor detail, I definitely wish it had cut that out. Now after killing the Noble, we're taking the shortcut. I said we're taking the shortcut. We're taking a shortcut in order to get to the Somber 7 now, where we have to drop down a bunch of platforms. And right here's where you get the Somber 7. And as you can see, it loops back naturally to the level. There's also a second shortcut that leads back into Volcano Manor proper, and it's somewhat like this one too. But this one more so suffers from warping being available, because assuming you're still making your way through the dungeon, you probably just warp back from here, even though you can physically make it back on foot to where you were in a minute or so. So there's still moments where no fast traveling would be nice. Alright, now that we have that, let's make our way to Rika. Oh, son of a bitch. Right, so once again, a warp panel is what will take us to a part of the level that is physically unable to be reached otherwise, making it impossible for us to reach Rykard without being stuck there. Which also means Serpent Hunter is out of reach too, which would be a handy weapon. Given Radahn is also unavailable, this also means that the only Great Runes you can get to open up Lanedale is Godric's and Renalis. Right, so we'll be leaving the Volcano Manor now, and I guess it's a good opportunity to take that Volcano Manor shortcut, and from there look at the dungeons that can be backtracked through in Mount Gilmer. I'm probably the only person on Earth who's used this shortcut in any significant way. Seathwater Cave instantly has a small ledge that I'm pretty sure you can't jump out of normally. You'll miss the Kindred of Rot dual boss and the Exaltation Talisman. I thought Volcano Cave was going to be another case since I remember there being a few drops, but nah, there's a clear path backwards. So that's it. For now I'm quickly going to backtrack to Liurnia to upgrade my weapon to +9, and then we'll be going to Altus Plateau and Leyndell proper. Going back to Altus, I did take the Ruin-strewn precipice just to clear it out if I want to take that path for the last trip for max level weapons eventually, as the Magma Worm is in the way normally. It's a very linear level, so undoubtedly not an issue for this run, and even has a rare second grace in the middle. Now I don't really have anything I want in Altus or Capital Outskirts, so let's do it in reverse order now, and look at the levels you can't backtrack through before Leyndell itself. There wasn't any in Altus Plateau. The Saint of Heroes grave had me a little nervous because of the crumbling floor right here. I don't recall any way to get back up, but when checking in on the different character, there is. Just going up with one of these saws loops back above the crumbling floor. But for the Royal Outskirts, the sealed tunnel is not backtrackable. And for the funniest reason so far, there's this tree root covering your path to continue halfway-ish into the dungeon. And you can either go down this hole on the side or over the roots. But once you do, you actually can't go back. There is a Stake of Marika right before it, so the devs did account for this, but as stated in the beginning, I'm not allowing myself to abuse these to backtrack from somewhere that should be impossible on foot. Even if these roots weren't here, it doesn't matter much. There's a segment later where you drop down with no way back up anyway, so maybe that's part of the reason why they did this too. But it does mean you miss out on the Onyx Lord Greatsword from Onyx Lord and the Divine Tower here, but we already couldn't get Rykard's Great Rune anyway, so we didn't lose anything there thankfully. Now if earlier the Saint of Heroes grave made me nervous, the Alriza side 2 made me shudder. This is the one where you need to take the transporter chests. Now the boss door is right after the Grace, like most catacombs, so once you clear the dungeon you're not locked in here, unable to backtrack. You can make it out of here afterwards. I would treat these chests similar as warp panels, and that while they are a warp, they're only to very specific spots, so it's not really fast travel in a sense, or at least in this case it's not used as fast travel. That's not even to mention that you physically can't fast travel until you kill the boss anyway. So I think by any metric you look at it, this dungeon is clear for a no fast travel run. It's not a mandatory dungeon by any stretch, so it doesn't stop the game from being bean anyway, so I didn't even bother for this character. But that's it for Royal Capital, so I went ahead and killed Draconic Tree Sentinel, and then we can head into the... Is that the fucking Great Rune Fog? Yeah, so when I got here in my playthrough, despite having 2 different Great Runes, the Fog Gate was still there, leaving me utterly confused. My first fear was that Reynalis wasn't counting, and I did need to kill Radahn or Rykard. But then I realized that was ridiculous because I'm positive Reynalis does count for progression here. After some thought, my second guess was that maybe I did need to have Melina take me to the Round Table Hold, as this blockade is talked about by the 2 Fingers Null, which I already knew you didn't need to talk to them. I've skipped talking to them in Enya dozens of times, but perhaps the flag of at least entering the Round Table was necessary for this Fog Gate to disappear. Frustrating and dull if so, but nonetheless I went investigating. I started a separate character, and basically speedrun my way there. I got a lot of upgrade materials for the Samurai Uchi Katana, killed Godric and then Renala pretty easily. I had a plus 8 weapon I believe, and 40 vigor. Draconic Tree Sentinel still gave me some trouble, mostly because my flasks were underpowered from next to no sacred tiers. But after like 20 minutes I finally got it. The Fog Gate was still there as expected, so I tested my working theory that a trip to the Round Table Hold was needed on top of the 2 Great Runes. And lo and behold, that cleared the Fog Gate. Fuck! If I had to guess why it works like this, it'd be because of how Melina is directly part of the storyline by giving you the medallion to reach the mountaintops. And for some reason, the Round Table Hold is tied to that plot, which definitely comes across as a little... rushed? When put in this new light especially. It's also possible that they don't want you to be locked out of the Round Table Hold once Melina burns herself later, or even if you attempt to do the Frenzied Flame quest, which could be very soon. But if that's the case, I'd say it's far more sloppy that Melina is locked behind resting at only 3 graces in the game. That answers the question though, doesn't it? Warping to the Round Table Hold is allowed, but warping back is clearly fast traveling. So I guess you really can't beat Elden Ring without fast traveling. But we're gonna continue anyway. Not like answering the question has to stop the video here. Plus I still want to document which individual regions and dungeons can be backtracked through and all that. As a compromise, when I warp to the Round Table, instead of resting or fast traveling via the map, I use the Memory of Grace item. I never touch the Grace there. And obviously won't be using the Round Table at all for the rest of the run. And on top of that, I also discarded all the pocket runes I had at the time, including remembrances, as a punishment of sorts. But yeah, screw Miyazaki. Let's continue into Lindell now. Lindell Capital is definitely in the top 3 dungeons in the game. It's not as open as Stormville Castle, but it does have a lot of details in the map that loops back on themselves very naturally. So in some ways it feels just as good. It's just that opposed to Stormville, there's more of a predetermined path that you have to go through, with only a few variations. So it does feel more linear ultimately. There is a dropdown after Grand Sax, where you can't retrace your steps, but you do open a door later that allows you to go back to the first half of the level eventually. I tried my best to play this level as I did Carry Manor, and not rest at any grace, and I tried playing Deathless in order to appreciate this area even more than I already do, and I did. If you haven't tried playing like this before on any of the games, I would recommend it. It definitely is somewhat satisfying being able to traverse the level and explore freely having already killed all the enemies here. Though it does require a much more defensive and slow playstyle than maybe Elden Ring and a lot of the more recent games encourage, not to mention the over reliance on graces and such. But as stated, this level allows for pretty good backtracking even without warping. I mean, you even have to physically walk out of here to make your way to the mountaintops too, so it'd be pretty obvious that this area would be traversable like that. I will say that the lack of Crimson Scarabs in this level does hurt that uninterrupted gameplay style a little bit. At a certain point, I inevitably ran out of flasks, and was relying on the icon shield I picked up in Altus to regen. I guess I should mention that Crimson Scarabs are a decent way to refill flasks, but probably not the best way either. I do think the way that you get flask recharges in the open world is better overall, because it does put you at risk of dying still when fighting enemies, and once you kill enough you get rewarded for that, being a higher risk, higher reward. Whereas Crimson Scarabs are just silly little enemies that aren't dangerous to deal with at all. They don't put them near ledges 99% of the time as far as I recall, and you can even respawn them by quitting out like Crystal Lizards in most of the other games. But nevertheless, I do find the group of enemy kill recharges to be better overall. I suspect they added that to the open world to encourage more uninterrupted gameplay time, especially when doing multiplayer. But even if they were tuned slightly to be more rare, I do think it would have been a good fit for bigger dungeons like this one as well, to not have to have just mindless, passive regenerating items, and just sitting around waiting to get your health back. Imagine that's why a lot of people like the Rykard gear that heals as you kill enemies, but I'm pretty sure all of those are locked out from me. Rykard's great and definitely would be lovely about now. Maybe I'll make the time to get the Rykard's cameo later. But for that same reason, I did make a beeline to the Blessed Dew Talisman as soon as I could. Taking the transporter chest would have been fine, but then you physically can't make it out of here, so I wouldn't have had a way back out. The warp panel to Melina's Great Rune Tower is in a similar spot, as it's literally in the middle of the sea, but we'll discuss more about that later on. Well, I did mention the open world enemy flask recharges earlier. Since you can't theoretically just be running around the world without needing to kill enemies, sometimes just a small passive healing item like the talisman isn't a bad fit. So I almost found the system work backwards as it should. Friendly reminder that there still are Crimson Scarabs in the open world, many more than in dungeons. So perhaps we could have had the enemy recharge in dungeons, where we are more likely and encouraged to fight all enemies, and only Scarabs in the overworld. Or maybe they could have had more open world survival game mechanics that could achieve some passive bonuses at a camp or something. There's definitely a lot of missed potential in this game. I managed to go deathless all the way until this friggin' Lindell Knight right here, the one that drops a gravel seal. And while frustrating as it was, I basically had already taken advantage of most of the level connectivity by this point. So I just grabbed the last few things I needed and then went to Godfrey, which wasn't much trouble, but I did find it funny how we both kept whiffing each other. Then Morgoth Robbie did kill me once. Then on the second attempt, I killed him before he could even fully initiate phase 2. I didn't set out a Grace to level at any point until now, purely out of spite towards Melina. So she didn't talk to me since the round table hold thing until now. And then from there, before going to the mountaintops, I decided to explore the subterranean shunning grounds. The reason I say explore is because I truly didn't know if this area is 100% backtrackable or if I'm going to be stumped at some point. So let's find out together. The main reason I'm unsure is because of how many drops there are. Looking at the optional areas, including the entire Lindell catacombs, thankfully you'll have a way to make your way back up, by elevators or stairs and stuff like that. But as to the main area, right away there's a drop down with no ladder. But I was already aware of the main shortcut, so I knew I'd be able to loop back at least, even with this drop right here. The second half of the pipe system is what I wasn't sure about, but once I did see and remember this door, I was a little more relaxed. This door doesn't come in handy normally due to the usual suspects I've talked about all video, but it leads to a good way to backtrack if you want or need to from here. From there, there's the elevator that goes to Fake Smell, so safe to say all the shunning grounds are safe for this run. Now after this, we have the Frenzy Flame drop down. Okay, so before we make any commitments, let's look at what's ahead of us on a different character. You do commit by dropping down, as you can make your way back up after a certain point. After that, we have the hidden wall that leads to deeper depths, our first underground area we've covered. Even here you commit by dropping down, but admittedly, every path that leads to the depths is unable to be returned to. You either drop down from the shunning grounds, or you take the coffin from the Valiant Gargoyle's boss room, and both lock you from being able to return without fast travel. From there are two paths you can take. You can take another coffin that leads to the upper segment of Ainsel River, one that was inaccessible otherwise in our run actually, because it requires Rhaenys questline, and we can't do that without Radahn. The other path you can take is beating Thea's champions. There's a warp panel that leads you to the beginning of Lindell Capital, though I couldn't show it in this character since I'm already at the Ashen Capital in this one. Both of these paths are perfectly safe for our runs, so it does mean that dropping down to the Frenzy Flame area isn't a death sentence for us. Now since we mentioned the alternate way into Lindell just now, naturally, I've been curious if this would have allowed us to bypass the Round Table warp earlier, even though I suspect that not, since you get the same prompt about the Great Runes in normal gameplay. But against my better judgment, I decided to do another mock run. So I started another character, be Rennala and Radahn, so I could go into the crater, go through Mimic Tier, and then eventually Valiant Gargoyles, which I swear to God pissed me off even more every time I refight them. But I did get through them after a while. Beat the Thea's champions, in the same circumstances as the Yellow Fog, 2 Great Runes acquired, but having not traveled to the Round Table hold. And just like before, the portal wasn't functioning. I went ahead and warped to the Round Table, then came back, and just the same, the portal is now open. So basically, outside of glitches, which is certainly fun and all, but they keep getting patched out, there's no natural way to progress through the game into Lindell without warping to the Round Table at least once. Why are you like this, sir? I should mention Thea's champions are reachable normally, but due to the Ronnie quest inaccessibility, we can't do Fortisx. So anyway, which path will I take after the deeper depths? Lindell or Ainsel? Well, I decided to go into Linesel. Linesel? Yeah, I'm gonna do both at the same time. Well, I decided to go into Einsel for my proper run character. For the purposes of this run, I'll definitely always prioritize the more organic path over the random ass war panel. So going into the coffin and flowing into Einsel sounded more appealing altogether. I also have a hidden motive for taking this path, but I'll get to that later. For now, let's look around Einsel River and see if anything is inaccessible. So there's not much to comment on with the upper segment of Einsel. You normally have to run through here on foot anyway, can't even use the horse, to make your way to the Lake of Rot. This area in itself is infamously very flat, so doubtless there's nothing to worry about here, as long as you have the means to get through. And then... oh... yeah, so after reaching the Grind Cloister, we're instantly in a bind because there's a bunch of drop downs with no way to get back up. Honestly, this is the first safeguard of 3. If you recall, you take a coffin on the way down to Astel, so that would be another way to return cut off from us. And even if it wasn't, we need Ronnie's ring to be able to get through the gate to reach Moonlight Altar. So because of Verdun, that's cut us from us too. Either way, from Moonlight Altar, there's also no way to get back below to Liurnia, so even if we did have Ronnie's ring, we'd be stuck there anyway. So what now? Well, thankfully for us, if we make it back to the Lake of Rot, and most of the way through Upper Einsel, if we go into this cave where this T-posing guy is, we can drop down to the lower segment of Einsel. This is where we find the Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella. But backtracking through here safely leads us back to Liurnia via this elevator, which to my surprise, was waiting for us down here. Actually, this was my secondary reason I alluded to for going into Einsel, so I could neatly make my way back to Liurnia, and thus return to Limgrave briefly. Unfortunately, I don't have a max level Sombra yet, so I can't take advantage of this trip for that. But earlier I kinda talked myself into doing Volcano Manor assassinations for the Taker's cameo, since it'd probably be very useful for this run. So as much as it would be a pain running back and forth to the manor and the assassinations quests, I think it'll be worth it. Maybe. Check back with me in 15 minutes. Before that though, also took a small detour to check out Shifa River, since I'm in Limgrave already. As I've noted a million times by now, being unable to do Radon blocks us from being able to do the upper Shifa River and Nokron, meaning Regal Ancestor Spirit and the Valiant Gargoyles aren't available to us. But even going down here into lower Shifa River, we can traverse all of it just fine. But recall what happens when you get all the flames for the normal Ancestor Spirit? Yeah, we get warped. And the only way out is the blue light. So even this one is inaccessible to us. We could do the Great Jar stuff, but I don't need a talisman, so this kinda means I came here for nothing. Oops. Anyway, I did the Limgrave assassination, went back to the manor, then went to the path near Shed Castle, thankfully not as painfully far away, back to the manor, and then finally made my way back to Leyndell in order to go to the mountaintop of the Giants. On the way there is a Divine Tower for Morgoth's Great Rune. The only obstacle between us and that is the Fell Twins, which although does have some warping going on, the whole tower bridge and everything is connected physically. So this will be the first Great Rune we'll be able to activate. Possibly the only one. Once actually at the mountaintops, I made a beeline to the invasion that would reward me with the Taker's cameo, and I was going to immediately go back to Volcano Manor for it, so I can take advantage of it as much as possible, but I decided to switch up how I've been exploring so far. Instead, I next went to Castle Sol in order to get a second Halictree medallion, and then go to the Consecrated Snowfield, get the earliest Ancient Somberstone there, and only then backtrack to Volcano Manor and Liurnia, to never have to see that fucking area again. Now since I've been taking the time to talk about some of the minor legacy dungeons, maybe I have something to say about Castle Sol, right? At least not much positive. It's definitely among the most repetitive and samey dungeons, to the point where even now, having been here dozens of times, I still sometimes get confused where I am when I don't speed onto the boss. And that's a big part of it too. There's almost nothing of value outside of the path to the boss. There's the Cerulean +1, which is not that impressive of a talisman in a normal run, certainly not to take up one of 4 spots, or 3 in my case. Hell, even the reward at the end of this dungeon is just a key to another location. Think of it this way, if one half of the key to the snowfield wasn't here, would you even bother with this dungeon? I suspect it'd be as skippable as Castle Morn is now. Outside of that, it's also somewhat lacking in enemies, so it's not even that engaging. I do think Commander Nile is a better boss than O'Neill, at the very least, but I'd also be hard pressed to come fight him just for the sheer fun of it. So all in all, this dungeon is already a bit lacking, and the no fast travel doesn't make any unseen parts shine or anything. I've always found it pretty bland, and this run doesn't change that. So now that I have the medallion, I made my way to the Consecrated Snowfields, and swiftly made a mad dash for the Frozen River in order to get to Anastasia, as she's the one that drops the Ancient Somberstone. Ironically, this was my first max level Somberstone in my first playthrough too, and I was using the Meteoric Ore Blade, so it was a pleasant surprise. From there, since this is a small region, I decided to get the no backtrack checklist going, although there was only one. The Cave of the Forlorn has major drop downs, but even the first one makes it impossible to go back, at least eventually. You can make some jumps to get back at first, but once you come to this drop here, you're stuck there. Interestingly, the Stake of America puts you back down there with the red jellyfish, so even that will keep you stuck, meaning you have to die and use the Grace Warp to get out. The boss is the Misbegon Crusader, and locks out the Golden Order Greatsword. Now finally for this area, I'm sure there's two little details that you're wondering about, and if you've thought ahead during the video, maybe you've already come to the realization of what I'm about to discuss. Both Mogwim Palace and Miquella's Erdtree are completely out of the table for this run, or at the very least would be locked in there, meaning Moog and Melania are inaccessible. Both require the Take a War panel, which will be fine, but just like Radahn, we have no means of getting back without fast traveling. Why do all the Miquella related things have this issue? Maybe it was foreshadowing all along. Now perhaps this is a little bit disappointing to you, but in fairness, both levels are perfectly traversable forwards and backwards all the way through. More impressive in the Erdtree, where it would be nice to use that one shortcut that otherwise never has any purpose with fast travel, and an already good, albeit very linear level. But hey, maybe they'll give you a chance to play around with the fast travel limitation. Next time you're in Erdtree, instead of warping out after Melania, try backtracking all the way to the first grace of the whole level. And yes, for Melania, this isn't a combat or boss oriented challenge, as we stated in the beginning of the video, so I'm fine being locked out from her. It changes nothing for her actual fight. But as you can see, the fact that the Divine Tower for her rune is inaccessible didn't end up mattering. Not that I use it anyway. But yeah, now that we're done with the Consecrated Snowfield, we'll be making our final detour before continuing uninterrupted for the endgame. We make our way backwards to the Forbidden Lands, then through Leyndell, Altus Plateau, which I don't think the game liked that I was doing this because it crashed on the way. I reached Volcano Manor for the final reward, the Taker's Cameo. Then I made my way back to Liurnia, thankfully pretty north in the area, to Iji, to finally get my plus 10 Bloodhound Fang. Funnily enough, at exactly level 100 for some reason. Now after making my way back to the mountaintops, and after calling it that day, these long running segments are pretty exhausting, admittedly. We finally continue. For the rest of the mountaintops, there's actually not much to talk about. None of these areas are blocked from traversal, thankfully. But at the same time, as you probably know, it's a relatively bland and empty area, so there's not much interesting to discuss, especially since there's no proper legacy dungeon, and the minor one we already discussed. But at the very least, this is the only major map to not have any dungeon where you can't traverse backwards by foot, which is good. Not much to talk about Fire Giant, it was pretty easy, except he did fall on his ass. That was pretty amusing. But yeah, this is where Melania burnt herself. Goodbye, you fucking asshole. Now here's a dire place where you need to make a choice. Once you reach Farum Azula, you're stuck here until you finish. So for one, you have to make sure you have everything you need before you make it here. So that's another reason I got everything taken care of before this. Though obviously it doesn't lock progress for us. We're literally making our way to the end of the game. And secondly, you gotta make damn sure you get everything you want here before you leave. You'll have no way to get back here, I'm pretty sure. So you bet your butt we're gonna be exploring to Kingdom Come. And gladly, this is also a fantastic legacy dungeon. Funnily enough, there's a few drops right at the beginning of the dungeon, so make doubly sure you pick up those items before grabbing the graces a little further in. I'll also be trying to go deathless here, just for the hell of it, for the last proper dungeon in the game. And I failed immediately. But after that, I'll keep trying. This level has more clever looping than you'd expect. It's just in a similar vein as Leyndell, where the fast traveling doesn't allow it to thrive. On top of the fact that it's also very linear, with not any separate paths that lead to the same place. Usually the loops are just optional paths that lead back to the prior area, which is good level design for sure. It's just not that useful in a normal run, and has limited value even in this run. I figure I'd spotlight it anyway. I do still enjoy this level a lot, I just don't have much to add than what I've said prior, but there's still a few other things to talk about. I did end up dying a lot before making it to Godskin Duo, and even shortly after. There is a lot of annoying enemies in this level. These giant skeleton dog guys with a ton of poise are up there as one of my low-key least favorite enemies, and they keep vindicating that for me in this run. Godskin Duo itself didn't have much to discuss. It went fine as well. The only thing I want to discuss before the end of this level is that there is a little known feature that's not on the game anymore. In the 1.0 version of this game, there's an enemy above this area that casts lightning on you as you traverse it, which is certainly more interesting than how it is now. But I have to play that version to make it work like that. I theorize that at some point, they nerfed the range for this kind of enemy, because there are some later that shoot you for far longer than they have any right to, but they never went back to touch up this specific encounter. Now unfortunately, even though the rest of the level loops back in itself just fine, there is one caveat. We would be boned if we dropped down to Placido Sacks. Of course, people already are very critical of this run back, and it is quite excessive, but besides that, you gotta commit once you go down there, which obviously we can't do in this run. Not only do we have to drop down with no way back up, we also get taken on a trip through time, so we would also be stuck in the past. So I guess if you want to end your run in a choke place and replace the passive dragon, have fun. From there, before Malekith, I did explore every little thing in this area, and for some reason Bernal didn't invade, which makes sense questline wise, but I guess I can't get the parry thing for Malekith. Which oh well, we don't need it during or after the fight. Beast Clergyman give me more trouble than Malekith, as it tends to. I just get lazy with that phase since I don't like it very much. But after that, Malekith wasn't much problem. And after that, back to Leyndell we go. From there, right off the bat, in case you're unaware, you can physically leave Ashen Capital. Even though the graces are reset, you can go back to the East Capital Rampart and grab it, and backtrack from there outside to the outskirts, just fine. So you're not locked in the endgame here. You can go back and do other things now if needed.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord.
I don't even know who you are. Anyway, after taking care of this stranger, we're on to Godfrey. He killed me once, and we kept with each other again. Some things never change, huh? After that, I didn't stagger Radagon as much as I would have liked, and I didn't proc freeze even once with this buff, but I got him first attempt. Then Elder Beast I'd staggered one time, which was once more than I expected to, but I got them as well. Of course, we are stuck here inside the Erdtree, but all we gotta do is mend the Grey Rune and we'll be done. Wait, become Lord of Frenzied Flame. Fools. After reaching Ashen Capital, I took the hole down to Subterranean Shunning Grounds and went knocking. Then made my way back to Leyndell. Unfortunately from the Liurnia because portal to Leyndell doesn't work. And now we're here. And because Melina burned herself, she can do nothing about it. Burn, dumb disconnected world. God damn it! Alright, hi, nice to see you again. So after each of the runs, I am going to rank them in a few terms. So I'm going to, obviously as you see now, I'm going to do whether you can beat the particular game in question without fast traveling. I'm going to talk about the similarities or difficulties compared to a normal playthrough of the game. That's going to be another ranking. And then lastly, I'm going to either recommend or discourage you to try out for yourself, depending if this is to your fancy, Obviously, if this is interest to you, then don't. But yeah, so I'm going to do that for all the games right after the run. So it'll probably be a quick little thing, quick little recap for all of them. But hopefully it'll be fun. So yeah, first off, you obviously can't beat Elden Ring without fast traveling. Hope it goes without saying these are going to be spoilers for the run itself, but I imagine, I don't think you would actually watch this without it, maybe? I don't know. I guess if you want to, you do, yeah, I suppose. But yeah, so you can't beat Elden Ring without fast traveling. That is mostly due to the Grace thing, or the round table thing. The one exception, the only thing that messes with the run, which is definitely disappointing, but it is what it is, I suppose. Just flags are thing in games, I suppose. It is what it is. Secondly, we talk about the experience. So I would definitely say that Elden Ring is pretty much a similar experience, but in a sense that it was just a nuisance. Like, it wasn't that much harder in any regard. It was just a waste of time compared to just being able to go to round table and upgrade there and stuff. I had to take trips and stuff like that. It wasn't much harder in any regard, but it was just more annoying in general. And lastly, would I recommend you do this run? I would only do it if you're extremely curious. If this run kind of piqued your curiosity in some ways, you want to try yourself, see how it feels, that kind of thing. Mostly due to the annoyance part, the nuisance part of having to, run back to the upgrade guy every time. It was definitely just kind of annoying. So only if this seems to be your kind of thing, then you should try it. Otherwise, nah, don't do it. In reality, it wasn't a very much different experience, so you could maybe rank the other one prior, but I think the nuisance aspect is definitely a discouraging aspect of it. So, alright, so Dark Souls 1 is an interesting one because although it's not technically an open world game, it has some elements kind of like it in the sense that it's an interconnected world design that's pretty much all connected one way or another, and you can traverse from one end to another through shortcuts and stuff like that, which is pretty unique even among the series, even though it's a common part that's praised about them. So I would say that right after Elden Ring, this is the next one that would be pretty much up there in terms of people's curiosity for whether this would be possible or not, especially with how much the world design is praised overall. Compared to Elden Ring, this has much simpler rules, no bonfire to bonfire warp, homeward bones and dark signs obviously will not be allowed for the same reasons, along with the death warping and stuff. Now the big major difference, and the elephant in the room here, is that you don't get the ability to fast travel with the bonfires at the very least, until you get the Lord Vessel in this game. So that means that this won't really be a problem for the first half of the runners. So to make up for that, I do talk about level design a good amount in the first half, especially due to that reason, since it's something you kind of have to take for the most part. But without giving away too much, I will say that's still an interesting watch for its own reasons. So I hope you enjoyed that as well. I started out as Knight, as I very much plan to take my time, and I'm not too concerned about fast rolling, so I'll just play as a little tanky Knight. I haven't gotten the opportunity to play like that in ages. I got the Master Key, of course. For a run like this, it'll certainly be even more helpful than usual. There's not much to discuss in the Asylum, as you'd expect. It's just your usual straightforward run through it. So going into Firelink Shrine, I went on a looting spree there, including going to the graveyard, because I'm insane, and even into the beginning parts of New Launder Ruins and Valley of Drakes, which very quickly led to my first death. But I got my steam back with little trouble. Now I will be boringly going through Undead Burg as normal to begin, because there are a few things I need in the first bit of the game. So onwards we go. Where this happened? I wanted to take him with me for the whole level, but alas, he despawned. I've talked at length in the previous videos about Dark Souls 1 level design, and even as early as Undead Burg, this is a good showcase on how good it is. And the main factor in this level is how it loops in on itself. Basically, no matter in which nook and cranny you go, or which part of the level you drop down to, you always end up being looped back onto the main path. Now this is extra important in this game due to the fact that you can't fast travel yet, and certainly not from anywhere in the map like you can in Elden Ring, but even from the bonfires at the beginning. So you can be pretty assured that Dark Souls will give you a method to return somewhere, say, even if you drop down a hole that looks like you'd be stuck otherwise. We'll see more examples like this as we go, but this is a good introduction to this type of level design without being too overwhelming. As for what I need here, the main thing I'm hoping to get is a Black Knight sword from this Black Knight right here, as having a Twinkling Titanite upgrade weapon would be convenient for this playthrough. Unfortunately I didn't get it, so I will be trying for a few more here shortly, but for now I did grab this short sword instead, just so I can have a weapon moveset I prefer over the broadsword. I did also go get the Havel's Ring, so I did the usual parry or post chain all the way until I kill them. Although I don't mind taking my time, fat rolling is definitely a little much. I'll settle on mid rolling. Taurus Demon wasn't a problem with the gold pine resin, and the plunge of course. If you didn't know, at least after getting the shortcut ladder back to the Burg, you can wait in this corner to bait the Drake to come down, and then you can run by, or try to get the tail or whatever. I did kill the Black Knight up here, and I got the Black Knight Greatsword this time. I certainly could use it, but I wasn't really going for an Ultra Greatsword in this playthrough. Maybe I will use it later. I won't be able to wield it for a long time anyway. I usually use the Alluring Skulls to plunge the boar here, but I decided to try and lower it into the fire there, and it worked like a dream. Not sure why I never thought of this before. Now of course, I did discuss individual level design being phenomenal already, but that's only one factor of what made Dark Souls 1 a very memorable experience from an exploration standpoint. This shortcut elevator back to Firelink was a mind-blowing experience for I imagine most first-time players. It only took me an hour and a half to get here on this run, but in a first playthrough, I imagine this was hours later, so it'd be incredibly easy to forget this elevator segment even if you saw it from Firelink, and much less expect to be looped back here when you have traversed a long way, especially upwards. Connecting the map this precisely takes a whole lot more effort in a 3D world than it does a 2D one. From here I took a brief detour to the Undead Asylum again, because there's a few things I want. In your return visit, 2 Black Knights spawn, the ones with the sword, so I did try my luck there. The first one didn't drop it, but the second one dropped the shield. Ugh. Oh well, guess I'm sticking with a normal path weapon then. Does this boulder normally come back? I don't recall that being the case, but oh well. I did get the rusted iron ring. It's not often I pick it up before Blighttown, and that'll be especially useful this run. After that, I quickly went back to upgrade my short sword to +5, mostly by buying some shards from Andre. But from there, my next big step is to get the large ember to unlock upgrading to +10. From here, I return to the asylum. In this whole process, I never really rested, hoping that some of the enemies don't respawn, but unfortunately the ones in the asylum did anyway. In order to demonstrate something, and also to get a Titanite slab ahead of time, since I don't really have another easily accessible shot at a Black Knight, I'll probably just stick with a short sword all the way now. I did go to Stray Demon. This one I'm definitely taking on way earlier than normal, so it was going to be a little bit of a grind. And it immediately started off in the wrong foot, but I did manage to recover. I figured it would help to use my leftover gold pine resins to speed up this as much as possible. And without too much hassle after the initial one, I did manage to kill him eventually. Only took 7 minutes. So we did drop down a hole in order to reach Stray Demon here. And in a game like Elden Ring, that'd certainly be an immediate red flag when you can't fast travel. Especially when it does so by tricking you and crumbling the floor underneath you. But in this game, and potentially how early you can reach it, it's not something to worry about. After the boss, the game gives you a ladder to climb out of there. This is what I meant in the previous videos, where giving you fast travel, especially when you can do it via map, like you can in Elden Ring, it sometimes just hampers any need for cool ways to connect the map in a dynamic way. And this isn't even a particularly impressive example, it's just a ladder. But you know damn well that in Elden Ring, they likely would have just had you warp out of the boss arena when you killed it. After that I went back to Firelink and killed Lautrec for the Fap Ring of course. I also reinforced the flask via the Firekeeper Soul. And then from there, I finally returned to the parish. I kindled a bonfire there for a little help, leveled up for the first time in a little bit, and finally went to kill the gargoyles. With a +5 weapon, they're definitely not super hard. Look at this plunge though. Holy. I briefly went to Darkroot Basin to get the elite armor. And I did kill the Moonlight Butterfly while I was there, by whiffing nearly every damn bomb I had on me. I did take advantage of the Divine Ember, to at least start making my Morningstar a divine weapon, to permanently kill skeletons later on. But from there I went to the depths to get the large ember. Not much to discuss in Lower Berg, aside from a few close calls in the hallway. I pretty much just poised through most of the early Capra fight. I did amazingly get the Demon Machete from Capra. I didn't even know you could get it from the proper boss one. The large ember is early in the depths, so I immediately doubled back to upgrade my weapon, but then I remembered I don't have materials to upgrade much, just twice, so I at least stayed to collect more upgrades here. Ironically, as I was killing some slimes, I had a green Titanite shard drop, so I guess I have that now too. Kirk ended up invading me as I was human for kindling all over the place, and I accidentally ended up BMing him with my motion gestures. I also got the Ring of the Evil Eye here, which will certainly be invaluable for this run, as it was to have the equivalent item in Elden Ring, though I could get this so much earlier in this one, which is awesome. Gaping Dragon took a little while to kill, despite the +5 short sword, that's just how tanky he is, but it went fine. During the dungeon, I only found one large Titanite shard, which wasn't even enough to get another upgrade, but I went back to do so anyway, since obviously coming up is Blighttown. I went back to the depths entrance, took the shortcut from the lower Undead Berg to Firelink, then the elevator back up to Parish for Andre. There I upgraded my short sword to +7, also went ahead and modified the Morningstar to Divine. I was going to backtrack to the depths to get to Blighttown, but this is not really something I need in the upper part of it. Plus it's a really long trek, and not super pretty. So I thought, hey, let's actually take advantage of the Master Key, and take the other path instead. I did go for the Firekeeper Soul here too, and I was unlucky enough to not get a single Toxic Cure item from the Dart Blowers. So I just waited for it to clear once I killed most of them. I did eventually get the soul with little trouble besides that. I did also briefly go into the other segment of Blighttown to get Power Within, just in case I thought there's any point where my DPS could benefit more. I killed the wall hooker buck from the side because I can't find the back path most of the fucking time I go for this. So I didn't even try. Quelaag went very well, but I did have this funny head bonk on me at the end. Before leaving Blighttown, I did want to take the chance to do something that I don't think many people bother to do, and probably don't expect you to be able to do. Go down to Ash Lake and return before the Lord Vessel. The Great Hollow level before it is pretty much entirely vertical movement, down, and it does require dropping down to other branches here and there. So it's only natural for you to not expect to be able to climb back up, but we'll see how shortly. The one item that definitely would be nice to get here is the Chloranthy Ring, so I did get that while I was here, and then proceeded to Ash Lake. I ended up getting cursed, because I was doing a lot less damage than expected, at least one-handed, and then taking more curse buildup than expected. They even put my petrified statue to taunt me. But now in Ash Lake, There definitely isn't anything I need. I'm not using any dragon weapons. But I did go to the Ancient Dragon, and I entered the Covenant as my little trophy for doing this. And it's tail, but don't tell him that. Of course, now we're making our way back, and here's how you make your way back up. You may have noticed a ladder or two when dropping down the tree, and this is definitely the key. There's 2 near the viney areas, and then 1 more near the actual branch area. So you take those up, and then you gotta essentially backtrack through the branches. Be careful in this spot, the geometry is kinda weird, and you'll eventually be looped back to the bonfire at the top of the tree. It certainly isn't as impressive when ladders are used, I'll admit, but it's still very nice that they thought to, and allowed you to backtrack from this area when it is a place you can reach before the Lord Vessel. Even when most players won't be doing this, be it that they don't even know it exists, or they don't want to bother doing that. From Blytown, I went through Valley of Drakes, then through Darkroot Basin to get to the end of Parish, just to take a different path, and grabbing the Grasscrest shield along the way. I upgraded my short sword to +9, I needed the last 3 for +10, of course also went to Oswald to get a Purging Stone to cure the curse. I got a second one just in case. Definitely doesn't hurt to be safe in a run like this. Also went to reinforce my flask again to +2, and then went to Sen's Fortress. There isn't a ton to talk about here. I almost lost it all trying to hit the elevator, but leaving it. I did want to make sure to get it for later on. It definitely makes backtracking through here miles easier. This snake be like us for real for real. Iron Golem went okay as well. Now in Enter Londo, before going too deep into it, I did take the chance to do the Painted World. I did get the doll from the asylum earlier. This level is interesting since it's completely disconnected from the normal map, and it actually traps you here until you're done. To showcase that, I took a totally intentional death here at this bridge, showing that it keeps you inside of it. Even if you had the Lord Vessel, I believe it wouldn't let you warp. This level is definitely among the best ones, and I do think it's at least in part because it is disconnected from the normal map. From my understanding, this was among the first levels they designed for this game, and instead of trying to connect it and making it make sense that there's a snowy area so close to, Enter Londo or whatever, they just decided to make it a little Mario 64-esque painting warp. The other major part that makes it great is that it has an impressive amount of vertical design to it, adding a whole other layer of exploration that isn't used as much in the other levels individually, at least not to this degree. The one thing I will say against it is that it is easy to get lost in it due to how samey a lot of the rooms are. It doesn't help that it does repeat a lot of the same enemies in similar areas, and they're not being a coherent layout, since it seems to be a crumbling world and all that. But this mostly goes when you're exploring every corner of the area, and you're unsure if you've already been a certain way. When you're only trying to reach the end, there's enough major set pieces that stand out that will let you know where you are. I'll leave you to that. I did leave Priscilla be since I didn't need anything from her either. I mostly just wanted to show the Painted World. Back in Enter Londo proper, there wasn't much I needed here either, aside from the giant blacksmith. So although I did explore all of it, I prioritized getting to him. I upgraded my short sword to +10 finally, and I ended up using some of the spare materials to upgrade my armor a bit. Another feature that's been stripped out of later games, but maybe for the better this time. It was also here that I remembered and realized that the smiths sell a weapon upgrade box, which would have been used for earlier, but maybe not so much anymore. From there I was pretty much right at Ornstein and Smell, so I went ahead and fought them. I wasn't really going for either of the Balsa weapons or for the Leo ring, so I just went for my usual comfort strategy of killing Ornstein first and dealing with Super Smell, which although hairy here and there, why not right? I'd kindled the bonfire nearby, and that was definitely a good idea, otherwise I would have had to rely on humanities. Of course, after that we finally have the Lord Vessel, which I guess doesn't change much for us. But it does unlock the final areas of the game. From here, I will have to manually backtrack through Enter Londo and such to place the Lord Vessel to unlock the Yellow Fog Gates. As much as I would just love to do those archives right now. I will be back shortly to do that though. If you didn't know, you can take the Batwing Demons back to Sen's Fortress too. As stated, the cage elevator was massively helpful, allowing me to skip most of Sen's Fortress when backtracking. Parish was just a matter of taking the elevator back to Firelink of course, so I made it quickly, realizing that I'd never talked to Fran before this. I placed Lord Vessel, then I went back immediately to Duke's Fortress just to get it done already. So back to Parish, Sen's, and in a reasonable amount of time, back in Enter Londo, in only a quick trek to Duke's Archives. As I said, this world is very well connected when you know what to do, and it's not too much of a waste of time, unlike another game. I used a rare ring of sacrifice during the first Seath encounter, which surprisingly kept my human form too. I didn't realize it did that. Or maybe the normal ones do as well. I don't know, but I'll take it. Duke's Archives proper is pretty standard for this run, It's the crystal caves where things get interesting. There's this drop down right here, which at face value seems like a death sentence for our run, and even I got nervous about it for a little bit there, because it's been a long time I've tried to backtrack out of here, like this. But from there you can drop to this other giant crystal, and there's an invisible path that loops you back up here, if you don't fall like me. So luckily for us, Crystal Cave and Seath are still good to go. From there we are finally done with anything above ground, so to speak, so we can leave the Anor Londo region indefinitely. I should also mention that the DLC is off limits, since you get warped in there by Manus, and then don't have the means to go back without fast traveling. So back to Sen's Fortress, and Undead Parish. From here I decided to finally do New Londo Ruins, in order to get the very large Ember to get plus 15 weapons. I did have this annoying death in New Londo. Don't even know how that happened. You do need to drain the water first in order to get it, but from there it isn't long before you get the very large Ember. Before going back to upgrade, I did go ahead and at least give the Four Kings a try, and... Oh. Yeah, so from here I would need the Covenant of Artorias ring in order to fight the Four Kings. But even if I had that, I'd make a giant drop down that we wouldn't be able to get back out of. And as you saw, this actually also goes for Bed of Chaos and Nita. So that pretty much dooms our run right here. I did try to get creative for some of them before just giving up, so I tried something I thought of. For Nita, I entered the boss room, quit out, then backtrack all the way to the catacombs. Yes, if you didn't know, you can backtrack to the Tomb of the Giants and catacombs on foot. You can arrive almost at the boss without the lore vessel after all. See, there's even a message that tells you there's a shortcut back. And then from there, I took the coffin to his boss room once again, in the Covenant joining scenario. Next I tried dying to the boss arena, and hoping that the coffin would still be there after I killed Nita. So I went forward to his boss arena proper once again, and actually fought him. I did use the Divine Mace to permanently kill the small skeletons here, and then killed Nita. I checked around without resting at the bonfire, and the coffin was nowhere to be found, unfortunately. But even still, this only means we could have gone a third lore so if it worked, and we'd be stuck in the third one, the fourth one being out of reach. So let's get into it. Why is it that when like 90% of the game is perfectly fine to traverse forwards and backwards, there's these 3 choke points that kill that possibility right at the end? I can think of 3 different points that could explain it, but I do think they're all part of the same picture. The first and likely most presumed possibility is the whole idea that the later half of the game was rushed. Now, people like to say that everything after the Lord Vessel was rushed and unfinished due to the tight deadline on Dark Souls, which given it was under 3 years of development, it's not unrealistic, but I personally wasn't super sold on the whole later half of the game being unfinished. I did try and see if there's any source for this commonly spouted thought, and there wasn't really any direct interview by Miyazaki or anything that confirmed any of the areas are unfinished due to time restraints. The closest I found was Miyazaki admitting that Bed of Chaos didn't really live up to their vision due to the deadlines, but not the entirety of the area. I suspect one of the main reasons people say that about the entirety of the second half of the game is unfinished is because they don't like it. I mean, Duke's Archives and Crystal Caves have a very confusing design, including the invisible floor thing. Tomb of the Giants has a darkness mechanic, New Londo is not necessarily super long, and Izalith is a little bit of a bad boss rush, and the lava segment is incredibly flat. Definitely doesn't live up to the really interesting design. Personally, I do agree with Izalith being underwhelming at least, and the bosses being bad, and maybe with New Londo being short. I'm personally indifferent to that one, but I wholly disagree with the other 2. I would absolutely say Duke's plus Crystal Caves and the Tomb of the Giants are fully featured. They just have more of a gimmick going on to it than the other 2, or the rest of the areas of the game. But that doesn't make them unfinished, or even outright bad. It might just not be to your taste. I mean, if you recall, a lot of people made a riot about Dark Souls 2 not fully committing to a darkness mechanic that probably would have worked similar to what you have in Tomb of the Giants. Perhaps just more fleshed out than what we have in Tomb of the Giants, where you only have 2 light sources that are a little bit obscure to find than the torches would have been. Could they have done more with it? Probably, yeah. But certainly not to the degree that people make it out to be, in my opinion. Anyway, let's run with that idea nonetheless, just to see if that could partly explain these drops. You could certainly make a case that the end bits of the game were rushed, but when you look at the individual cases, it doesn't seem like it'll take a lot of effort to connect them. The Bed of Chaos one could have simply been a stairway instead of a slide. The Four Kings could have just been a pathway, where you need the ring instead of a drop down into the abyss. And Nito could have just not been a drop, and put you right in the boss arena. But pretty much all these points lead me to the second major possibility. All these little drop downs feel like something they intentionally wanted to do. For a bit of chaos, this isn't the only slide in the game by any means, but it's certainly the most significant one. So they probably intended to make it a little bit more of a scenic entrance. It's not something they get to play with much in this game. The Four Kings drop also feels very intentionally like a cinematic thing. Of course, dropping into the abyss makes sense, or at the very least a way to demonstrate the need for the ring. And Nito also feels intentional in the sense that they wanted you to have to take fall damage in order to induce panic for the fight to start off. This is something my goat Matthew Matos talks about in his huge Dark Souls commentary, along with the fact that you can't traverse these areas backwards as well, I believe, saying that the Nito drop likely was intended to cause you to want to heal immediately and then getting stabbed from below with the magic sword thing, causing you to start panicking when you don't know where the attack is coming from, and so forth. So all in all, these all seem like they feasibly could have been intended to be this way the whole time, which would have been possible by 3. The fact that you can fast travel already. If they already knew that they wanted to reward you with the Lord Vessel that allows you to fast travel between bonfires, there's a good chance that they took that opportunity to just make a few other set pieces that were only possible, at least without using a Homeward Bone, which are limited, the Dark Sign, or just dying I guess, because they gave you fast travel by now. So all of these factors together could give us a potential answer. It could have gone something like this. They thought of, let's say, the Nito drop down, for those reasons stated prior, which they could only do because they gave you fast travel by now, and they were already on a tight deadline, so they went with it. Or you could switch the order. They were on a tight deadline, so they decided to make you drop down to this area because they couldn't connect it properly, especially if they met the Nito Arena earlier because of the Covenant, and they thankfully decided to give you fast travel already. See what I mean? It's hard to say which possibility was the leading cause, but any way you look at it, there could be any number of reasons why they decided to do this. I think Matthew said this in his video I mentioned as well, but it's definitely disappointing that they didn't follow through with making this part of the map also be traversed backwards, because it feels like it goes against the spirit of the game overall. Just like open worlds are sometimes praised for that feature. Like how much more respected would this game be if every single inch of the map is not out of the realm of being traversed all the way through on foot? It's not like fast travel would lose its purpose even if this was the case. You can still use it as a convenience instead of having to go on foot everywhere. It's still a great bonus, but who knows what the ultimate reasoning was. Before we move on, however, I do want to address one common comment I got in the original video, and that's Cath. So to be clear, I did consider using Cath as a pathway for the run. I went through the steps in my head to see if I could at the very least kill 4 kings additionally, even if we still couldn't complete the run, and I did originally talk about it, but ended up cutting it for the final video. Maybe I should have left it in, but it did result in a very interesting phenomenon. So no, you can't kill 4 kings first in order to place Lord Vessel with Cath in this run, and then kill Seath and one more Lord or something. Because what happens is you get taken down to Firelink Alto with him, yes, but when you take Cath backwards, he takes you back to the Abyss, not Firelink Shrine, so you're stuck there nonetheless. And now you have only killed one of the 4 lords, not the maximum like we did in the actual run of 2. Not many people pull the well actually about this or anything, and just try to remind me or point it out, but it was very weird. I got over a dozen comments I think mentioning Cath as a way to bypass the Abyss. It was borderline a Mandela effect that people thought Cath takes you back to Firelink Shrine, which if you think about it for even a few seconds, doesn't make sense, since Fram can still be in Firelink Shrine himself and is angry at you if you take Cath, but it was an interesting phenomenon nonetheless. I suspect people didn't read the other comments saying this too, otherwise they would have commented themselves and just liked that comment, and maybe even saw my replies to some people who had already said this. Obviously it's not actually a Mandela effect, but it was wild that so many people just outright misremembered this in the exact same way. Perhaps people confused Framt and Cath in their head, and never had a real reason to take Cath back since you can warp, so maybe they just assumed it takes you to Firelink. Here's a fun fact that some people did teach me though, which I tested in the same character. If you kill 4 kings before getting the Lord Vessel, which you can do by killing Ingward and grabbing the key off him, since you otherwise be stuck in the Abyss unless you Homeward Bone out or something, the game actually allows one free warp away from the Abyss without the Lord Vessel, which is a very interesting fact. Useless for this run, but I'm always happy to learn about little features like this in the game that they thought ahead of, or maybe patch in later, I'm not sure. Anyway, in the original video I actually ended here since we did do on nearly the entire game and answered the question anyway. And while I don't mind ending that video that way, as a small treat for anyone watching this one, I will actually end this run now, and it's because a few more things about the last areas I didn't cover. Unfortunately, it appears I had gone to Stugan Plus in that file, and I only remembered after loading up that I used this character to get the ending cutscene for footage for that original video. So, guess I'm doing it again. No, I won't force myself to walk everywhere for this replay, at least until I'm caught up to where I left off. I pretty much already covered Duke's Archives and Tomb of the Giants in the original video, so I'll pick up where I left off by killing 4 kings this time, which annoyingly killed me a ton of times since my damage is only okay for New Game Plus, even at plus 15. So as we already know, we can't backtrack from the Abyss, so I will be using Power Within to die, just like a lot of people recommended in my original video. Even though I specifically said I wasn't going to use death for purposes like this. So go figure that. And without any magic, oh my god, wow, we made it back up here, what a miracle. Nilondo is a small area, but it does have a few ways to leave. There's elevators to the upper parts, but I actually opted to use a giant doorway to Valley of Drakes, because with it, I can go pretty much straight to Blighttown to reach the last Lord Soul. We only just got back after half a year, and we've already taken advantage of some really cool shortcuts. Hell yeah. Speaking of hell, I made my way to the Demon Ruins. I did have to kill Ceaseless Discharge, went lower to fight that guy I thought I killed 2 hours ago, then that boss from Night Rain, went through some lava, and finally fought a bundle of sticks. I was going to just try and go around the boss around like normal, instead of using the Quitter Abuse to go to the start, in the spirit of the run, but they did kill me both times, so I sort of ended up doing that anyway to some degree, just with the run back. Anyway, I killed this Pokemon, and by dropping down here, oh wow, I popped back at the entrance. From here, instead of going back to the lava area, I took this bridge and doorway first, the one that's blocked via the 30 humanity with a white lady, then took this elevator back to Blighttown, then climbed back up, returning in a seamless return to Firelink. It's crazy that even up until this point, where the game forces you to warp, even right up to those points, you are provided with some wonderful shortcuts that unfortunately you won't ever really need to take, given that you are forced to warp out of there anyway. So there's no real reason to warp to say the Demon Ruins if you're just going to Firelink now. Anyway, we get the Lord Souls to the Lord Vessel, go down to Gwen, and just pair his ass to death. Hooray! Long live the Dark Lord! Alright, hello again. So now we're working Dark Souls 1, whether you can beat it, whether it was hard or about the same, or if I recommend it. So disappointingly, you cannot beat this one despite being a king of exploration games and stuff like that. I already went over the reasons why, so I won't dwell too much on that, I suppose. Then in terms about the experience, it was still give or take the same experience, I would say. The cool extra shortcuts that you can take advantage of at the end there are really nice, but you know, it's... I suppose if you just want to explore and stuff, you probably would have already taken those shortcuts one way or another, maybe. Could be, I don't know. But certainly not the most different. It's probably among the most similar that would be. Especially given the first half. And then with the returns, I would recommend it. I mean, save for the aspect that you can't fully do it, only besides that, yeah, I think I actually would recommend you give it a shot for the second half, because especially with the added content at the end there, I was actually pleasantly surprised how well this worked out to be able to just be able to walk out of one area to directly to another, like the way I did, which was maybe a happy accident, but if I planned it even better and stuff, maybe I could have even done some more cool loops like that. So who knows? Dark Souls 2. So this one's interesting as one for sure, because it still has some elements of interconnectivity and ways to go, and you can even pick branching paths in the beginning, kind of like Dark Souls 1 as well. But it's also notorious for being a very linear game in the second half, give or take, in a sense, compared to the first half. So it has its own quirks, but it's still very interesting in this run, I would say, for sure. It's pretty similar to Dark Souls 1 in terms of rules. You can't use bonfire to bonfire travel. You can use some more bones and dark signs for, the same reasons. The only thing that I would add that I didn't actually talk about in the first game, but I figured it was sort of intuitive based on the spirit of the run kind of thing that I talked about earlier, is that primal bonfires will not be allowed. Now, this is the closest thing to something that you could make an argument for. You could maybe argue that it's a one-way warp in a sense, in ways that I did allow for other games, and you could allow it because it's, part of the game or whatever. There's some arguments you can make, but for the spirit of the run, I do think not allowing it turned out to be more interesting overall, and you'll probably see why. And speaking of which, One thing I want to get ahead of here, because it was part of the original video and I got a lot of comments for it. This is not a no bonfire run. I'm allowed to use bonfires, I just can't travel with them. You will not believe how many comments try to be snarky about them and be like, oh, you get a ring when you do be like that. No, you can do it. Bro. Like, obviously people commented this before even watching the video, because I think it's pretty clear pretty early on that that's not the case. But yeah, it was pretty embarrassing to see all those comments just not even understand the premise of the video. So yeah, this is its own thing. It becomes pretty clear. It becomes pretty clear really early on, and the way I approach it is definitely very different. Because speaking of the primal bonfires, you can use those for the no bonfire run, and I'm not allowing that. So it turns out to be very interesting, even from a theoretical, hey, let me do no bonfires as well kind of thing, you know, or no deathless, whatever it is. But yeah, just wanted to get ahead of that. Enjoy Dark Souls 2.
You lose your souls, all of them.
Shut up, no I won't. Oh my gosh, he's wearing the recluse skin! So upon arriving at Majula, the main problem in this run becomes clear. For leveling up, we will have to return to Majula. This isn't like Dark Souls 1, where you can just level at any bonfire. You have to come back to the Emerald Herald to do it. For that reason, I did prioritize Vigor for longevity during levels and stuff. Going to the Forest of Fallen Giants, instantly I got nervous with this door that drops behind you. So I made sure to see if there was a lever on the other side, and thankfully there was. And it does open just fine. So we're good. For now. Now, in case you haven't seen these videos before, I try not to rest at bonfires to not reset enemies as much as possible, in order to be able to explore more freely, and ideally I can also travel backwards without as much opposition. I personally enjoy playing like this as it is, but it certainly helps when you can't fast travel. Oh, also, I'm writing this script as I play the game, so in essence I'm going in just as blind as you are. About the blacksmith door here, of course, gotta unlock our earliest smith. I killed last giant while here. It's not a hard fight, so it went about as you'd expect. After that, I hit this guy because I didn't play this game enough and I thought it was an enemy. My first death was this bullshit right here. Classic Dark Souls 2. I killed the pursuer, mostly with the ballista method. Then I went to the back to go to Las Basti... Oh. Okay, so we could take this bird. I don't consider this a mode of transportation to be fast travel. The issue is if we could make our way back from there. So I went into another character to verify. And looks like there's no way back out from here. Uh-oh. We're still not out of luck. There's another path into the Bastille, so we'll look into that path too. But for now, let's get out of the forest and back to Majula to spend these delicious souls. Which definitely this game does have some shortcuts here and there, so leaving out of the area is not too bad. Back in Majula, first thing I did was unlock the blacksmith door and bought 2 rapiers. Yeah, I know, but these runs can be a little stressful and long-winded as it is. If I can simplify the combat, then I sure as hell will. I've also never used the rapier in this game, despite knowing how OP it is. I upgraded one to +3 with the materials I got, plus a few I bought here. I'll upgrade the other one with leftover materials as I go. I also bought the Ring of the Evil Eye to help with survivability. I do have the regen ring, but I don't really like the particle effect it leaves on you. I'll put it on when I need it though. I also bought a handful of life gems from a merchant, and then finally I leveled up. I gave myself 20 dexterity for now, and then put the rest into vigor. Now let's go into Heights Tower of Flame to get to No Man's Wharf and hopefully finish at Lost Bastille. Once again, I was made nervous by these lever doors, so I went into my other character again to check if there's a way to open these from the other side, as they do close behind you, and thankfully there is, which I'm grateful, but please, stop doing this to me, game. Once in Heights, I did go ahead and pull the levers for the Dragon Rider platform. I know about the cheese, but I don't mind fighting him, instead of risk falling myself. That said though, I am going to do Dragon Slayer first, to not have to deal with the white knights over here surrounding me as I go to Dragon Slayer. Thankfully I didn't get memed by this dragon. Dragon Slayer itself went smoothly, didn't even need to heal, so I went right back to do Dragon Rider, and that went just as smooth as well. I could go right ahead to Wharf, but with the amount of souls I had, I did decide to go back to Majula first, without resting, mind you, so I didn't have to deal with many enemies, though I fully expect them to respawn when I come back, but I figured it'd be worth it. I will say, so far I'm already seeing one downside of playing without resting at bonfires, and that's weapon durability. This game has weapon break far more quickly with just normal gameplay, but it's still more annoying to respawn enemies, so I decided to just buy repair powders when I can, though apparently the blacksmith only sells one. I pumped the rest of the souls into vigor for now. The dex increase seemed minimal, so I'll wait for that. Going back to Hides, to my surprise, the enemies were still dead. Even Dark Souls 1 would respawn enemies when you don't even go that far out of the level. So I'll give Dark Souls 2 props for this. Though it may have been technical limitations in Dark Souls 1, who knows. I had talked to this lady before I returned to Majula, and she did move to the branching pathway, but then when I got back to the Dragon Rider room, she was here again. I was a little dumbfounded, as that seems unintentional, especially given I would have seen her walking my way backwards there if she beat me to it, realistically. But I did go ahead and took the chance to kill her to grab the mechanism key, which did make me have to rest, unfortunately. I did this to make the passage a little safer later. I'll elaborate more on that point when we get there. But for now, let's get into the wharf. Believe it or not, it was only until going through here that I was reminded of the weird iframes in this game, and agility and all that. So next chance I get, I guess I'll be leveling ADP. The wharf itself went fine, just cost me a few life gems here and there. So I pulled the lever for... wait, a boat? Whatever. Went to the boss, killed it pretty fast with Rapier +3 with lightning buff. And then... oh, right. This also takes you off the map. Okay, let's check the other character again and see if we are able to return via the boat as well. And nope. You get dropped off the boat. This means we can get to Lost Bastille, and by proxy, Sinner's Rise for Lost Sinner. Also check the Dark Souls Trilogy Compendium that I had. I don't have the specific Dark Souls 2 guide yet, to see if there's any other way out described there. But there wasn't. Well. Now, you may think that with this, the run is over. Certainly people who commented on my previous no fast travel videos alluded to Dark Souls 2 not being able to be beat with my rule set. But there's one aspect of the game that you may have forgotten. The 1,000,000 souls method of opening the Shrine of Winter's door. With that in mind, we don't have to kill any of the old soul bosses as long as we farm enough souls from enemies and stuff. But it still will take the time to kill the ones we can and show where we can't go. So we're going to proceed as normal until we can't anymore. And if I must grind by then, I will. But it does mean I will be taking my time killing enemies as much as I can as I go, even if I die, in order to lessen this as much as possible. We are currently at above 100,000, so we're making good headway. I suspect we will have to grind later, but we shall see how much. For now, let's head back to Majula. I did find one large Titanite shard, so I was able to get the Rapier to +4, and I went ahead and made the other one +2. I was going to dump it to ADP, but it wasn't going to help as much as I thought it'd be. So instead I put more into Vigor. I'll get back to ADP once I'm done with the other important stats. While I'm back here, I should point out the other elephant in the room, the gutter. You obviously have to jump down loads here to be able to reach the Rotten, so this is out of the question as well. Now there is an NPC that drops down some ladders for you, but that's only for part of the way, and to bypass needing the cat ring. At a certain point you have to drop down again with no way back up. So regardless of that, you'll be stuck down there. So sadly, we can't do H-Bomber Guy's favorite boss. Our next step from here is going through Huntsman's Copse to get to the Earthen Peak and then Iron Keep. Now, earlier I killed that one cleric in order to get the key for this contraption. The main reason I said I did it for safety is because I don't know if she will switch the path back behind you and need to fast travel back to Majula. As a matter of fact, even though I'm more comfortable with doing this, I'm still going to check this out on the other character just to be safe. I'm just still a little concerned about how areas reset if you travel far enough. I went to the pathway, went a little deep into the copse, even fast traveled on the side character to see if that triggers anything. Then I went back, and the pathway stayed open. I'm putting my trust in Dark Souls 2 right now, which hopefully won't be a mistake. And so I'll continue onward. For once, this tree shortcut actually is somewhat useful, since I can't fast travel, and it'll help bypass some of the level. I did get my first Forlorn invasion here as well, which wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. At least it was a greatsword variant, I guess. I went ahead and did Executioner's Chariot, gathering souls and all that. A little bit of a scary fight, since things can just go wrong. And I did have a lot of scary little clutch moments. And it ran my resources more than I would have liked, but it did manage to kill the first try. Because of it making me use up some resources, I did end up going back to Majula already, without resting, as there is a fairly lengthy stretch ahead of me. Thankfully the pathway was indeed still open. I bought 50 life gems, and then the merchant ended up giving me the coveted silver serpent ring +1, which certainly is very helpful for this run apparently. I put a few more levels into Vigor, getting me close to 50 already, and the remaining souls into more life gems. And then on my way back I go. Despite being out of Estus flasks, with the life gems I'm just playing it safe. I made it fine all the way to Skeleton Lords. I did end up having to repair my equipment mid-fight, as my armor was breaking, and my weapons also getting low. Maybe I should have checked that before the fight, but besides that it was fine. After that, however... No! Remember when I begged the game not to trick me? Well, If it wasn't clear, I didn't move my controller to go down further. It just dropped me automatically. Now for normal gameplay, this is whatever, but drop downs without being able to get back up are deadly for our runs. Now in previous runs, I would have been willing to reset, but given it was the game that fucked me like this, I'll just take a death and forgo the souls I got from the skeleton lords and such. Sorry. Also keep the hollow look, which trust me, for me, is punishment enough. But this does mean that we can't do Iron Keep either, as we have no means to backtrack to Majula and the like. Wonderful. So back in Majula, I already have 3 old souls out of the question, being at a whopping 0 out of 4 so far. As mentioned earlier, Rodden is out of the picture due to gutter, and even the ladder NPC is scratched off too, because he's in Earthen Peak. So let's hope that Brightstone Sildora is fine. We're running short of major soul sources from bosses, so sure hope it works out. Now thankfully I did have 1 branch of yore from exploring earlier, so I can clear the way there. And yes, this lever door does have a lever on the other side. Not much happened in the Shaded Woods region. I can't explore almost at all due to a lack of branches of yore, but I did get cursed 2 more times, so that's fun. Scorpioness Nashka gave me some trouble, probably at least in part due to having low ADP, but I managed. Against my better judgment, I did go and fight Royal Rat Authority. I died once because the fight sucks all sorts of ass, but I got him second try, after using a Divine Blessing from getting toxic, and somehow barely surviving. From there, I'm returning to Majula once again. The curse and death are starting to stack, and it's not a huge backtrack thankfully. Although Forlorn did invade me as I was doing that. Thanks man. On the way back, and resting at some other bonfires, I almost accidentally fast traveled, since spamming X at the bonfire just puts you straight into that window. But thankfully I didn't. Once back, I got Vigor 250, which is the major soft cap, and I finally put some levels into ADP. Then I used some spare consumable souls for a full inventory of life gems. I did also revive my body for HP, but then I took a death to stay Uga. There wasn't much to comment on for the camp area, outside of the fact that I meant to use a Lloyd's Talisman on this Mimic, but I forgot and I just attacked out of reflex, but it turned out okay. Besides the rapiers going over some of the prowling Magus and Congregation enemies, it wasn't bad. It's an easy fight. Now instantly after getting the next bonfire, I was already made wary of a potential problem. I knew there was loads of drop downs in the area before Duke's Tear Freya, but it instantly looked like it was game over for this area, because there didn't seem to be any way to loop back up to even this top bonfire. So as usual, I went on the other character, and yep, doesn't seem to be any way back up. Even if it's not clear here, right before the Duke's area, there's a drop down here too, that should make it clear. Well, sure love all the old souls I was able to get. So many souls from that. Well, I'm looking at 310,000 souls collected so far, so about 700k to go. After popping all my consumable souls, I was at 420k. Nice. Getting to nearly half. But from there it was time for a little research. I looked up which boss drops the most souls, and from the ones available to me, it's Nashka, which is what I figured. And thankfully boss was not a super long run up. Now we'll be limited on how many bonfire statics I can use, but I could also farm the enemies around here when those are out. But for now, I did go back to Majula to use up all these souls I got of course. Thankfully I had just enough large shards to get my rapier to +5, which isn't great but I'll have to make do. I put my souls into dexterity, the rest of them into life gems. On the way back, I think I broke the door mechanism due to not fast traveling and not resting, because it wouldn't let me pull the levers here. I tried quitting out and resting and it didn't help, but I figured I just had to die in the area to reset it. And thankfully it worked. I can't deny it made me sweat a little bit, given that could be a soft lock, which will be worse than mandatory fast travel, but it turned out okay. Turns out I only had 1 bonfire static, and after looking it up I can't get more, so we'll kill Nachka once, and then farm the enemies nearby. After killing her and popping her soul, I was just shy of halfway there. Whoa. So now, to grind. Wish me luck. After an hour and 15 minutes, I despawned all the enemies in Shaded Woods segment before Nachka, and I'm at 655k. So still a long way to go. From there I went to the segment between Nachka and Sildora, and from there at the 3-hour mark, I reached 750k while clearing a good chunk of the camp before prowling Magus, and I had just enough large shards to get my rapier to +6 and further. So at this point, after hoarding more than 300k souls, I finally went back to Majula to use them. I got my rapier to +8, need just one more chunk, though I don't think I'll get it before Drangleic Castle. And then I was able to squeeze out 24 levels out of this farm. Less than I thought, but I was still loads of levels. I maxed out dexterity and gave myself some stamina. I was running out of it a lot, before finishing off enemies. The rest of the souls went to life gems as usual, and that left with almost 0 souls. So likely the next time I come over, I will be ready with 1 million souls total gathered to open a Shrine of Winters. Let's see how much longer it takes. At the 4-hour mark, I cleared out the main big enemies in Huntsman's Cups that felt worthwhile farming, and reached 850k. At the 5th hour with 15 minutes, I despawned all High Knights enemies with only 45k left to go. And at the 5-hour and 51-minute mark, I reached 1 million. Finally. I didn't even do that many respawns in Wharf. It just has a lot of enemies with less souls than previous areas. So, let's go back to Majula to use these up. I leveled ADP finally. I think for the most part, meaning I'm good to go for the rest of the game. Restocked the life gems, and then made my way to Shrine of Winters. Why can't I just vault over this pile of rocks? It would have saved me 6 hours. Ugh, thank God.
The next day.
So instantly, the first thing that happened in Drangleic Castle was that I got the last chunk I needed to max out my weapon. So I immediately went back to Majula, so I don't have to bother anymore. Sorry, Emerald, just a moment. So yeah, I got my rapier +10, and was able to get one more level from the few enemies I killed in the consumable I had. Which I'm amazed I can still level at a reasonable pace after all that farming. So from this, I probably won't come back to Majula. So goodbye, little hub.
Your soul is still frail and pallid.
What the fuck? There wasn't much to discuss in Drangleic. It was straightforward. Double Dragon Rider went about as you'd expect. I got Gar's Ring of Protection and put it on because I need some warmth in my life. Okay, I don't need that much warmth. Looking Glass Knight went fast. So fast I didn't get to summon any help. Or at least I thought he didn't. Suddenly there was Horseman statues behind me for some reason. Okay, now we're in Shrine of Amana. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling too, my man. The first segment of it, up until the bonfire, wasn't that bad. But after that, I got invited by Forlorn, instantly giving me a headache. Although thankfully he was dumb as hell. My waifu died during this segment too. F. By the way, I'm going to try to go through here deathless and without resting in order to be able to backtrack later on. So I am spamming life gems and stuff. And I know that's easier said than done, especially in frigging Shrine of Amana. But this area is manageable if you're really careful and take it one step at a time. This bug broke my armor, so I did change out from here. I don't have any means to repair stuff until Majula, so... By the way, if you're wondering how I'm getting by without breaking my rapier, I am switching out between some lower upgrade rapiers for normal enemies and switching them out when they're about to break. And mostly keeping the plus 10 for bosses and major enemies. I did manage to get to Seaman of Dawn without dying. I had a small clutch moment fighting it, but I did get by. At the crypts, I expected to get jump scared by the bonfire, but I didn't. I guess all the only comes up if you have killed the old souls. When I reached Agdane, with my current oversaturation of souls, I was able to buy all the Elizabeth mushrooms he had in stock. So I guess I'm just immortal now. I almost instantly died to these statue ghost mofos, but I somehow managed to stay alive. And then it almost happened again. These enemies are just ass, aren't they? I found the bracing ring +3 here, and that's actually perfect for now. It slows weapon degradation, though it would have been a lot more useful earlier in this stretch. Somehow I got both of the dual great shields from drops earlier, and the other now. GG or and Peeve, I guess. After that nightmare that was worse than Shrine of Amana somehow, I got the lever, and can at least be a little more relaxed. Finally, I reached Felstad. I popped a single lizard mushroom right before the fight. If you didn't know, it keeps regenerating despite your HP being topped off, so it's good padding. Though it looks like it might have worn off by the time I finished watching the cutscene. Thanks, game. The fight went great regardless. Now I finally have the King's Ring, and guess what? I didn't die at all during this whole stretch. Woo! That means I can leisurely walk all the way back to Dranglade Castle. Enjoy the stroll. Oh, I missed an enemy. Anyway, I throated this guy just cuz. And then accidentally fell all the way down the elevator because I laid my controller on my lap while typing notes. And because I hadn't gotten a chance to rest at a bonfire yet, guess where I spawned? Yay. Anyway, I'm back. Okay, running back wasn't as bad as trying to run through normally, but I still wasn't happy about it. Anyway, let's grab a bonfire before going up the elevator for my souls again. I pretty much immediately ran back to the King's Gate bonfire. Now I did check the King's Ring Throne's door to recall what is and isn't there. I'm pretty sure you can't beat the game yet until a little further in, but I did want to verify, as I wouldn't mind ending it early if I can. I did find the Throne Watcher and Defender, which I imagine you can kill, but Nashandra wouldn't show up yet, which I'm okay with. I haven't fought these guys this early yet, so I went for it. I did die once, then one more time, and on the third attempt I was doing very well, but then I realized my +3 rapier was breaking, which made me realize, oh, I wasn't using my actual weapon. After I switched, of course I rolled him instantly. As expected, Nashandra didn't spawn, but at least I only need to deal with her when I come back here. So for now, we're leaving the castle. I repaired my clothes that broke earlier, some extra levels, restocked on life gems, and then made my way back. From here we're going to the dragon area to get the Ashen Mist Heart. This time we're taking the middle road in this forking path. Once I got to the King's Ring door, I had a thought. If I cross and rest or die ahead, does that mean I'm stuck here? Or can I open the door from the other side? So before going forward, I decided to be safe and check on the other character. And thankfully for me, you can open it from the other side. I noticed that the door eventually closes by itself too, so I wouldn't even be able to try and stay deathless or whatever, if I needed to do that, if the door doesn't open from that side. But I'm gonna try to do it anyway. Inside I'll just keep another weird contraption that made me nervous, this dragon snot lever. You know the drill, checking on the other character, it was fine. I just went straight through the area into the Guardian Dragon. I'm not faffing around anymore. As you'd expect, it flew around outside my range for the most of the fight, but it wasn't that hairy at least. Mostly took damage from him landing on me. In Dragon Area, Emerald Herald gave me the feather, which I'm not even allowed to use. I would drop it if I could. Speaking of which, I've been dropping homeward bones as I go, just on the floor, and funnily enough, they've stayed in the world even once I've left that area, which is interesting. They don't despawn of their own. I took the bridges instead of the zip road that lands you at the shrine, just because I wasn't sure if I should trust that yet. I'll verify later if it's safe, though the bridge crossing does require one branch apparently, which I happen to have one thankfully. Also, don't drop on that rock right there, it's a trap. I made it through the bridges and landmarks without making any unnecessary drop downs, just walking, and it seemed fine. Plus there does seem to be a rope back to the beginning too, so it should be safe. I'll use it on the way back. Since I'm not insane yet, I didn't do any funny business and just fought the big armored guys, so I won't get destroyed by the Dragon Knights. This will help with the backtrack as well. The only really hairy fight was the last one with the dual wielding Dragon Knight, because I know his damage can stack up really fast, but I took it slow. Then I talked to the Ancient Dragon, I let him be, and made my way back. Enjoy another walking montage. Okay, now we need to get to the Forest of the Fallen Trees again to kill the Giant Lord, which is a quick process. We're almost halfway there just getting to Majula again. There wasn't much to do here, just spend my souls. The specific giant cherry we have to go to is behind this king's door. Now, I'll allow this memory thing even though it's a formal warping, because the idea is that you're entering the memory of this giant psychically, rather than physically going somewhere. Not to mention it kicks you out on its own, you don't have to warp anywhere. I was more in danger from the random fireballs clipping me rather than the boss itself. The boss was just fine. And yeah, that's it. We're done already. We've got everything we need to hit the credits now. Which means that as long as there's no issues on the way to Dragon Lake Castle, we're safe for the rest of the run. So I spend the rest of the souls I got, including the consumable souls I collected now, pump them into endurance, and just ride my way through the woods again, to Dragon Lake Castle. Oh my gosh, she took off her hood! A reminder that we already killed the throne defenders earlier, so all we got on our way is Nashandra now. Aldi hasn't even showed up for us in this game. The fight with Nashandra went as expected, though I did get cursed once, so we'll be looking ugly for the cutscene. Appropriately. So yeah, hopefully to the surprise of anyone who came in thinking of the obvious choke points, like the gutter and stuff, you can beat Dark Souls 2, at least the Scholar version, without fast traveling. It just requires you to end up farming 1 million souls. And if you're in a similar situation as I was, you need to farm almost half of the souls. You can't get many more souls anywhere near this naturally, with so much of the game locked behind a one-way path.
Now here's a treat for y'all. So most of the game's DLCs are kinda straightforward. They're usually a straight line from start to finish, sometimes with branching to optional bosses. I'm thinking Erdtree the Abyss, Old Hunters, Ring City, that kind of thing. The most noteworthy exception, however, are Dark Souls 2's DLCs, which are actually pretty intricate in terms of maps, and could actually be more interesting than just going through the DLCs in a straight line without warping to the hub or whatever, which is what most of the others would be. So I figured I could explore these a bit. I won't give a full breakdown for my sanity, but here's how it went. So I'm actually going to do something unusual and start with the Ivory King DLC, and that's for two reasons. Firstly, I already had collected the DLC key while going through my base game no fast travel run. It was in this chest, and to access the gateway to it, I only have to backtrack to Shrine of Winters, which I will do on foot. This being the second reason. Due to its location and the fact that you can warp back out of the DLC with this fountain, this DLC is actually the only one in this game and possibly in any of the games, where you can theoretically do alongside the base game and still hit the base game credits due to being able to leave, which is certainly something I gotta give credit to Dark Souls 2 for, even if it's not planned out for a run like this or whatever. And it's certainly not something I can say for the rest of the DLCs. We'll get to that soon though. Frozen Illum Lois is actually pretty intricately designed. There's plenty of shortcuts and ways to loop around scattered throughout the level. And that's not even to mention the way they allow for the second traversal with essentially new eyes when the ice clears. In terms of one-way drop-downs, there are a few here and there, such as this one right here right before the bonfire. But if we proceed further for a while longer, and after one more drop, we find the Eye of the Priestess, which lets us see Ava, the first boss, and shortly after we get looped back and plopped right in front of that boss. After killing them, we meet that one lady who breaks the ice, and then we are reminded that unfortunately, there's a drop down to the Burnt Ivory King. Mind you, from a presentation standpoint, I wouldn't have this entrance go any other way. It's one of the best parts of Dark Souls 2. But nonetheless, it does block off our way to backtrack if we were to do the boss. I was still curious if the rest of the level connects well, so I had to go ahead and re-explore the newly unlocked areas and recruited the Lois Knights. Right before the first night, we have this snowball shortcut, so we're pretty safely able to gather the first one. Before the next one, I did collect the key for this place, but looking at this coffin and knowing it slides us out of the current map, it most certainly is not available to us. Unfortunate. I'm sure there's some good content down there. The next night comes a short while after which we are popped down right below with a place where we find the Eye of the Priestess, which conveniently also is the pathway to the last night. This pathway is previously blocked off by ice, and now we can just cross by and get the last one. Right behind him, there's a stairway that leads right back out to this door after Ava, putting us perfectly at Ivory King again. So yeah, I suppose we can get all the knights and basically do a vast majority of the Ivory King DLC content, but we cannot do the Ivory King himself, so we won't. What the hell, let's just do it. You're welcome. So yeah, due to us having 4 knights total, we can black off all the portals, and then we can engage the Ivory King himself, and then we can defeat him. Then a portal light appears in the original drop-down spot to the boss arena. There's similar light portals in Elden Ring that I didn't tend to allow, since there are just one-way gates to get back to the entrance, and in dungeons are pretty much entirely optional. So I similarly probably wouldn't allow these even if we were doing it in a full run. But oh well, we collected all the knights, and I do like Ivory King a lot, even though he annoyed the hell out of me this time. I suppose theoretically can also skip the entirety of the DLC and just do Ava, I'll be invisible, which if you want to do, then go for it, I guess. I guess we're doing it in reverse order at this rate. Let's do Iron King next. Now, as I alluded to earlier, the steps we need to take are already a bad sign, because we first need a key that allows us to get the key for the actual DLC, and that first key is found in the Iron Keep, meaning we will have to make an exception when we reach that in order to backtrack. The neat thing though is that at least part of the traversal is where I already farmed for enemies early in the run, so there's less of them here. They're just despawned. My nemesis drop down. I pretty much ran through everything and went straight to Covetous Demon, which gave him a +10 rapier. I beat like I said, I beat it, then made my way up to Earthen Keep with some NPC help so I don't get overwhelmed, then killed Mitha. As soon as I got to the Iron Keep, the key I need is under this Ox fire thing, so I grabbed it, despite me dying, and then now on my way back we go. Yay. I backtracked all the way to this ledge, and from there I did have to warp, so I just picked the closest bonfire to this one, and kept on going. So yeah, as far as even getting the key to enter the DLC, this already isn't doable with that fast travel. Or at least that would be the case in the Scholar version, as one difference I am sure of is that in the original release of the game, when you buy the DLCs, it just gives you the DLC keys needed and puts them in your inventory, instead of having to find them in the world. It's definitely more organic having to collect them, but I sure as hell would love that option about now. Because after using this key to actually get the DLC key, I now have to get to the gateway for the Iron King DLC, which is in the Iron Keep. Yay. This time I have to do the level, so I decided to forgo Smelter Demon, since it's not necessary. And then I did have to kill the old Iron King, as the gateway is behind his fog gate and past the Primordial Bonfire. Spoiler alert, doing all this leading up to the gateway took the same amount of time it actually took for beating the DLC, which is about an hour. Anyway, we're finally in Broom Tower.
Right away, this is a bit concerning in terms of backwards traversal. As you probably know, this is a very vertical level, and you immediately have to make some drop downs, with seemingly no way back up. However, there are also the elevator elements to it, so it's possible that you may be able to backtrack all the way through. It turns out those questionable drop downs are only in the beginning, as going all the way to the main operation floor was fine, and had ladders littered all around, despite the verticality. From here, the main goal to proceed is getting the Scorching Iron Scepter. So I went over to that tower next, and there wasn't anything noteworthy. You can just grab it, and then backtrack to place the scepter in the main tower, with some really nice shortcuts along the way. Now that the elevators are on, it is a very short way until we make our way to the main boss of the DLC. But apparently, right at the end, there actually is some drop downs without a way to get back up, it seems. Which certainly doesn't bode well, but I'll worry about that after Fume Night. Thankfully, compared to the Ivory King, I did manage to first try this, so at the very least, when localized to this DLC alone, you can complete the main objective of getting the crown in the back here without fast travel. And I say that because, as suspected, there seems to be no way to get back up on foot. It's only disappointing because this level was very interconnected, and it just makes it impossible to go back up now, where I'm sure they could have figured something out. Oh well. I will warp back to the main bonfire in order to do the secondary main boss, the no doubt you want to see. Smelter Demon. Okay, no, I'm skipping that one. At first glance, it seems that you wouldn't be able to get back out due to a drop down, but I checked a playthrough video and the game does loop you back out fine. But you know what? I don't care. I do not want to do Smelter Demon. It is funny though that you have more consideration for looping back for this one than Fume Night though. But I guess it's similar to DS1, where they just capped off an encounter with a dead end like this. Anyway, for Sir alone, there was no issues on the way. I just went in, took my time killing the enemies within the memory, then fought the samurai. I was actually killing it, and about halfway through I was like, wait, am I gonna get the unique animation? But I did get clipped by some bullshit parts way through. I didn't end up needing to heal at all by the end, and maybe I could have retried it to get the thing, but I just finished it off that first try. So yeah, now let's see if we could lead the DLC on foot. So I made my way back up, and then this place we had to make those drop downs. There was this lever that lets you go back up and drop here in the stairway. So thankfully you can actually leave via the gateway. Now, no, I can't do it. Yeah. Okay, finally it's time for the first DLC, and it requires us to get a key in the Black Gulch, to get a key for the door in the Gutter Hole, to enter the Sunken King DLC and Black Gulch behind the Rotten. Okay, we're finally in the Sanctum City, which is certainly the most interesting and intimidating for the insane vertical elements and moving parts. Despite being the first DLC, it's almost certainly the most complex, and definitely the one I'm least familiar with. But at the same time, the main goal is pretty straightforward when you know what to do. It does take some traversal to be able to reach the side of the pyramid here, but there wasn't anything that wasn't backtrackable as far as I could see, so far. As long as they have a bow. That's definitely the main caveat, which the game almost wants to make sure you do, by giving you one for free. From there it was also straightforward. There were some drop downs, but there was always ways to get back up. So eventually I got the Dragonstone, then made my way down to this dragon thingy waterbed, placed the Dragonstone, reaching the bridge to the main segment of the pyramid. And to my surprise, I'd forgotten that there's an elevator here that takes you straight there, along with a further elevator that takes you back to the first bonfire, and thus back to the gateway if you wish, which is pretty neat for sure. Otherwise I thought we had to backtrack, which would have been interesting if possible too, but I'll take it. Unfortunately, however, this doesn't last very long, as arriving at Dragon's Rest leads to drop downs that immediately don't seem like you have a way to get back up, but we'll deal with that soon. Dropping all the way down to Alana, who summons Velstad twice apparently. I'd actually probably take this over the pegs or something. My rapier is probably ill-suited for that. Then of course we got Sin right after, which after defeating drops the last crown from the DLCs. So we are indeed done. But when backtracking, yep. Makes it clear there's no way to make it out of here, unfortunately. I would certainly just warp out of here to see how leaving would work, but I didn't really find any bonfires beside the initial one, so there's not much point. I also never found the path to the gang squad, and I don't remember how to get there, but to be honest, I don't care.
Alright, Dark Souls 2, and as you saw, we did have surprise content back here, which was, you know, they were in order. I don't know if you noticed that. That was a small little hint for the early things, but Dark Souls 2 in itself, though, absolute cinema. I can't even complain. It's the first game we actually could fully beat an unlikely contender. You know, despite it being fucking annoying. Spoilers, I guess. So I can't say much about it. You can beat it. And these two, where you would expect you might be able to, you can't. So there's that. Now, for these the DLCs, the Crown DLCs, I will take it in terms of individually. Like once you enter it, can you get the actual crown without fast traveling? Okay, so I'm gonna admit that I was doing a little bit of a dumb earlier, and I said that you can't beat this one with the critiques of being able to fast travel, and get the crown. But then I thought about it. No, you can't. You can't just drop down there. You just end there. You can't come back, which is the same for these two. So they'd all either be this or all this. So I guess it would be this. So apologies on that. I'm a little bit dumb. I'm just gonna insert this back there. You'll probably see this one in here or something, but do know that I'm just being stupid, apparently. It's just a matter of they can backtrack out of there to do more of the DLC, but I guess at least for this one you can do most of it, you know. And then Dark Souls 2 DLC 2 was, you can, but you would also be stuck there for what it's worth, and you can't even do Sir Along, which is kind of a bummer, which I actually think I prefer personally Human Knight, but you know, to each their own, I suppose. But there's that. And then Sunken King is in a similar spot where just right at the end you get screwed over, but I guess technically you can, and you can beat Sin pretty much right away. There's the only two bosses that are kind of major are back to back, which is, I mean, it's an interesting idea, I suppose. There's that, I guess. Now, in terms of how they are compared to the normal experience, well, in terms of like whether like that wasn't hard. It was just really fucking annoying to have to farm all that stuff. Like I said, it took me like 6 hours, which I will admit, and I will point out that some commenters in the original video pointed out I could have killed that one merchant. I think the Soldora guy, he has a Soldora garbs, which could have speeded up the process. That was true. I did not think about it at the time. I completely forgot about that. Some people recommended the Covenant of Champions too. That could be an option, but there's two reasons I didn't do that. Firstly, you don't get more souls out of that. So enemies don't drop more souls like you would in like pure Black Tendency and Demon Souls or something. It just makes them harder and tankier, and it doesn't make them respawn. But I guess that's the other reasons that you know, I could at least vary up the enemies throughout the runs. So for those two reasons, I think it would have theoretically be faster the way I did it, or less annoying in some way, and less mind-numbing, unless I, you know, farm the Shade of Woods area for like 5 hours instead of a variety of stuff. So, you know, but no, it does not give you more souls. That's definitely a thing I saw, but I did correct that here and there, and mention that you don't get more souls out of the Covenant of Champions, even though it doesn't respawn them, which maybe could be technically faster. I do think that tankier enemies and lower damage you do generally would probably slow me down, if probably equally or so, or as much or so. So now compared to that, I suppose that the Ivory King is not that different when I thought about it. Like, you obviously don't have the convenience of warping back, but the game loops itself so well that it doesn't really matter that much. You can just kind of take that instead. It's not that much different from the experience. Similarly for Iron King, I guess I'll just put these up here. The Iron King is very similar to, I guess, say for like that one warp you have to do, but I guess he would do it anyway. But with that in mind, it's the same thing. And then I think pretty much the same for this one. Like I said, those are definitely compacted and have enough interconnectivity that they're actually not that bad to just do like this. So I guess with that in mind, would I recommend you do so, even for the DLCs? Well, what can I say? Listen, I try not to bring this up during the actual video, and I'm bringing it up now. I personally am definitely a Dark Souls 2 hater. Okay, not really. I don't care if you like it, for instance, but I'm not too down for it. It's like a C tier game for me personally. It's still not like a bad game, but I don't. It's not one I enjoy playing a ton. Especially with that in mind, I definitely would prefer to at least do the Lord guys instead of farming. So it was definitely painful. I think even if you do like the game, it might just be a curious thing at best. Like, I'm sure everyone's been curious. Oh, let me this playthrough, like, farm for the souls instead of doing other things. It's not worth it. I still would say it's not worth it. If it happens naturally somehow, good for you. But I wouldn't recommend going out of the way to do it, in a sense, I suppose. Now, I think these all three are just recommend, but I mean, it's like I said, it's kind of the same thing, right? So it's not really a big deal whether you do it or not. You just kind of play like that as it is, so it's not really that much of a difference. So because there's that to it. Good old Dark Souls 3. So Dark Souls 3 is a little notorious compared to the last games, even Dark Souls 2, and to some degree even Bloodborne, even though it's similar in the sense that it is a vastly linear game compared to especially the first couple of games in the series. But in that same breath, it does have that mentality that they went into the design of the game of, like, if you can see it, you can go there. So it still has its own little, I guess, appeal for this kind of run, even though it is very different than we approach a lot of the previous games. Same thing as the last one. There's snow bonfires and homeward bones and dark sides allowed for this one. We just have to walk everywhere pretty much, at the risk of sounding repetitive, because yeah, I mean, this is the third Dark Souls game. They're still named the same thing. But after this one, I guess we'll start changing the terminology at the very least. Either way though, I think this is a very interesting one, and for context, this is my most viewed video in the series, so there's a reason for that, I take it. Bloodborne might give it a run for its money, but we'll see. We'll see when it gets there. Already heading into the first boss, I bled Gundry with a bandit knife and got himself to nearly half before his health bar even showed up. I parried him once, failing initially, for the rest of that half. Then he transformed. From there, I was just a little careful with Quickstep, and I got him. After that, I did loot the segment before Firelink Shrine, including the Uchigatana nerd. I absolutely destroyed him with with my parry skills. Now that we're in Firelink, I immediately went to the side here to do this little tree jump skip for the extra Estus shard, which took me a little while. I'm a bit rusty, but not that long. Definitely missing the Elden Ring jump though. Also got the coveted silver serpent ring here, which I've forgotten was here. I leveled up a bit to be able to wield the Uchi, then place the cold sword in the center, and God fucking damn it. Well, run over. Have a good one. Okay, no, obviously I still made a video out of this that wasn't just 3 minutes long. So I'm going to allow this orb to the overworld to actually play the game, but I am not going to allow myself to travel back to Firelink Shrine, which means I have a couple of added restrictions now. Firstly, leveling. We will not be able to level any further, meaning I'll have to stick to whatever level I leave here with. Secondly, we will not have access to Andre, meaning we can't upgrade weapons or upgrade our Estus flasks, including the undead bone shards, which will surely be very fun. Thirdly, we will not have access to the shop lady and any ashes we find in the world that expands our inventory, so we'll be very limited on items that we can get without farming. And I guess lastly, we'll be locked out of any worthwhile NPC interactions back here in the shrine. That's all I can think of for now. Maybe I'll realize a few more drawbacks later on as we go through the run. Oh, I should mention, I am writing the script as I go, so I'm essentially going in just as blind as you are. So, what's the plan here? I can't level or upgrade weapons, so am I just going to do a low level run here? Well, not exactly. Firstly, on the weapon side of things, this is why I picked the Thief as the starter class, to have a good weapon for bleed buildup. And that's what's going to be the name of the game for this run, status effects. Since I won't be able to upgrade a weapon further, status elements like bleed, frost, and poison will be a lifesaver for not grinding some of the endgame bosses for like 30 minutes in one run. Since I already have a bandit knife for the best bleed buildup, I turned my Uchi into Fire Uchigatana with a fire gem I chose as a starter gift. It'll be a good team up with Frost later on, but maybe we'll fight bosses that are also weak to fire. We shall see. I'll talk about the other status effect weapons as I come across them. Secondly, for the Estus flasks, I guess I'm just kind of fucked for those. I'll only have access to some passively regenerating items or other healing methods I find in the game, which will be limited. I will turn my Ashen Flask into Estus to have the most of those, along with the one shard I got above Firelink. And lastly, and most importantly, levels. Well, nothing is stopping me from farming enemies here in the Cemetery of Ashes for souls, at least in theory. I did go into the run expecting to farm. I was going to try to get 27 Vigor at least, but look at how many souls these enemies drop. And look at how many souls it takes to level up next. I think I'll make do with 16 Vigor, honestly. My Flask aren't going to heal that much anyway. To be absolutely clear though, we already have a definitive answer. You cannot beat Dark Souls 3 without at least this fast travel, from Firelink Shrine to the High Wall of Lothric. We're going to proceed to see what else is off limits with that fast travel, but we will not be returning to Firelink Shrine to level or anything of the sort. Alright, on our way to High Wall. And I die like 2 minutes in. Good start. And then my second death was a dumb fall damage death. Coming here later shows this wasn't supposed to be a deadly fall, but I guess I didn't properly land on that platform. So off to a great start. After that, I hit the second bonfire here. I am exploring the areas to get loot, so I did go into some of the side areas and stuff before hitting the major area shortcut from the first bonfire. I did end up resting at that bonfire while I'm here, at least after this dog almost ended me, since I can't fast travel directly from the second bonfire if I end up dying to Fort, meaning I'll just have to run forward or backward to that bonfire, with the enemies respawn. After that, I did go straight to Fort just so I can spawn his bonfire, and only after that cleared the rest of the enemies and loot of the High Wall. I did pull out the Fire Uchi for Vort. I don't know if he's specifically weak to fire, but it bleeds anyway, so probably the better option. Phase 1 went pretty good. I mostly used the weapon art for big damage. But then Phase 2 was hairier than I expected it to be. I guess I'm mostly used to using gold pine resin like in speedruns. Maybe that would have been an even better option, but I managed anyway. From there, I did clear out the enemies prior and talk to the old lady for the banner. I know what you're thinking. No. And then I made my way to the ended settlement. Due to these gargoyles, I actually don't have a way to return to the High Wall, which is another big reason why I explored fairly thoroughly. But just know that if you do a run like this for yourself. Though I will say, this is definitely one of the downfalls from Dark Souls 1. Since in that game, you can take these same gargoyles on the way back from Anerlondo to Sen's Fortress 2, whereas this game just expects you to warp back. It's not a major issue, and only affects us for this run. But consider that at this point in Dark Souls 1, we wouldn't have the Lord Vessel in order to warp, where in Dark Souls 3, it basically permits developers to only really design areas in one direction, so to speak. I did talk to Yol here just cuz, but I don't know that I'll be seeing him at all. I did grab the small leather shield here. It's very little defense, but I do want to have it for a parry option. I was using the Uchigatana hold stance parry, but I don't always want to have that equipped, so I can fast roll. I definitely take advantage of fire bombs as much as possible in this game, though there wasn't many examples up until now. Just kidding, I'm never fast rolling again. I got absolutely mogged by Henrik here. It was so fucking annoying. Now, I would totally love to do Curse Rider Greatwood, but do you remember something that happens during the fight? Yeah. If you don't know, if you're new to this series, any severe dropdowns should be taken with extreme caution, meaning you should think through or verify if there's a way to loop back up to where you were before. And in this case, there wasn't. It just spawns a bonfire down here and expects you to warp. So Curse Rider Greatwood is out of the picture for a run like this. I didn't explore every single nook and cranny of the undead settlement, but I was already out of health and flask by the time I was going to leave, having me use an ember. And then I immediately died to dogs. I ran past this Aerothone Knight just to get this bonfire, and then I did fight it. He killed me twice, as I was trying to run to safety, but I killed it on the third time. And if you had a guess earlier, yeah, the Aerothone Straight Sword is gonna be my frost weapon for the run. I already got the stats to wield it. I did grab the Grass Crest shield here, because my stamina consumption was hurting a bit. Then I got into a staring contest with this crab. I fought Crystal Sage. I died once, but then I was able to get a second try. As you can probably guess, I am going to go get the doll from Deacons, so I don't have to go through here again later on. With no fast travel available to us,
You obviously want to be efficient with your pathing through the world. From here, also try to play through this area without resting, but I don't have high hopes. The shield would help with that at least. By the way, you might have noticed my soul count. Although we won't be able to take advantage of it at all as far as I know. I will try my best to hold on to them for the whole run to see how many I end up getting. Hi Gil. Bye Gil. I guess it should be mentioned, DLCs are absolutely off limits. We have no way of returning after entering them. And they're pretty quick from a Grave Warden, as expected. Inside the cathedral, I got the Lloyd Sword Ring, which would definitely be a useful one, but it did make me wonder where the shield one is. And it turns out you get it from vendor ashes. That would have been really nice for this run. Maybe should have leveled Vigor more after all. Oh well. I was running low on flasks after fighting some cathedral knights, so I decided to Ember, forgetting that Kirk invades you here, and then killed me. So far I'm 2 out of 2 for terrible usage of Embers. I died one more time, just looting around and trying to kill this giant, but after that went straight to the boss. The first half of Deacons went fine, but I definitely did less damage than I expected in the second phase. So it was a bit of a struggle getting through without getting shredded. I ended up running out of flasks within reach of finishing the boss. So I took one more chance on Embers, and this time it paid off. So glad I finally had a right call on using my limited resources. I do like the level design of Cathedral of the Deep, and this is a big reason why. With the very natural and well-crafted shortcuts, allowing me to leave the cathedral pretty easily and seamlessly. I was able to get out pretty much immediately, despite being here for quite a while. Despite having to reset the enemies in Road of Sacrifices, I was able to easily run back to the Farron Woods area. Enjoy the view, because we definitely don't get to see this side of Road of Sacrifices very often. And once I got there, I got invaded by Hazel. I've officially been invaded the same amount of times in this game that I was in the whole of Dark Souls 2 by Forlorn. Not only that, but he only decided to show himself once I engaged the other 2 NPC enemies. I managed to kill one of them, but he also rejoined the other one at the worst time and killed me. Wonderful. Well, anyway, I got the bonfire done in Farron Woods now, so I went ahead and lit the 3 fires. Wasn't much I wanted here in the woods, so shortly after I went to get the bonfire nearest the Abyss Watchers. So let's do our first Lord Guy dudes. My first run was going fine, but I got fucking nuked off screen. I got the second phase, and I was going to Ember as I was out of flasks, but for some reason the Ember was grayed out, and I got killed before I could even do anything. And then guess what happened? Yep, very happy about that one. On my next real attempt, I had a sloppy phase 1, but I decided to pop an Ember anyway. And despite getting a bit punished, I didn't manage to clutch a win. My problem wasn't that I don't know the Abyss Watcher's moveset. It's simply the multiple enemies thing being a hindrance when I have low damage and lowish health, and not many flasks. There's not much to talk about in Karthus Catacombs, only that I got invaded before I died, so 4 invasions gone wrong my way. However, there's one thing here that we should discuss: Smoldering Lake. So as you know, you have to break this bridge on the way to Wolnir to get to the Smoldering Lake and the Demon Ruins. But as you probably also know, this bridge will be fixed if you reset the area, be it by dying or fast traveling. So that does beg the question: what happens if you do die while down in the lake or ruins? On the separate character I'm showing right now, I went ahead and tested to see what happens. If you were to rest at the bonfire down here, it looks like the bridge ladder stays there, meaning that you could at the very least explore here and rest without much trouble, assuming that traveling too far doesn't reset the bridge anyway. But what happens if you die? Well, yeah. So dying will reset the bridge, cutting off your only way back up to the catacombs of Karthus proper. Or so I thought. After the original video release, I was informed that you actually can break the bridge from below via 2 ways. You can hit the bridge from below with firebombs of any kind, or you can use a grab it with puncturing arrow from the sides of the ropes, both having the capability of knocking it down. My working theory is that this works because both of these have either splash damage, like in the case of the firebombs, or a piercing aspect like the arrows, that bypass the hitbox in the bottom or outside, and hit the inner hitbox of the bridge, which is the only part you can actually hit to break it. So it's actually safer to do these areas than originally thought. With that said though, you will have to make sure that you have either of these resources to be able to make it out, especially plenty if you'll need some practice. So theoretically you still can lock yourself out of the main game, but you do just need 1 success if you don't plan on coming back. So have fun with that information, I guess. So now to Warnier. I switched out to the Soul Sword Twin Blades, which I did pick up earlier, as I thought that would be the best DPS I could get at low level, with no upgrades. It did seem okay, at least during the first bracelet. The second did take a little longer, but I did break it. And then the piece of shit just instantly moved forward and destroyed me early on in the third bracelet. The second attempt, the bracelets took longer to break, and for the third one, he did end up summoning the skeletons, which made me a little concerned. But thankfully, that specific animation leaves the right hand vulnerable for a long time, so I was able to break the last bracelet before it became a problem. Over on Nerothil, I was originally going to kill the enemies in order to get through more safely, but my damage is starting to seriously lack, leading to pretty fast deaths on my part. So I just decided to run by, only dying once doing that, and then making it to the Church of Yorshka here. On the way to Distant Manor, I was a little more proactive in fighting, since it wasn't as bad. Once I made it there, I had a forking path ahead of me. I could go down the stairway to go to Yorm in the Nerothil dungeon, or I could continue going deeper into Erythil Dvari Valley to get to Pontiff, and eventually Aldrich in Anor Londo. If I pick Aldrich first, that only means I have to return from the church to Distant Manor, which isn't super far or intense, so I decided to go there first, as the Erythil dungeon is far more tricky and windy, so I have to do a very careful examination of the area for this run. This awful part with the dogs, which I tried to run through, went terribly, though it was mid-rolling, since one of the rings was heavier than I thought it would be. In the second run by, I got this elevator and shortcut, but I did have this dog follow me. I was eventually able to equip a weapon, but by then the dog had fallen on its own. After only a little pain, I was able to get the final shortcut to Pontiff, so I was ready for him. Now, maybe I should have expected this more than I really did, but this became my first skill wall, perhaps in the entire series that I've done so far, not just in this game. At least from the videos I've finished publishing. I say this not because I was gonna be endlessly stuck. I did well in even some early runs with parry and riposts, but genuinely, I don't think I've been stuck on a boss for these runs for more than a few attempts. But of course, if I only had to deal with Pontiff alone, the fight would have been over before I even started this sentence. But the Shadow Clone does complicate matters. I started off with the Rapier for riposts, and was gonna switch to Erythil Straightsword for frost damage, but it turned out the strategy was Bandit Knife for both riposts and damage. He didn't seem to frost, and the bleed does help a good amount. I ended up dying 22 times. Here was my successful run. I didn't end up using too many resources either, just a few embers, but I did burn through the green blossoms I had, which I'm okay with. I mostly used those since I couldn't have Grass Crest shield out, since I needed a better parry shield. Glad I got that done within a reasonable amount of time, but it does give Aldrich a bit of foreboding, since that fight has a few factors that make it a little more troublesome than just trying to dodge all the attacks. But either way, for now, let's go to Anor Londo. I pretty much just ran through. I just know I'm gonna have a headache ahead of me anyway. And that's because of this fucking thing, which I tried to kill for a little while to get the Aldrich Ruby, since that feels like it would be useful in exploration and some bosses, and it turned out to be super annoying, not being able to stagger it. But anyway, on to Aldrich. And it took longer than Pontiff. Funnily enough, taking the exact same number of attempts after I went back and counted them, being at 22 deaths. I guess that's my lucky number. But it took longer because every attempt took longer. And they were far more boring. Because of my low health, I mostly ended up waiting and waiting and waiting for an attack that I can actually punish safely. Usually the melee ones. And it was just a pain in the ass. At least Pontiff was fairly dynamic, even though there was some waiting there too. But I want to say 70% of the fight with Aldrich was waiting for him to stop spamming arrows and the little magic bullets, which are definitely his most common attacks. And the two I can't punish almost at all. I'm not even going to show my failed attempts. I'm just going to play my successful run as I talk here, and show you what I was doing. I ended up switching between Airthill and Bandit Knife to alternate status effects, but instead of having them on hand, I switched them in the menu when he teleported, because I want to have the rings I have now for damage and defense, but also still fast roll. I'm glad it's done. It was not fun. But I will say that the reward after the boss is pretty good for me. The Sun Princess ring for passive HP regen. It's a godsend with how little flask I have, especially with long encounters. Now, when I was routing this in my head, I originally was going to backtrack through the area after Pontiff, but when I was getting to Aldrich, I was reminded of this tower. So I took that, and it literally put me right at the Church of Yorshka, which is where I needed to be to get back to Distant Manor. So that's a pretty sick shortcut for this run, because any other time it would be completely useless. Props to Dark Souls 3 for that one, and I'm extra glad I did this before Yorm. Speaking of which, on our way to Earthla Dungeon. I was fully planning to explore a little bit, but I did get invaded by Alva in fashion for these runs. I did make sure to be careful with drop downs. As I said, that's the main thing that concerns us. I always need to make sure to have a way back if I drop down anywhere. And surprisingly, there wasn't many drop downs like that I noticed, at least on the mandatory path. This area right here I was worried about because there are drop downs, but there's even a ladder with a door that you can take, and there's a ladder after the giant too. And that's all, not to mention there's a shortcut back to the first area of the dungeon, so it wasn't as bad as I thought. Now, since I mentioned this shortcut, I should mention this, because we do have Archdragon Peak in view. And as you can probably guess, that area will be off limits in this run, unfortunately. As you have to teleport there via meditation, which I would allow, but you don't have a way back outside of bonfire travel. There's this drop down in Profane Capital, but next to it there's a ladder, so you can't climb back up right away. I wanted to rest, but fucking Altia was still in my world. So I was going to have to do Yorm with one flask, I guess. Christ. But I mean, yeah, there's this big ladder, and then it's a straight shot to the boss. So it looks like there's no one-way path in this area either. I waited to get full health in the interest of the fog, unequipped my weapons, and then I went in. After having those last two rough boss fights, it was nice having this fight, where outside of my health bar being short, it doesn't matter what my normal damage is. It's a lot more relaxed for me. And it went pretty smoothly. I didn't get hit. The only miss is that I literally missed my first attack, since I thought I was able to free aim the weapon art, but it kind of logged my direction. I was trying not to hit the head on the first hit, because I believe if you do, it immediately sends him to phase 2. And then after that, we get warped to the Dancer Arena. Now, for mandatory warps like this, that the game forces on you, which this one sort of is, I think you can bypass it by quitting out, but you're definitely supposed to take it. I generally allow that kind for these runs, so I wouldn't count it as a fast travel. And it's a handy one too, because if you recall, we can't return to the high wall from Undead Settlement. So this would be the only way back there without breaking the rules. I did quickly go to the Bort Bonfire to get my flask back. I don't think I could do Dancer with just one flask. For the love of God, don't raise banner here. If you do a run like mine, you'll be soft locked under my rule set. But yeah, on our way to Dancer, which while being a little difficult, I expect will be more reliable than Pontiff and Aldrich. And sure enough, I got her 4th try. I'm definitely more comfortable with her very smooth animations, and not many external chaotic factors, like Pontiff's clones or Aldrich's nonsense. I tried Earthill's sword briefly to see if she frosted, but somewhat predictably she does not. So I just stuck with Bandit Knife, which got a handful of bleeds off. Now onto Lothar Castle proper, let's get this out of the way. So Osiris in itself is fine to kill, there's nothing stopping you from coming back up to the castle. But beyond that, there is this drop down after Osiris to get the Champion Gundyr, which you cannot return from. So Untainted Graves is also beyond our run. I'm going to skip Osiris because I just don't want to bother with him, when I know I might still have some ass kicking ahead of me. let's just get to exploring the castle. From this point onward, I'm rarely gonna mess around with enemies. Some basic enemies are taking an eternity alone to kill, let alone the stronger ones that actually have the capability to one-shot me. It's useful to have lowering skulls, but I only had 5 when I started using them, so I'll try using them wisely. The dragon segment was a little hairy. I figured I could get through a little more safely than I actually did, so I ended up quitting out to not take more fire damage on the ground, which was the right call, as I was almost dead, and the ground damage would have certainly chipped me. I beelined to the lever that raises the gate door, then doubled back to activate the dragon leg pus of man thing to kill the dragons, using the lowering skulls here and there to be a little safer. And then I'll drop down, grab the elevator here, and now I have all the shortcuts unlocked here. I decided I'll be running the boss from the bonfire in Dance's room with this elevator, so here we are at Dragon Slayer armor, which went pretty smoothly, just a few attempts. I'll definitely fully credit the frost weakness. This mofo is weaker to frost than like any boss in Elden Ring is weak to bleed, which is saying a lot. He only took 2 or 3 hits to refrost once I hit him with fire, so it was definitely a good aid to have on hand, and made this fight go smoothly. I did end up popping an Ember, and even a Divine Blessing. Despite it not being as challenging, and I could just retry if I died, I had a good run, so why not? I might end up not using those otherwise. Finally, for the Grand Archives. Okay, we can end the run here. This is my real goal all along. I was not as concerned about the archives as I was the previous area, but I did have one more learning skull in case of emergencies. There wasn't much to comment on until I got the shortcut with the bookcase, and then killed the Crystal Sage after that, so it won't be a nuisance anymore. Shortly after that, I did end up dying, but thankfully it was after I already hit the shortcut, so no biggie. This gargoyle was also a piece of shit not long after, so that's fun. I ran past the Balataria trio of wannabes, got the shortcut, and even rested, as this is the one area here that I'm definitely concerned about coming up, where I may actually use my last luring skull. After getting hit once, leading me to need to heal, I did end up throwing that last skull, and I didn't manage to get the elevator here for Lothric Castle. Then I guess something followed me and fell into the elevator shaft, because I did drop an Ember in Titanite chunks. I don't even know what drops that. Look at my souls though. Nice. But yeah, finally we're at the last Sword of Cinder, Lothric. I'm pretty confident that I can get it done pretty fast. My second attempt got it to second phase, although I did burn through all my flasks, which is unfortunate. I used an Ember, it lasted a little while, but I did get got by this attack. So I guess I should stay away because the hitbox of that is a little bit awkward. I did end up grinding him for a little while longer than I thought I would. And look what happened in one of the runs. Well, I thought I could keep him to the very end, but guess not. Oh well, at least I don't have to worry about that anymore. Now, despite it taking more attempts than I thought it would, it took 13. Look at my successful run. Yep, that was a pretty goddamn clean run. I know I bragged a bit about being confident at this boss, but I didn't expect that. But yeah, now we have all the Lord of Cinder Ashes. So we do have to go back to Firelink Shrine to place these. Meaning that's 2 times we broke the rules in order to get the run going. This time to finish the run. Here's what I'll do as a sort of compromise. I won't travel to Firelink from this Lothric bonfire. I will travel all the way back to the first high wall bonfire to make this travel as organic as possible, treating as if Firelink was directly tied to that bonfire only. It doesn't mean we bypass the rules by any means. You still can't beat the game on that fast travel. But in order to see the end of the game and wrap this specific challenge with a bow, I'll be doing this. Despite it not being that far, honestly. But I'll put some respect on these shortcuts for making this trip pretty seamless, despite likely being unattended to be used like I am now. It was funny fighting these dogs from the very beginning of the game, because technically, I'm literally still at the same level I was when I first killed them. The only difference is I have more powerful rings now. But yeah, we're in Firelink Shrine now, which means we're set to beat the game. But that's not the only thing that means... Despite me losing the entirety of my souls from the run, like literally, since I died during Lothric and lost them there, I certainly could have gotten many more levels. But funnily enough, I did get almost the exact amount of souls I lost at Lothric solely by popping the consumable souls. I will say, this was an incredibly satisfying feeling, being able to pump the stats after the endurance it took to get to this point. Just so you know, I did the math, the amount of souls I lost up until this point before popping these was above 550,000. So that was my beat. But yeah, now that we're kitted out, let's place these lords in their thrones and make our way to Soul of Cinder for a pretty normal fight. Since both of these warps here are sort of mandatory for progression and just tunnels you to the end of the game, I will allow them. Not that it matters, of course. We already broke the rules twice. But yeah, here we are. Last boss of Dark Souls 3. All right, so Dark Souls 3. Well, unfortunately, despite being a very satisfying ending, we can't actually do it because of those 2 warps you did. Even if you were to count the first one, the one back is kind of and I did get some comments in the video that were saying like, "Oh, you could have ended the run like after Lothric in the Undead Graves or something." So, you know, that's another cool way to do it, but either way, I wasn't gonna count it regardless. Still not true to the spirit of the run, even if it's a cool lore gimmick to do that instead. But I guess if you want to do something like that, go for it. So this one goes in the really tough. In some ways, I think it probably is harder than a soul level 1. I think I mentioned during the video, because you don't get things like the Lloyd Shield Talisman or Ring. I'm thinking of Elden Ring. So it does have its own little quirks that are a little rough, admittedly, but it's still not the worst thing I've ever done. I'll leave it at that. And for recommending, I would say conditionally yes. Because Dark Souls 3 is a fairly beloved challenge run game, this could be an interesting challenge run for you. Like, you don't have to consider it a fucking no fast travel or whatever. You can just, like, you know, do a no Firelink run or something. Run or whatever. And it would be similar to a soul level 1, but it has its own quirks, like I said. You don't get to use the Lloyd Shield Ring, and you have to kind of use affinity and stuff. You don't get to upgrade your weapon, so your damage is pretty low too. You have to rely by the end pretty much entirely on bleed, so there's that aspect of it too. So if that interests you, if challenge runs interests you, I think it is actually an interesting run to do, so maybe give it a try. Alright, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. This game is a little scary in its own right because of the verticality of it. Given the fact that you have jumping and grappling and stuff, they allowed you to get more vertical with the design of the game. That is a little scary because by now you should have seen that drop downs are our main enemy. But in this case, you have ways to jump and like grapple upwards more. So it could give more hope in terms of being able to do this run. But at the same time, it is a little scary, especially if you don't know the game in and out. And there's a lot more story focused flags and stuff compared to a lot of previous games. So it has its own little challenges that are pretty unique to it. And I mean, I guess it's among the most unique in the series period, so I guess that makes sense. The main method of warping in this game are the Sculptor's Idols. Those are the bonfire equivalents, so traveling from those to other ones wouldn't be allowed. And in the same vein, the Homeward Idols are this game's Homeward Bones. So the only difference between the Homeward Idols is that they take you straight to the Dilapidated Temple as well. That's an option among them, so obviously that won't be allowed. Even though I guess Homeward Bones also did that in Dark Souls 3, but you know. Either way, it doesn't matter. You can't use those for those purposes. So, enjoy Shadows Die Twice. I'm going to skip over the tutorial. It's just a linear, mostly scripted segment where you can't even travel yet. And sort of unfortunately, it is still a little while before we get out of the linear tunnel, as until we reach Ashina Castle, we'll be in a single file line. But there's a few things we can talk about at least. I did collect this bell from this old lady, but I won't be doing anything with it yet. I killed the mini bosses along the way to get the prayer beads, and found some gourd seeds, and then I went ahead and backtracked once I got 2 seeds, before having to take this plunge, because from there it won't be as convenient to come back to the Dilapidated Temple, as far as I recall. Then I went to the little cave where you find the headless, to investigate that segment. I got a little scared because you take these jumps, and then there's no immediate way back from where you came. But there is this path right here, a little further in, before you even encounter the headless. I was gonna fight it, as killing it now would be most convenient, but you know what? It's not necessary. Maybe later. I also got unseen aid when I died, so I'll take that as a sign. I went through the Great Serpent segment. I tricked it into thinking I was proposing, and then I went psych! After that I looked a little bit deeper into this segment, now that the serpent is gone. And it does seem like there's a point where the game blocks you from being able to backtrack. I'm not 100% sure, and maybe there is a way back there, but to me it appears that this is a place of no return after you go to the Great Serpent. At least for now. So if you're doing this too, make sure to finish whatever you want to do before going down here. Mood, my guy. I killed Gyobu, and so got my first memory attack upgrade, and shortly after my first prayer necklace as well, after getting this bead in this roof, which upgrades our HP and posture. Now about here is where I realized I didn't grab the Shinobi text in order to get Mikiri counter. So guess I just gotta do normal thrust parries for a little bit. Oops.
For the Blazing Bowl, I use an Akko Sugar, which speeds up the fight immensely, so I kill him pretty quickly. After resting in this idol, the door going back to the bowl area and onwards shuts behind you. And as far as I know, there's no way to backtrack further from here. So again, hope you got everything you needed there, including doing the Tengu's request, as that's something you have to do to progress later. And then it'll be a bit before you can access the dilapidated temple again. So we're probably not even 3 minutes into the video, if I had to guess, and I already fucked up. I was exploring the surroundings of Ashina Castle. I was intending to go straight to Genichiro, but I ended up dropping down to his backyard area, where there's this water and stuff. And apparently it didn't have a way to go back to the main region of the castle without this door being open, which opens from the other side. Unfortunate, because I think I know where this door is open from, but I can't reach it now. So I just went ahead and looked around the area I am now. And it just kept getting worse. I started going to this drop down that I'm pretty sure leads to the gun fort, which I can't access yet because I don't have the gun fort key yet. And there didn't seem to be any way to backtrack, so as I was panicking a little bit, I ended up dying, and sort of conveniently for me, I triggered the dragon rod thing, sending me back to the dilapidated temple. Now, if you're questioning whether I will allow this or not, I will allow it, since it's sort of a scripted warp that only happens when you die a handful of times. I read that it happens on the 4th full death, and it's only a one-way warp that can't be triggered ever again, so I wouldn't count it as fast travel. In most cases it'd be an inconvenience, but in this one it did sort of save me. Though that also means I no longer have this means of getting out of another trap situation. So maybe this is worse for me in the long run. We'll see eventually, I suppose. This makes it a good time to mention though, that I'm writing the script as I do this run, so I'm essentially going in just as blind as you are. I did check the chance to get the Shinobi text, gave 2 more gourd seeds to Emma, and then made my way back to Oh. Okay, so I can't make my way back to the castle through here anymore. There actually is a skip you can do that just requires a bit of platforming. But here's the thing. After this point, I started doing research into the map layout a bit more, in order to understand how the run will go. I originally was going to just wing it, with the very limited memory I had of the map. But as you saw, that already fucked me up a couple times, so I figured I should actually plan this out. Then after I did some discoveries, and having a better idea what I'm getting myself into, here's what I decided to do. I'm going to start a new file, and quickly catch up to the Shina Castle. I now have a planned route for this run, and my only new requirement for now is that I should not die enough to trigger Dragon Rot until after I defeat Genichiro for the first time, at the very least. I'm going to try to hold on to it as long as possible, but that's the bare minimum requirement for the time being. You'll see why. So let's do this. I quickly made my way back to where I was before. The only major difference is that I did get Makira counter as soon as possible, along with a few gourd upgrades I got prior, then beat the bowl, and essentially caught up to where I was. In order to get a second prayer necklace before Genichiro, I did kill a few of the other mini bosses around the area, where I actually sustained my first death in this save file, to this general guy, who for some reason has been giving me a lot of trouble this playthrough. I don't remember him messing with me that bad before. So yeah, we're down to 1 death out of 4, meaning we have less petting now. I did get the general after this though. From here I made my way to Ashina Castle proper. I originally tried to do a skip from this room to get to the roof, which I was admittedly rusty at, and I wasn't sure if I was even doing it right. But as I was doing that, I flipped backwards and accidentally fell here. In circumstances like this, I'm okay resetting the run or taking a punishment of some sort, but what I decided to do was take a death to get back up there, without touching either of course, for my second death of 4. I can only die 1 more time without triggering Dragon Rod now. The second after that will take me to the dilapidated temple. This Ashina Elite gave me a run for my money for a second. I was confident it wouldn't be that bad pairing him, since it's pretty simple, but it's also very punishing if you fuck up. Thankfully I didn't manage to kill him without taking another death, meaning we're safe to go further with at least 1 death, and we got our second necklace from him. Now for Genichiro, it turns out I didn't necessarily need those upgrades, because I just shit all over him. I did get really good at him back in the day. I suspected my muscle memory would work out fine, but with how this run has been going so far, I wasn't sure. But nah, I just locked in, baby. Before even talking to Koro, I went straight to the Shinobi shortcut, right here, and we're back in the dilapidated temple. This is the reason why I tried my best to not trigger Dragon Rot before beating Genichiro. Now if we happen to trigger it, we won't be forced to do a skip like we would have earlier. Now with that said, because I can afford at least 1 more death, I will try to hold on to it for a very specific reason, which I won't divulge quite yet. Though even if I fail at doing so, I won't be too bothered. Let's just give it an honest try. For now, let's start the Kuro and Ishin to get all the things needed for the main story quest going forward. By the way, Ishin won't be here until you interact with the Tingle quest earlier. That's why I mentioned you need to do it before leaving the Blazing Bull area. Before directly progressing, I went below to this area to get both this shortcut to the front gate of the castle, but also to get this back door. This is the door that was locked from the other side earlier that soft locked me, which is a little rough because you're even locked in this room, unable to get back up where you came from until you get these doors, which is fine because of that, but still, very scary for runs like this. Also, if you plan to get to the Sheena Reservoir, do make sure to unlock this door first, as it doesn't seem to be able to climb back out of there without that, despite you being able to get very close to a way out by climbing. I took the chance to get the spear while I was here, as there might be a spot or two where I'd come in handy. We also had this engaging fight. Also took the chance to kill the 7 spears here, another fight that I had to learn by fire, so I still remember it very well, thankfully. I'm trying not to risk any fight that would be rough for me, but having more prayer necklaces help, so it's definitely a risk-reward situation. So I killed the lone shadow nearby for that same reason. Now I went back up to Kuro's room to reach the Lapidated Temple to equip the spear. Okay, now we can go to Senpu Temple, as the Mortal Blade is the first thing I routed to get. I ran by the abandoned dungeon, don't think there's anything crucial I want there. In Mount Congo, I try not to take any unnecessary risks, so I did mostly stealth through the area, and probably will for a good chunk of the game, which is honestly refreshing for these runs. It's nice to have a legitimate, intended safe method of progression. That's not to say I won't avoid combat altogether, but it's a nice option when I can get by. Eventually I ran into the Armored Warrior, which honestly pushed my shit in at first, to the point where I took a revive here, and scared me so I ended up quitting out. I know it's a bit cheesy, but it's not against the rules to do so for safety. I ran back to the idol to reset, and then I locked in a bit more. I fairly quickly managed to kick him off. From this I got a 4th prayer bead, the 3rd one I simply bought from a merchant, being able to get my 3rd necklace. I did fight the long arm centipede guy, who I lost my rhythm for, and he knocked me out once. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, coward. How dare you run away from... Anyway, for no particular reason, I made the rest of the way to the main hall of the temple very stealthily, and reached the Hall of Illusions for the folding screen monkeys. If you don't know, the invisible one is falling behind you the entire time, so you can just get it from the start. The second one just kind of jumped straight at me, so I was able to just get him right away. I don't think that's what he intended to do, but I'll take it. I lost track of the 3rd and 4th one for a bit. Turns out they were both in this dark room, and one of them is the one with the eyesight thing, so I got him here. The 4th one I was able to successfully bait into the bell and ring it, studying them long enough for me to get the last one. So shortly after, we were able to get the Mortal Blade. From the Divine Child's area, there is this doorway that leads back to the temple, meaning that there's no mandatory reward for us, thankfully. So we're simply able to backtrack all the way back to where we like. But before that, I got some unfinished business. Yeah! Get fucked, idiot! Anyway, I backtracked to the mountain all the way to the beginning of the area, but I'm actually not leaving quite yet. I'm gonna go to this enemy and puppet it in order to get that kite raised, then I go back a little bit into the area, and then use that kite to launch myself across this valley, landing here. Just so you know, you can't backtrack directly from here, so you'd be committing if you follow my lead. So from here you can plunge down onto the... Oh, right. I forgot the snake isn't here all the time. Well, guess we're doing a skip then. To avoid this, you can just do the gun fort as normal. That'll still lead you down here anyway. I just wanted to do this path since it's a cool way to show how these areas connect. And thankfully there's a skip that saved me having to do a fast travel or take a death to fix this. We descended this valley and shortly thereafter reached Guardian Ape. So we have this to fight now. This fight is definitely a little bit scary, and the one I was worried about the most, because even though I do know this fight decently well, I haven't done phase 1 properly in a long time. There's this cheesy doing speedruns that I've been doing the last long stretch of time I actually played this game for. I mostly played it safe and only swung when I knew I had an opening, and tried to parry everything else. There's only a few scary moments, mostly involving him grabbing me. I thought I could just jump or run away from these comfortably, and you probably can, I just messed it up in some way. But after a short while, I got phase 1 down. Phase 2 I'm much more comfortable with. I mostly use parrying as a method of getting his posture down instead of attacking. And this is the main reason I got the spear earlier. While doing that while he's down, for the headless part, does insane posture damage. So not long after, it was down. So I went right ahead,
Got the flower from this cave, and... How do I get out of here? Yeah, so one of the major things I found in my research is that you actually can't, for the lack of a better word I suppose, walk out of this boss arena. Despite there being a bunch of grapple points, as those are mostly to traverse the arena as you fight the boss. Not a single one seems to allow you to grapple out of the boss arena, as far as I could see, nor is there any other way to get back up. Now if you're thinking this will be the perfect time to use a dragon warp back to the dilapidated temple, well, I wish you were right, but there is one more problem, which you'll encounter shortly. So for now, here's what I'll do. I still have one singular death I can take before being warped to the temple, and I purposely didn't touch the idol here in this boss arena. So I'll be using contact medicine to take a death here, and get warped back to the idol right before the fight. Or at least that was the plan, because despite me having some damage left over from the fight, 3 contact medicines wasn't enough, and there's not a place high enough to take fall damage here. I was reminded after the video that I could have used Yashariko Sugar to cut my health a bit before using the contact medicine to lower my health further. With the health I had at that moment, I'm not entirely sure that would have done it either. I think it cuts it roughly the amount I already had lowered from the fight, but if I had one I certainly would have tried it. But even if not, worst case the bite down exists, which would have been perfect for this. But I did check my inventory, I didn't have any at the time, so just poor planning on my part. Oh well. Homer Idol it is. Now to be clear, I already stated that I don't allow this kind of death abuse normally in these runs. Same with the Homeward Idol. That goes across all the games. The only difference here is that we don't have any means to get it out otherwise. But I still want to show more of the game, and we can't blow the Dragon Rod thing yet, so we have no other choice. But if you can pick up what I'm putting down, the odds aren't looking good for answering the question of this run. Anyway, we're back up on this cliff overlooking the Death Pit Arena, and now we only need Mivu Village for the stone. And luckily for us, the same valley takes us there too. So we can descend a little more, which leads us to one of the Great Serpent's dens. I use the Puppeteer spell on this monkey, and then I go through... I try one more time. Remember that I just had to grapple here, and I made it to Ashina Depths. I quickly stealthed around to dispatch this Snake Eyes, and then... Oh right, I guess I also have to fight this guy again. Okay, a little scary, you're gonna have to deal with both of them now. But the other ape is pretty squishy, so it's not as bad as it seems. Just need to be patient. There's a few close calls, but I did pull through, and I made sure I couldn't come back again. That also gave me enough parry beats to get the 4th necklace, so I can't complain too much either. I am now in the Hidden Forest, so you know what that means. The hardest boss in the entire series. To not leave you hanging too much longer, I just went straight to the Corrupted Monk, and it went very well. I have loads of tools to deal with her, and I still remember the fight very well, not to mention it's fun to parry her. So I got the Shoulder Stone. Now here's where the problem lies. If I now backtrack to the start of the Mivu Village, near the first idol, if you look around, you actually don't have any way out of here. The only grapple point that seems promising is just a little too high for us to reach once I drop down here. But obviously we need the Shoulder Stone to progress to any of the endings of this game. Now the thing that's a little fucked up is that if you see right behind the Shoulder Stone altar, the place we need to reach the Fountainhead Palace is right here. So if we could somehow bypass giving all the ingredients to Kuro, we could easily go there right now. But alas. Now of course, I do still have the Dragon Rod Warp. I'll be using that in a moment. But this is what I was alluding to earlier, and what dooms the run. If this was the only time there was a dead end with no means of returning, we'd be fine. We could use the single Dragon Rod Warp, but because the Guardian Ape room is also blocked off, there is no way to beat Sekiro without fast traveling under my rule set. The thing that gets to me is that it didn't have to be like this. The Guardian room obviously has grapple points all over, just not any that go high enough. They could have had one and just blocked it off with a fog wall. They do that pretty frequently in this game. I should mention, once you reach the Ashina Depths, you also can't go back up too much from where you were earlier. Looks like there is an eventual point of no return. Now there's enough wiggle room that if you wanted to do a run like this for yourself, you certainly could just justify it by allowing a death to warp back slightly. But as I said in the beginning, the point of the run is to see if the whole world can be traversed on foot. At least in a matter of speaking, maybe not literally. So for this video, we have answered the question. We will continue for now anyway, just so I can continue to talk about what else is available. At least without major glitches, I suppose. Alright, let's take a death here so we can be warped back to the Dilapidated Temple. From here, all we have to do is take the Shinobi shortcut back to... Alright, Blazing Bolt skip it is after all. I love how despite some of my research done on this, I kept getting folded by little things here and there that didn't account for. By the way, the reason it's like this, if you don't know, is because I all invaded Ashina Castle. So Kuro's room is currently locked off again. As I was running through here, I had a thought. You know what? Fuck it. From there, I proceeded a little further to... Wow, they really don't want you to do what I'm doing, huh? Oh, Lord. Unfortunately for them, I have the chops. Okay, it might have taken me longer than I'm letting on. It seems they took out the enemies here. So hey, cool little semi-out-of-bounds detail. Speaking of a little longer, it did also take me a little longer than I expected to do the Blazing Bull skip, but I eventually got it. Even overshooting a little bit, as I didn't expect to get it that time. But yeah, after walking on the invisible roof here, I made it across and back to the Ashina Castle. The one thing I'll mention is that if you really don't want to do these skips, you could alternatively do Guardian Ape and Corrupted Monk before the Screen Monkeys. Then you would have the Shinobi shortcut from the temple available, and then you could just backtrack from Senpu Temple once you get the Mortal Blade. But having the one less attack power, maybe less necklaces, would certainly make it harder to do that segment with less than 4 deaths. Anyway, we proceeded right away to Owl, which part of me did consider to just get the Shira ending to finish here, given we already answered the question at hand, but there's a few more things I want to talk about, so we are going to challenge him to get the later endings. I got him to phase 2, but then he gave me a tough time. He did down me once, and then kill me proper not long after. I was having more trouble than I expected. I thought maybe I got too comfortable doing the cheese that you do in the speedruns, but only after I remembered that I rang the Demon Bell, so obviously it's going to be harder. We can finally take that freely though, so it's fine of course. Died a second time in phase 3, and then I got it my 3rd attempt, despite it being a very close one. Before we go into Fountainhead Palace, let's take a moment to discuss a few of the other optional paths, and by extension, maybe even which other endings are accessible to us. The most obvious standout are the memory encounters, so Lady Butterfly and Owl Father. The main hangup for those is that they do take you to a new location that's disconnected from the main map, as it takes place in the past, and it counts as its own pages in the fast travel menu and all that. So the big question here is, what happens when you complete the main boss of the memory? I looked up my first playthrough footage from years ago when the game came out to see what happens when you do, and luckily for Lady Butterfly, it's actually safe to do her because right after you beat her, you get a cutscene that warps you out of the memory and puts you back into the dilapidated temple, thankfully. So I did go back to the temple, went into the memory, did the mini bosses along the way, which ended up in me getting a 5th necklace, and then, despite her hitting harder than I expected, due to the Demon Bell, beat Lady Butterfly. And here I am, back in the temple. Unfortunately, this is not the same for Owl Father, as looking at my original playthrough footage, you don't get warped out of it at that time, meaning that this boss, and the connected ending, the Purification one, is locked out of us. Now the Dragon Homecoming one isn't locked behind a boss or anything, it's basically just a quest line. And reading through the requirements, there are a few segments where it says to reload the area completely by fast traveling, which can probably be replaced by taking a death somewhere. Otherwise maybe you just have to walk really far away to reload the area. It's just about refreshing the area properly all the way through. So they still should be doable. But I realized that there isn't a way for me to both do the Gun Fort, to have the Great Serpent lay on the porch, and also go back to the Senpu Temple to do the plunge like I tried to do earlier for the fresh Great Serpent Heart. At least not anymore. I think if you plan this route out for this ending in particular, you can do it. Speaking of which, let's do the Severance now. So let me give Kuro all the ingredients, then proceed back to Mivu Village. I was originally going to take the route from the reservoir, but these wooden doors above this opening to go back up made me a little nervous, thinking maybe you couldn't progress from here. So I decided to just take the Gunfort route. Why not? The route that sort of fucked me twice. I jumped down from this top area first. I learned my lesson the first time. There was an ogre here now, so I killed it real quick. There was this lone shadow on the way too, so I took him out as well. Same with the snake eyes in the valley, and the other centipede, which this time I did destroy, even though he pushed me to a corner. Somewhat literally. And that gives me the 6th necklace. Way more than I expected in this run, to be honest. From there, we're at Riven Cave, which is a familiar path now. So just taking the same standard path to the Serpent Den. Then in the Ape Cave, there was a Chichiman warrior, who thankfully can't just skip, where he kills me through the wall anyway. Whatever did I do to you, man? Anyway, onto the Hidden Forest, and finally, Mivu Village. I skipped our rain earlier, so I took her out this time. Why not? But now we're in the Wedding Cave thing. And so we get carried over to the Fountainhead Palace. And just to be clear, again, We're pretty much stuck in the Fountainhead Palace until we're done, so be sure you're prepared to do this all the way through. I fought True Monk. I did first phase normally. I knew you can cheese it, but like I said earlier, I do enjoy fighting this boss. I did cheese the second phase, and then the third phase gave me some trouble, but I did clutch a win on the first attempt. From here, there isn't much I got to say. I don't personally have much I need or want here, and if you couldn't tell, I'm at my wit's end with this run. It's been an emotional roller coaster that often didn't go as planned, and I'm sort of surprised that it's gone as well as it has, but I'm definitely ready to be done. I mostly ran through the segment that is supposed to be a stealth segment, which went surprisingly well. The Shichiman warrior thing happened again? Whatever I ever do to you? I dispatched Messi over here, swam through the water, and then finally reached the altar for Divine Dragon. I love this fight. Even the demon belt thing didn't make it much worse. You just take more damage, which is easy enough to manage when you know the fight. Ignore the low supplies and death things. Trust me, it went fine. So yeah, from there we get warped back to Kuro's room. So all that's left to do is go to Genichiro and Ishin. Apparently I found all the gourd seeds. That definitely wasn't planned, but I won't complain. If you're wondering about the Demon of Hatred, you can certainly explore all the way up to this area until you reach this idol. And the thing is, this idol does warp you straight to him. Now idols generally I would consider fast travel, but because this one is just a one way, I actually could allow it. But when you kill the demon, you do have to fast travel out. Otherwise you have to do the skip I did earlier out of that arena, and then the Blazing Bull skip again. It's possible you could make it back to Shina Castle that way, but I certainly don't feel like trying. And I'm certainly not willing to risk a soft lock in case you can't do bull skip later for whatever reason. So no, I'm not doing this. What the hell. Fine, just for you. After I beat the game, I came back here to do Demon Hatred, killed him, only took 2 tries, and then did the Gilbo skip again. Somehow very fast this time. And despite there being some missing assets, and somehow doing it first try, you can indeed do Blazing Bull skip. So yeah, I guess if you don't count the idle direct warp, I suppose you can do Demon of Hatred without fast travel. You just have to do these skips, or save it until after you beat the game. But alright, back to the present time. Let's get back out from the doorway before the demon, and let's get this shiz done. First comes Genichiro, of course. I dispatch him as fast as you'd expect. And then comes the big boy. Unfortunately for him, the speedrun I used to do has me fighting Ishin at only 1 prayer necklace at best, so I did master this fight really well. So besides taking 1 fall due to the losing my rhythm, and only a few other slip-ups, and then him spamming lightning in the third phase, I completely demolished him. And yeah, unfortunately we only have the option to do the Immortal Severance ending, one of the sadder ones immediately. I was hoping to get one of the other ones. Homecoming would have been nice. But now that we're in a new video, why not go for Homecoming ending? Now that I know how the run works, I thought it would be nice to revisit this one fully, but actually aim for a good ending. Of course, I'm not going into nearly as much detail unless I encounter something new or different. It'll be relatively quick, but we still need to save our 4 deaths as we did before. Well, there might have been something else I discovered about that, but we'll touch on that when we get there. And this I will also do with the no fast travel restrictions all the way through. I went through the game as normal. In the outskirts stretch, I had a close call with the ogre, but it went fine outside that. I went to Genichiro first and kicked his ass. Then I went to Simple Temple. And the first big deviation is that in Mount Congo, I opened this door from there that leads to the Demon Bell, and by proxy, the Ashina outskirts. It won't be useful for a while, so I'll elaborate further on this later on. I went onward to Screen Monkeys, who for some reason were really stupid and I managed to beat them very fast, even without speedrun strats. Then retrieved the Mortal Blade. From here I did begin the Dragon's Homecoming ending, with the Divine Child, eating the rice and stuff. I did consider consuming all the necessary rice now, but the guy tells you need to warp away to have a refresh on the rice gifts, and obviously can't do that. And I figured deaths would accomplish the same, but we still need to hold on to them. So instead I just went forward into the game. From here I didn't take the kite and just backtracked to Ashina Castle. That's a little bit different from before for obvious reasons. To make it to Garden Ape, I took the Gunfort route, which even though is different in the routing timing, I did already cover, so we're gonna blast through. The only difference is that the snake did ambush me here at the appropriate time. Guardian Ape went okay, then I ignored his idol, got the flower, then used the bite down I had bought earlier, which kind of amazingly is only the first death I've had this time. I guess I was more fresh this time around than the first one, given it's only been a few months since I last played, as opposed to a year or two. I then made my way deeper into the valley, where I did pick up this dried serpent heart, earlier than needed since I'm here. I did get ambushed by the double apes again, which this time did kill me. This is more what I expected to be like last time. I got them second try thankfully, where I did kill the immortal ape first to see what happens when you do so for the other ape. Then made my way to Corrupted Monk, defeated them, and got the Shelter Stone. I bit down again, and... oh. Yeah, so I think I knew about this before, but I had completely forgotten. I've only taken 3 deaths so far, meaning the next one would have been the one the Dragon Rot. However, apparently if you die after collecting all the materials, the game sorta warps you to this idle area near the castle. Which... I mean, with this in mind, maybe something that could happen is that you do Guardian Ape, take the Dragon Rot warp for that, then do Monk, die one more time, and get warped here. Which... I think might actually be okay. Like, it kinda is a death abuse, which I normally don't allow. But I had taken idols deeper below. Like, obviously I needed to get out of the Guardian Ape. So I wasn't quite abusing idle deaths in the same way. And the game kind of forces this warp on you in a similar way as the Dragon Rot one. So maybe Sekiro can actually be beat with that fast travel? It certainly is in a weird gray area. And I mean, I already abused death warps in this character, so I didn't beat it that way. But you certainly could make an argument for it. I think I'm definitely leaning on yes, if we do allow Dragon Rot warps. So hey, perhaps we actually corrected the record for one of the games. That's kinda cool. By the way, do let me know your thoughts below. From here I killed Owl as normal, did all the things to get the aroma, but before going to Fountainhead, I need to finish most of the Homecoming questline right now. I want to take a death for Dragon Rot right in front of the sculptor's hut, just so I'm here already, and now I can take this at will. I went back to Senpu Temple, grabbed the first chapters needed, and give it to the Divine Child, got more rice, I ate it in front of her, and it tasted so bad I died instantly. Hopefully it doesn't hurt her feelings. Anyway, apparently dying isn't enough to reload the area, which is annoying. It means I have to physically leave the area every time I refresh her rice. The life hack I thought of was using the Demon Bell shortcut to Outskirts, which wasn't what I planned this for, but it actually does count for leaving the area, so I have to do that every time now. Thankfully for me, this is where she requested persimmon, so I went to grab one from this merchant, gave it to her, then she tasked me with giving Kuro some rice, so I went and did that. I took the Demon Bell shortcut, then the one near Sculptor, gave him the rice, and then went back to Senpu the normal way. The Divine Child was in the Illusory Hall, meditating, told me to find the last chapters, so I went to grab them, give it to her, and then was tasked with finding the Serpent Hearts. So finally I could make my way to the Fountainhead. So on the way, we take the kite this time, plunge the snake to get the last heart we need. Unfortunately we can't go back to give them to her yet, but it still works as we only need to give Kuro the rice before the endgame. So we're still set. So Corrupted Monk, tried and failed a few times to do the football skip until I got it, Divine Dragon, and then I was back in Ashina Castle. From here I had said in the original video that we were locked out of the Senpu Temple and thus couldn't do Homecoming ending. But it turns out the only way to reach Senpu from here, on foot, is the Demon Bell shortcut. Now I had tested this, and I thought it wasn't a true shortcut, and you couldn't backtrack from Outskirts. But it turns out that there's this grabbable spot that I just totally missed the first time I checked. Thanks for pointing it out to me. So with this, you actually can go back to Divine Child to have her eat the hearts, then you are provided with the Frozen Tears. Now all that's left to do is defeat Ishin, which somehow gave me some trouble, but I finally beat him, and we got the dragon's Homecoming ending. So thankfully we are finally able to get a good ending for Sekiro. Appropriately so, because we now know that if you take some super niche loopholes, you can actually beat Sekiro without fast travel. Which I didn't do, but theoretically I don't see why it might not be possible, as long as the flags work the same. Alright, so Sekiro, this is the interesting one. If you're a bad boy and saw the original video and skipped, you would have originally thought no. But actually, we kind of found out you kind of can. I'm still not fully decided whether I think it's like fully done, and I guess I technically didn't do it, so I can't even say for certain without testing it myself. But it is a cool, interesting thing that after getting all the items, you do get warped back after death. Like, I think I did know that, and I just completely forgot. But the way I did my run, you just didn't get to try that because I just got the death thing, the Dragon Rot warp.
So it's definitely not as bad as Dark Souls 3. Like you can take a couple of deaths and you're not like base level the whole time by any means. You can just upgrade at the idols without warping. So it is a little tough, and not a nuisance. I don't know if is the right word for it, because a lot of the ways you go through it is fine. The Dragon's Homecoming ending is a little bit of a nuisance, I would say. So I don't know if I'd recommend that ending particularly. I suppose you can do Immortal or Shura just fine. But just having to hold on to those 4 deaths, if you're not super experienced with the game, can be a little rough. And lastly, would I recommend it? I think originally I ranked it as take it or leave it. Like when I was thinking about it and before I recorded more footage for it and stuff. I think now I would say a conditional yes. I think it's actually an interesting way to do the run if you follow my steps, I suppose. The Homecoming ending is neat, but that one's definitely a little rough with all the running around and stuff. But I'm glad it works out. It kind of made me a little bit more Stockholm Syndrome interested in this run than before. But I don't know. I think if it appealed to you, like watching what I did, then maybe give it a try. Good old Demon's Souls. Despite lacking a lot of polish, it still started a lot of the tropes that would become a core part of the series very early on. I would say like 80 to 90% of the core of the series starts here in this game. It's just a lot of things that needed maybe a little bit of refining, I guess is a better word, for the rest of the games, right? And including that is the world traversal. There's a lot of really clever shortcuts around the world and stuff like that. So it gives some hope that this could be a feasible or a good run for the series. So there's that aspect of it. The main method of fast travel is still pretty similar. It's the Archstones. So you can't warp from Archstone to Archstone in this one. And the Shard of Archstones and the Nexus of Binding act as your Homeward Bone equivalent. So those will not be allowed in this one either. So without further ado, let's go into 2009. Or rather 20, because it's the remake, just for convenience. I like the original one better. It's just easier to capture this one, okay? I'm going to go ahead and do the tutorial. There isn't much to discuss that isn't pretty straightforward, but there is a rather unique situation that arises for this run. There are these Archstones in the tutorial that act as a one-way warp. One here, and one if you kill the Vanguard. Historically, I allow warps like this because they aren't fast travel per se, simply scripted warps that you can't even take backwards, as there's no Archstone in the other end. So I see no issue with doing so here as well. I suppose if you disagree, you can simply skip the tutorial altogether. With that, let's kill Vanguard, get these upgrade materials, then get punched by God. Now we're in the Nexus. I picked up the few items in here, and then... Yo, is that a new record? Yeah? Let's fucking go. Alright, spoilers if you haven't seen the Dark Souls 3 fast travel video yet, but we're faced with a similar situation as we did in that game, in that we're originally stuck in the game's hub and forced to warp before we can actually play the brunt of the game. I won't go too deep into the details for that DS3 video, but let's just say it ended up in having us do an interesting playthrough. But although we're in a similar situation in this game, it still has some differences that we'll need to discuss. The main difference is that in Dark Souls 3, you only need to take the warp once, and you don't have to worry about it from there. This game has 5 different worlds that aren't connected between each other. You are forced to take a warp back to the Nexus in order to reach the rest. So we're in an even bigger pickle than Dark Souls 3. To be consistent with the rest of the series, and so we're clear, I would say that this does count as fast travel. These large structures do count as Archstones, and so we already have an answer for the title. You can't beat Demon's Souls without fast traveling. But of course, I still have the bulk of the video to go, so here's what I'm going to do for this playthrough, so we can still explore the world, and yet make this playthrough more interesting. I will only allow myself to use the very first Archstone in the world to warp back to the Nexus. So what that's going to look like is if I go into a world, let's say World 2, Stonefang Tunnel, I would enter from the beginning, and if I make it all the way to the end and beat the Archstone, I would have to backtrack all the way to the beginning of the world in order to make my way back to the Nexus. This is not something you're frequently asked to do, much less forced to, so I do think there will be some very interesting world navigation. We'll get to see how well the world is connected to itself, even though they very much relied on fast travel or warping to get around. Now as an added layer, I will also do what I described a bit ago, and force myself to complete a world once I enter it. So I can't just beat Armored Spider and then double back immediately to the Nexus to level up or something. I'll have to hold on to what I have or lose it along the way, making things more interesting. So with that in mind, let's make our way into the first proper world, Boletaria, as that's the only world available to us for now. Very quickly I go to the area to get the first shortcut, where we are able to get the Cling Ring. which will certainly be massively helpful if we were ever in a situation where we need more health, but can't upgrade our health for the time being. Oh, I should mention, I am writing this script as I go through this run, so I'm going in just as blind as you are. Shortly after, I got the Thief Ring next to Ostrava, and these upgrade stones nearby, as those will also be helpful to have early on. In the Dragon Bridge segment, I baited the dragon not only to roast the enemies here ahead of time, but to go back and loot the little hill here. If you didn't know, you can bait the blue dragon to a tail whip, and you can duck it by picking up this last item. I did get these shards of Archstone, but I dropped them shortly after. I got the lever for the entrance to the boss, and so we're essentially done here. I climbed back down, got this last shortcut, and went right into Phalanx. I threw a good chunk of my firebombs right away to clear out the mini Phalanxes on it, and then buff my falchion with pine resin to just destroy the boss. I got lucky and had a few extra shards drop from the enemies, but unfortunately we can't use them quite yet because we technically do have the path ahead of us still open. So we gotta go ahead and do the next boss as well, as per my world rules. I applied more pine resin to take care of some enemies here, because in case you haven't noticed, our weapon durability is starting to take a hit, so I'll need to be careful with that going forward, especially deeper into the game, and maybe even have backup weapons. I went past the first dragon segment of the bridge, which already raises the question if it'll be harassing us after Tower Knight. And I actually don't know, because even on occasions where I do kill Tower Knight early, I've never had to backtrack through the level afterwards, so that'll be an interesting question mark for later. At some points the dragons do leave the level, but I don't know if it'll count in this case. Underneath the bridge, I went ahead and helped Ostrava, just cause. I took care of these dogs with firebombs to save on durability too, even getting a 2-for-1 deal. When I got to the merchant here, I went ahead and bought the claymore. I can't wield it quite yet, and I probably will mainly use the falchion for the rest of the game, but to have a backup, and maybe an advantage in some situations, I will also upgrade this claymore, which uses different materials thankfully. I went back above to loot the Burning Bridge segment, but as I was going up, I thought I missed an enemy, so I backstabbed it, but it was just fucking Ostrava. I don't think I need this fucker roamed at all, much as up here, but I guess now I know. I did bring the dragon to the prior bridge segment to loot the second, but it's not enough time and I barely managed to dodge the fire here. The last bridge segment doesn't have much to loot, and the dragon takes longer to make a loop, so I just waited for it to do the fire run and followed right behind. And then I went in for Tower Knight. Of course, I went straight to the ads in the arena and killed them all, then went back to the knight. My damage is certainly lacking when hacking at the legs, as expected, but on the head it was surprisingly good. Although goddamn, I don't remember the screen shake being that bad during this. Unfortunately I didn't manage to one-cycle it, but it didn't take that long to knock it down again, and it almost trolled me, as the shield blocked the path to the head. Thankfully it had an opening for the other side, finishing it off. Now unfortunately, or maybe thankfully, we can actually go deeper into World 1, because there is that fog that covers that path towards the rest, in a similar way as Elden Ring, as we have to kill an Archdemon in order to progress. But I guess now we'll have to backtrack earlier than expected to the Nexus, so we're going to get an early answer as to if the dragon is still flying around. And to my surprise, it is. I think if I were to warp away and return, it would actually disappear, but because I haven't, it's definitely still here, meaning I do have to briefly deal with it in the opposite direction, which is certainly interesting in its own right. The time it takes for it to make a loop in this last segment is long enough that it's pretty easy to run through, although it did almost get me right at the very end. Maybe I should have waited a little longer. In the second segment, I could certainly easily bait it to the previous segment, but I decided to see if I could just run through after it breathes. And no, you do have to roll, which did get me. In the first segment, and my last one for backtracking, I didn't get roasted by the fire, but I think he did get me with his legs, which is new. But after that, we're back in the Phalanx room, and now we thankfully only have a short trek to make it to the very first Archcenter of Boletaria, delivering us to the Nexus. Oh hey, it's me! Before doing anything, I went straight to the Monumental to unlock the worlds. Then I went back down, talked to the maiden in order to level enough to wield the Claymore first, then waited on the rest of the levels for now, because I first upgraded my Falchion and Claymore. I was able to get the Falchion to +2 and the Claymore to +1, which is plenty for the time being. Before leveling further, I first wanted to see what I was going to get myself into, so I had to make a decision on what world I wanted to do next. The obvious answer would be Stonefang, World 2, in order to get more upgrade materials, but then because I'm stuck in World 2 until the end, that does mean I would have to deal with Flame Lurker, which would certainly be a pickle as well, if I can't clutch up. Now I think I'd be okay, but I did consider maybe going to Erdtree or Shrine of Storms to get some magic options. But then I remembered that inside Stonefang Tunnel, there's a blacksmith there too, so that may actually be all we need. We could go through the level as we are now, collect upgrades materials throughout the level, then return to the beginning of Stonefang in order to upgrade before Flamelacre. Which would certainly be a journey, but it'd be worth it, I think. So what I did next was pop all the souls items I had picked up in Boletaria so far to have a level up, give myself 20 of vitality, 1 more stamina, and also give myself 1 more point in magic, so I can buy whatever from this gatekeeping asshole, in case I find it necessary in Stonefang. And yeah, I think I'm ready to go in. Or at least I better be, because I'm stuck there until I finish. Here we go. I immediately went ahead and got the Crystal Lizard at the beginning, which thankfully got me Heartstones, so I'll probably be able to get Claymore to +2 even before Armored Spider. This message on the ground reminded me that the enemies here are very resistant to anything but thrust, which most of my weapons don't have as an option. But this class did start with a dagger, so that could be an option. And after some testing, the difference isn't insanely big given my weapons are upgraded, but for durability reasons, I will stick with the dagger for the most part, especially with these enemies. Shortly after, I immediately did a dumb as I was trying to jump over these lifts. And then not long after this, a fat official trolled me too. The damage I did was less than expected, and the damage he did was far more than expected. Things are already not looking great. Dying this early isn't an issue or anything. The only thing I need to keep in mind is that the durability doesn't restore when you die. So I do have to keep it to a minimum so I don't get into a tight spot. Although if there's any place where I break my weapon, Stonefang would be the least troublesome, as I can repair with a blacksmith too. Anyway, now I killed the fat official and got my shit back. A little further in there's a pickaxe, which I forgot was here, but does have piercing damage, so I can use that on the enemies too. And it apparently has this amazing backstab animation. I don't think I've seen this before. That's so funny. I got the lever here, of course. Then shortly after, I unlocked the shortcut of the level, which is also what gets you down to the blacksmith. I could certainly take my weapon to probably even beyond +3, but I decided to only get Claymore to +2 to have it even with the Falchion, though I did take the chance to repair everything I had at that moment. There isn't much else to comment on, except that I almost died to this fire lizard. That certainly would have been annoying, as that's right before the very last check of progression in this area. But yeah, I got this water mechanism and promptly made my way to Armored Spider. I cast Water Veil and have a flame resistance ring on, then I applied Kong to my weapon and went ham. My damage is pretty good overall, and despite being on low health myself towards the end, I took the risk to finish it off, before I could even do the fire tunnel attack. I could certainly go back and use my upgrades already by now, but I decided to just keep going to 2-2 for the time being, and get a lot of loot here. Now, as you probably know, you can take this massive hole all the way down to basically the entrance of the boss, but if you so happen to do a run like this yourself, I actually would advise against that for now. I won't get into it yet, but trust me, it's probably not a good idea. Even aside from that, there are a few things that would be helpful later in this level, so I did explore properly. I have been getting every crystal lizard along the way, so naturally I did also go to the lizard pit here. I don't have any good way to get multiple ones, so I just picked one, which didn't give me great drops for what I needed, at the moment at least, but oh well. Shortly after this, we come across this, a fog wall. This is the main reason I advise that you go through the area normally, at least at first, because there is 2 fog walls along the way, which I don't believe can be taken in the opposite direction. So you could potentially soft like yourself if you do the big drop down, or any major drop down first. The bear bugs here do start becoming a nuisance when they don't let you move, and don't have magic options that aren't disposable, and my damage is pitiful to them, so I just have to wait for them to move, but it's not a major problem. In the end of this outdoor segment, there is the second fog gate, which is the last one. So those 2 are your major thwart, but once you go through, you can use the major shortcut, if needed. After that though are the bear bug tunnels, which although does confuse me sometimes when I play this, I did somehow manage to get through pretty smoothly this time, where I also got the dragon longsword, which I want for later. Shortly after, I found the end of the big drop down here, and it wasn't a situation where I had to drop down a significant amount in the tunnels, so we should be good to go to backtrack. There's this drop down from this tunnel, but don't worry, there's some ladders here. But alright, now for Flamewrecker. Of course, I'll opt to equip Flame Ring and use Water Veil, and I'll be using my last cum on my Falchion to fight it. So I sorta intend to go back and upgrade my weapons before Flamewrecker, as I sorta alluded to earlier, but I kinda forgot until I went in and saw my damage. Now mind you, it's not terrible. I've certainly seen worse in these runs, and if you didn't know, faster weapons can still knock Flamewrecker a good amount if you get them at a good time and angle, which helped massively during this fight, resulting in him not doing much damage at all. So it went very well, all things considered. Mind you, I've fought Flamewrecker in much worse circumstances,
so I wasn't too worried or anything in the long run. But hey, you never know how things will go. So of course, we're now in 2-3, so I went straight to Dragon God now. The Claymore is good to one-shot the broken rubble on the way, so it's very handy for this. I cast Water Veil for the second segment just in case, and just by being patient, it went well. And of course, the end is free as long as you don't get greedy. So that's Stonefang done, our first world. When you touch the Archstone of the first Archdemon, you obviously do release the gate after Tower Knight, but also get the Nexio binding item in the remake, which also allows you to travel directly between Archstones of the worlds, instead of having to go to the Nexus first, which I can't do, so yay. Jokes aside, this is one of the only two things that the remake changes that's somewhat relevant to this run, but not really since I can't use it anyway. So for our purposes, the addition of this item doesn't affect which version of the game we run. Now to backtrack all the way back to the beginning of 2.1. As mentioned, there are some ladders here, but they don't take you all the way to the top of the shortcut, simply back into the Bearbug tunnels, so we will have to deal with that again. I was able to find the path back very quickly. The only issue is that there was one Bearbug that didn't want to move out of the way to let me through, so I did end up having to slowly kill it. Thankfully my Falchion does have bleed capability, which isn't a flat percentage of health like in the later games, unfortunately. It's just another form of passive chip damage like poison. But I also happen to have kunais that can actually poison it too, as I picked those as a starter gift, so I was able to double up on the chip damage. I didn't really plan out the kunais to be used here, I just figured they might be useful somewhere, and I guess I was right. So after a more reasonable wait than you'd expect, the bug blew up, and I was able to get on the cliffside here. I climbed up it, took this left, and now I'm already back in the armored spider room. So from there, just a quick trek down, took a shortcut down, and here I am, at the entrance of 2.1. Before leaving, I did take the opportunity to upgrade with this blacksmith, as I think I would also like to not come back to Worlds to minimize the amount of warps I do. I wasn't as stacked with materials as I thought I was, so I had to go back and forth to the merchant right above me, and buy shards of Sharpstone and Heartstone. And by the end I had enough materials to get my Falchion to +8 and my Claymore to +6. And I took the chance to upgrade a compound short bow I had to +5. If I really wanted to, I could go back to this guy's other location in 2.2 to buy large shards, but meh, honestly not super necessary to have a fully upgraded weapon for the rest of the game. So this will do. It might even be slight overkill for some of the areas coming up. But after that, I finally went back to the Nexus. First thing I did was store all the excess shit I had, especially the upgrade materials. I have been sending stuff to the storage on occasion, but it wasn't super necessary most of the time. The vid I got earlier already upgraded my item burden quite significantly. From there I popped all the souls I had, and leveled quite considerably. But from here, where to? Well, now that the Fogwall and Tower Knight's room is cleared, I actually think it would be fitting to finish World 1, since I did already get a head start. So that's what I decided to do next. Which means we're going to do a lot earlier than you're probably expecting. But first I do have to traverse through 1.1 and 1.2 again. Now thankfully 1.1 is just a quick run up to the boss gate, though 1.2 is basically the same as normal. One thing that's a little unique in this level, as it pertains to this run, is that we're actually nearing White Tendency, which is not something that will be a factor in any of the other levels. So that's nice at least. To my surprise, the dragon was still here. So maybe it doesn't leave until later on, when the more bosses are cleared? Or maybe pure White Tendency or something? I don't know. I made the Tower Knight room and unlocked the door now. As far as 1.3 is concerned, I don't have much to comment on. It went pretty standard. Nothing new with this run. I guess the only thing I can say is that even this +6 Claymore is quite strong. It doesn't like one-shot everything, but I guess its damage and some backstab fishing is definitely very effective. I did get the shortcut obviously, and then save Ostrava again, and from there, it's pretty much straight to Penetrator. The damage was kind of crazy for a fast weapon like Falchion, and that's taking into consideration that these older game bosses aren't as tanky as the later ones. So even +8 is quite excessive. But maybe the White Tendency is helping with that. Right onto 1.4, I tried to be extra careful with the Tower Knight dude due to the scraping spear. That'd be really bad if I were to get hit too much, but he didn't touch me. Only the bow one got me once as I was fighting him. Which, she almost got me with Firestorm? I don't even know she could cast that, what the hell. This level was pretty short, so it's not long before we come across a blue dragon, and have to deal with that. I let the dragon roast the fat fish on the bridge, and then lured in the other one a little closer with the bow, and had him roast too. Which doesn't make much sense. Presumably we're luring it with noise. Meanwhile there's a giant dragon screeching, but oh well. But after that I ran by. Then I ran by the next area pretty easily. Ostrava was here, and then he died and gave me the key for the mausoleum. I killed this phantom right after, and then rode the slowest elevator ever, reaching King Allant. The damage it did on him was about what I expected. This boss probably is the tankiest one in the game, even when maxed out on upgrades. The fight turned out okay, although I ended up getting grabbed for the first time since like 1924. That was crazy. After I killed him, I checked and saw he stole my strength. I'm not sure if you're supposed to give those souls back. Usually they're in a bloodstain, but I don't know if they show up in your souls rewards if you don't die after the fight or not. Either way, that's the second world down now, so on our way we go. Oh. You know, I did think through the entire game in advance for this run, considering whether there'll be any spot where it would be locked out, but I didn't consider this happening. I did wait for a bit to see if the lift maybe came up on its own, but nope, didn't seem like it. And there's no lever anywhere near here to call it back up, unfortunately. So it looks like we actually have one segment that can be traversed backwards. The way I got back down was that apparently, if you quit out in the boss arena, the game does put you below where you called the elevator, which is a little surprising. I don't think it'd do anything, but I guess they did account for this if you needed to go back. But if so, why not just put a lever up here? Oh well. The funny thing is, I did know that if you took too long on the elevator before going to the fog, as is demonstrated here, the elevator does go back down on its own. But I somehow didn't consider this being an issue either way. That's crazy. Unfortunately, the elevator goes back down too fast, where I don't think you could even like go up to King Allant and one-shot him to make it back in time. It's a very short window. But even then, that'll be a very hard feat to accomplish. I'll lose my souls as punishment for sort of warping here, but only once I get back to Nexus. For now, let's go back. The blue dragon was actually gone now, to my surprise, so I guess we'll see if the red one's gone later too. Before that, we get to acknowledge the only other change in the remake that's relevant for this run, being this shortcut right here. This isn't in the original game, so we can take advantage of it to slightly cut down on the time we spend going back to 1-1. But I do mean slightly. The run back through 1-3 was also super quick because of the main lever shortcut. And then the red dragon was here in 1-2 still? That just confused me even further. I guess they just had different flags for leaving or something. I took the underpath this time, the leg thing happened again, and then I made it to 1-1, where I can return to the Nexus, where I forfeited my souls. So guess there's no major choice to do when I'm back here. So I simply decided where to go, which ended up being World 5, Valley of Defilement. So I can put to use the Dragon Longsword I found earlier, which I didn't think to upgrade earlier, so I guess it stays at +1. Whatever, should be plenty. The first thing I did was get knocked off. Great. With that in mind, this level is no doubt a scary one for you in this run if you are used to taking some of the drops here and there. But truth is, all the drops are either optional or just a side path. For instance, right here it looks like you need a drop, right? Well, there's also a ladder right here in the back. Same with right here, right before this fog gate. These steps, remember the climb mechanic? So as far as I saw, we're safe to go. We're basically right at the end already. When I was down here though, I did catch the play from the rats, and I was going to buy one of the cures from the old lady, but 2,000 souls? Fuck that. Unfortunately, I didn't have Neiman Grass on me either, so I decided to wait it out. Which, hey, gives me a chance to write the words I'm speaking to you right now. After a long time, the plague finally cleared up. I did consume a shit ton of my heals, but I got a ton of those while doing 1-3 and 1-4 earlier, so I'm hardly hurting for grass. But yeah, on to Leechmonger. The damage I did with Longsword +1 underwhelmed me a little bit. I probably would have done more even with the Claymore, not to even mention the Falchion. But hey, it was funny seeing myself do exactly 100 damage intervals. Over in 5-2, these drops no doubt also seem sus, but you can climb them as well. Not that they're always a savior, but I certainly wish you could do this in the other games for this series. That infamous Robo in Dark Souls 2, in the Shrine of Winters, comes to mind. I did put on the poison resistance ring, but it only helps so much. Obviously the whole swamp is poison. Although I'll admit that it helped a lot more than expected. I guess I'm just used to rings from later in the games, not being nearly as strong as they are in this game. I did take the chance to pick up the regen ring over here though. I was admittedly missing it this whole time. I'm used to doing Shrine of Storms instantly in most playthroughs, but I didn't mind taking a non-orthodox route. I did mostly take the server path now that I realized how useful poison ring is. Though when I went to get these black pine resins, I did get spotted by Shrek over here, so I had to run for it and get to the fog gate for the second half of the area. There's some more drop downs here, actually being a bit of a lockout, which is a little scary as well, but it won't be a problem. You'll see in a second. From there I just took it slow in the village segment, and got surrounded and nearly died twice. And then I hugged this wall to reach this shortcut. Of course, there's a reason why any drop down in this level would be okay. Eventually, anyway. After I come back, I wade right into Darty Colossus. I did use the longsword just to see what the damage looked like, and yeah, nah, that's not good enough. Switched to Falchion and applied Black Pine Resin. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. So predictably, the fight didn't last much longer. All we got now is Main Estraya, which thankfully does have ladders here. Otherwise, we'd be screwed again. There's not much to the Garo encounter. My damage is good on its own, and then applying Black Pine Resin helps even more, especially when he's blocking, as his shield is 100% physical block. Of course, we then talk to Estraya, and she goes bye-bye, meaning we're 3 wards out of 5 down. I only had 2 Widow's Lotuses, so I used one of them on the way to her, and then went backtrack. I took those ladders back, of course, then the shortcut in 5-2. The Leechmonger boss arena is a little bit of a roundabout way to get up, but you thankfully can climb out of here. And as mentioned earlier, you can backtrack your way through 5-1 despite appearances. One thing I haven't mentioned yet, but it's especially apparent in an area like this, is that as long as you kill the enemies along the way and don't die as you make progress, the enemies actually stay dead. So you have a relatively calm trek backwards, as long as what you're fitting, I guess. I know that might be a no-brainer in theory, but there has been an occasion or two in the series where enemies do respawn their own, even if you don't die or rest, and just leave an area and go far away enough. Who knows, maybe the original version of this game does that too. But yeah, we made it safely to the Nexus once again. It's been a minute since I repaired stuff, so I get a chance to do so now, then place the rest of my souls into leveling, and from there I decided to go to World 4, Shrine of Storms. Before that I switched out my Water Veil for Cloak. It might be useful in a level like that, with the mana rays flying around, and then from there onto World 4. For the same reason as earlier with the 2-2 Giant Hole shortcut, I will also advise you to not take that one skip here to the end of the level. Before fighting Vanguard, I cloaked so I didn't get sniped as I was fighting it, then promptly kill it. There's a fog wall near him that you need to cross, that alone should already be ringing a bell, but it's not the only one. As deeper into the level, basically right at the end, there's this fog wall too, which is entered from the other side of where you drop down for the regen ring skip. So as long as you take these two, you'll be okay. But now, we're basically at the boss. So to Adjudicator. Honestly, I almost did less damage than I expected to this bird, but I still managed to barely one-cycle him. So swiftly on over to 4-2. This level is lengthier than the last one for sure, but doesn't really have any drop downs, despite how vertical and slopey it is. Not any that you can't climb back out from anyway. Despite that though, this is definitely one of the most rough levels in terms of enemies in the way, and the one level that almost got me the most so far, despite my health. It's definitely the kind of level where you need to play slow and calculated in order to get by safely. So double advantage to having Cloak in this case, both for outdoor segments and some of the Ghost/Reaper segments. So after not a super long time, I made it to Old Hero. I decided to spice it up ever so slightly by not using Thief Ring or Cloak to fight it a little more evenly, which did actually become a close call at one point. I think I might have actually died there if I didn't roll right or if the game didn't give me iframes. Not sure which one of those it was. But due to my high damage, it definitely wasn't the hardest thing I've ever done or anything. So right on to Storm King. I started out just shooting down the Manta Rays with a bow first, so I don't have to run over to the Storm Ruler and then run back, although I expected to do more damage. I forgot I usually run Clever Rat's Ring during this part. I did kill enough of the rays before the Storm King finished doing the whole cycle, and I only just barely got the Storm Ruler to get a few hits in. It took 3 rounds of flying around before I killed it, which honestly was faster than I expected with how tight some of the punishes were. But yeah, 4 out of 5 done. Let's go back in order to do the last Archdemon. As stated, there's not really any obstacles when going backwards, not to mention the enemies remain dead in this case too, so it's a leisurely stroll. I guess once again, as long as I don't fall. That said, it's still very strange going through these areas backwards. It's almost like seeing the game in a new light. I want to say the weirdest one was Stonefang, then certain segments of Valley, but Shrine of Storms is definitely also weird. Anyway, yeah, not long until I'm back in the Nexus. I repaired my stuff, bought some things from patches, which took more souls than I expected, so I ended up having to pop some of the pocket ones I had to level. And I just put in some evenish levels into stuff, and give myself more endurance. This is the last time I'll get to level, but as you've seen, I'm not really hurting for power or health. I'll be fine. So finally, on to World 3, Tower of Latria. Now since this level is mostly a bunch of floors and stairs, without much irregular design, You can probably guess that there's not much to worry about. The real thing I have to worry about is not getting turned around and confused when traversing the area backwards. Nah, I'll be fine. I think I may have even gone backwards in the past once or twice. But no doubt if you weren't familiar with this level already as it is, I suspect it'd be a damn nightmare trying to traverse like this. I would say to not do the arrow trap skip, as there is a fog wall blocking the normal path. But you can't skip it, just backtrack from the arrow trap, so it's not a situation where you soft lock at least. Especially if you just, you know, turn it off. Now ignoring the fact that I got clayed by the paralysis here, Fool's Idol was a joke, especially with the black pine resin. If I had more stamina I would have one cycle her, but unfortunately she did teleport away. I got paralyzed again, but the soul arrows barely did damage, so I was never really in danger it seems. So yeah, I got her. Now on our way to 3-2. Right. So in contrast to the first time I got foiled in the actual overworld, I actually did see this one coming. And this is why I left Latria to the very end. Unfortunately, you have to take these gargoyles up to Upper Latria, and unlike Dark Souls 1 with the bad demons, you can't have them take you back down to 3-1. Meaning outside of the Nexus warps, we found a second instance where you can't traverse the world without fast travel. Either way, not gonna dawdle further, we already knew the answer, it's just good to know it of course. 3-2 proper is also just fine. It also mostly deals with a bunch of long bridges and stuff, stairs, lifts, elevators, for a linear level which all tunnel to the 2 chains holding up the heart before looping back to the beginning. So it's a cool level design in that regard, despite it being quite long even if you run through. I don't got much else to say besides that. Let's go to Man-Eaters. I used Black Pine Resin on my Falchion, and I was pretty much able to kill each of them around the time the buff runs out, which is a very short time. It only lasts 30 seconds. Reminder I'm still at +8 Falchion, folks. But of course, we gotta go to 3-3 to finish out the Old Monk now. I really considered doing this fight online, but I'm not sure if I would be able to connect or find people, and I'd rather not pay for PS Plus for a short segment, if I may not even get to take advantage of it. Either way, I don't think the fight would be fair unless I get a sweaty PvP lord or something, which is actually the most likely scenario for anyone still playing this. Which would be annoying for me, so let's not. Old Monk itself was a joke despite being an archdemon. The damage she did on me with the melee was very small, and well, I didn't get hit with the magic. Maybe that would have been more of a threat, but I'm not willing to risk it at this point. We're at the end. We got the 5th and last archdemon. Let's get this bish done. Backwards we go. Because of the level design of 3-2, it's pretty much a straight run from the tower to the entrance of 3-2. Now, what are we gonna do to get back to 3-1? Well...
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
Okay, sorry. No, so I just ran back here and took this jump down, because when I was running through Upper Latria and beyond, I never actually touched any of the archstones, meaning I got spawned back in 3-2, which I think technically might be a difference from original Demon Souls, because normally you get put into whatever level you're already on, so if I were to die in 3-2, no matter what archstone I touched, it would just put me in 3-2, but that's beside the point. Now what I'll do is a quick skip to Fool's Idol Arena, and then backtrack from here to the 3-1 entrance properly, for consistency of the run. Let's just imagine the gargoyles drag this down here. And now we're running backwards to 3-1. I took the proper route back that leads from like the Born key area, and then backtrack from the 4th floor, where I almost died here, since I decided to not put on the Claimer for this run. Then from there was a short way to the 3rd floor, where the Archstone is. So that's it. We're back in the Nexus, so I immediately went straight below, and the maiden summoned the old one. There's an Archstone down here that gets you back to the Nexus, but obviously I can't take it, nor do I need to since I'm already at the end. As if it matters. I went in to confront the true King Alant. Now I know I did say no claim ring, but obviously this specific fight is nowhere near a threat. I mean, oh no, he almost killed me. Oh. I would ironically say though to not underestimate the defenses. If you have an unupgraded weapon or low damage overall, it does take some time. Though it's not like a fight of attrition would be that troublesome either. Alright, so what ending are we going for? Well, given you can't beat this game without fast travel, I think this game gets the boot! Alright, Demon Souls. So, unfortunately, even outside of the hub thing, you definitely cannot. That's definitely a little bit disappointing aspect of it that I didn't really consider until pretty late into the routing segment of the run, where I was like, oh wait, there's the freaking demons that take you up there, and the gargoyles. Yeah, that kind of ruins it, doesn't it? Besides that, like, it would be similar in Dark Souls 3 where like
You kind of can, it's just kind of not, doesn't work out like that. As far as difficulty, this is definitely not hard at all. Now, I don't remember if I said it in the video, but now I do have to admit that because I'm a speedrunner, that might be slightly, you know, biased in that I am, not to brag, I know this sounds really weird, but I'm probably above the average skill level of most Demon Souls players and stuff. But even outside that, like it was mostly just about running backwards through stuff that you can probably mostly run through in some cases, especially if you got really good shortcuts. And it was interesting, but not really that much harder. Like I guess if you did have enemies, it might be a nuisance really, but I can't really speak on that unless I were to do that with enemies and stuff. So there's that. So if it can pick up what I'm putting down, this will probably be like a take it or leave it. Like it wasn't as devastating as Elden Ring in terms of like, oh, this is just boring and stuff. And it's a short game, so it's definitely not down there or anything. But you know, I definitely would only recommend it in the sense that like if you play the game a couple times and just want to see a new way to play it, then sure, go for it. But it might be slightly underwhelming. You know, just you know, I guess based on what you saw, make your judgment. All right, BB, the big boy, good old Bloodborne. So this one's interesting in its own ways because it sort of acts as the connective tissue between Dark Souls 1 and 3, in that you can see some hints of Dark Souls 1 brilliance in the level design, but it still is a fairly linear game, and sometimes people forget that, I think, in that it's not too different from Dark Souls 3 in that sense, that it's not as expansive as even Dark Souls 2 for that matter. But obviously being a Miyazaki-led game connects them better than 2 in this particular regard. Though they were designed in similar timings too, so there's also that aspect of it too. Now for this one, I'm not going to recap the rules. I think the way I edited it kind of gives the whole context the best way I ever could, and I wrote it pretty, you know, thoroughly. I made sure to make it pretty concise, but also give as much punch as I could. So I think we'll just preserve that in this edit and let myself from the past speak on it. So enjoy. The main rule will be that I can't warp via the lamps and the awakening headstones in the Hunter's Dream, as this is the main method of fast travel in this game, which already poses a problem for this run. Why is that, you ask? Well, do you recall what happens when you die for the first time in this game? Yep, you immediately get warped to the Hunter's Dream. The scripted death warp to the dream in itself is fine. The problem lies in that once we're in the dream, we are forced to fast travel if we wish to make our way back to Yharnam, which is out of the question. Given you do start in Yharnam when you first make your character, it does give hope that there is a chance to complete the game without fast travel. But you know what this means, right? It means I can't use resources inside the Hunter's Dream. So no messenger bath shops, no Kara runes, no blood gems, no weapon upgrading, no leveling, and the last nail in the coffin. I can't die. If I die, I have to start from the beginning with a new character, which I will be doing legitimately, instead of making save files or something. Just as extra salt in the wound, slight spoilers, but there's also no gun I can pick up in the overworld, so throw in no parrying on top of that as well. And just as an additional rule, given this is a traversal run, I won't allow myself to use either of the Hunter's Marks at all, and so I can't abuse them to skip lamps and then get back anywhere I want via the marks. I need to backtrack on foot anywhere I go. When I pitched this series idea in the first video, I stated that the primary focus of this series is to spotlight the other major aspect of these games that don't get much time to shine in your standard challenge runs, the exploration. And while I'll also be discussing level design and places that I can't go if I have no means of backtracking without fast travel, it certainly is ironic that what started out as a more lighthearted series to appreciate a certain aspect of these games became the most difficult challenge run I've ever had to do in my life. Wish me luck. For starting class, I picked the Lone Survivor, as that's the class with the highest vitality, to ideally help me survive, given I can't increase my health further and only marginally increase defenses with different armor sets. The attacking stats aren't too bad either. Thankfully, this class mostly minimizes Blood Tinge and Arcane, which are completely useless for me in this run. Actually starting up the game, I first went to see how easy it would be to kill this werewolf with a backstab, which at first glance didn't seem reliable, though I wouldn't be surprised if he could get a consistent backstab setup from the back here. The main reason I was curious was to squeeze out those few extra blood vials, as any extra resources I can collect during the run can certainly go a long way.
so I did pick up any vials that were safe along the way, as well as other helpful items, like Molotov cocktails. Since we're in the topic of items, the name of the game for this run will be the attack buffs. Every single buff we can take advantage of in this run will be priceless, as that's our only way to increase damage in any significant way, meaning that fire paper, bold paper, and beast blood pellets are the kind of things that I'll go out of my way for, as long as it's relatively safe to grab. While I'm running by the first lamp, I'll say that technically there's no rule against grabbing lamps, but since I can die anyway, I won't be using the hunter's marks, and obviously I can't take them to the dream, there's no real advantage to it either, so I'll simply be ignoring them. I mostly ran by this main town square segment since it's too dangerous to try and loot anything, especially without a weapon. And yes, in case you haven't noticed yet, since I haven't gone to the dream, I don't have access to the saw cleaver, threaded cane, or hunter's axe, so I am weaponless for the time being. I skipped going to the Great Bridge segment, and with this handy shortcut here, went down to the town sewers, I guess they would be, where I knocked this body from their chain. I went to grab it, and accidentally dropped further down than I meant to, taking a lot of fall damage, and also landing right next to some rats, who managed to knock me down further, and nearly killing me in general. But I was able to make a retreat there, thankfully. So noted, don't do that. I went back up to get the item I knocked down. It turned out to be bloodstone shards, which wasn't what I was looking for. And now the rats were blocking this path, so I had to quit out to reset them. Now I went all the way back up again, and knocked down the other chain. You may have taken the hint if you know what's in these chain bodies, but if you're still worried about the weapon situation, we can pick up the saw spear here in Yharnam, which will work just as well as the saw cleaver would, even though we can't upgrade it. Technically that also means we can switch to any other weapon we pick up as long as we can wield it, but our options are unbelievably limited. I'll discuss the very few we do have when they're accessible to us. Maybe certain weapons will serve us in certain situations. But yeah, I finally have a way to do damage. I went onward from there and went to get the main level shortcut, where I instantly almost died again to these ogre enemies, but managed to stay alive. So we're not even out of Yharnam, and already we find our first obstacle. Because we can't go to the Hunter's Dream, killing the cleric beast is pointless because we won't be able to buy the Hunter's Chief Emblem to open the gate in Cathedral Ward. So now our only option is to go through Old Yharnam and kill Bloodstar Beast, meaning we do have to go through Gascoigne first. Thankfully I'm pretty much fighting him at the level you normally do, so it's not a spike in difficulty, at least not more than normal. But I did decide to get plenty of resources to make the fight go smoothly, meaning I got as many Molotov cocktails as I can, and of course, I got the music box early as well. So after a fairly smooth fight, I got Gascoigne, our first major milestone. I went straight to Cathedral Ward of course, but we won't be here for long. As mentioned, we can't open the main gate, so the only noteworthy thing we can do was pick up the Hunter's Garb for better defenses, and then we'll immediately have to go to Old Yharnam to proceed. I did talk to Alfred first real quick, because he gives you 3 free fire papers, which will be invaluable soon. At the entrance of Old Yharnam, I picked up these antidotes and pungent cocktails. They will help a lot for Bloodstar Beast specifically. Once in the level proper, in order to minimize the risk of dying at any point in Old Yharnam, I did pretty much run through the machine gun segment, which might sound counterintuitive, but as long as you're consistent you can go right through. In one of the parts where you run through, we actually have one of the few weapons you can pick up in the overworld, being the rifle spear, which I'm showing now in a separate character here. This weapon would actually be nice because it gives us the capability to parry, but unfortunately, none of the starter classes at our disposal have enough strength, skill, and blood tinge simultaneously to be able to wield it. And of course we can't level them. So one of the rare weapons in the overworld, we can't even wield. Great. And unfortunately in Bloodborne, you can't even equip weapons you can't wield. So moving forward then. There's a good bulk of blood vials here before the last segment of Old Yharnam, pretty much right there on the way. You bet I'll be getting those every time. Not long after, and more importantly, we get our first batch of beast blood pellets, which increase your damage considerably the more you build up your beast meter, but also increases damage you take. So it'd be a good consumable for us, but one we have to use carefully due to the increased damage. From there, there's nothing else I need, so straight to Bloodstarved it is. I primarily did the safety strategy where you throw punching cocktails at a wall and backstab it after popping a beast blood pellet. I'm a little rusty at the strat, so I didn't maximize it as much as I could have. You can pretty much kill the beast with like 2 or 3 cocktails with the same blood pellet, but I ended up running out of cocktails and had to play it safe, including getting poisoned towards the end, which is why I did get the antidotes early in the Old Yharnam, just in case I need it, instead of burning through blood vials until I can get the ones in this room. But yeah, I beat Bloodstarved. This is the part of the video where you are reminded that this is a no fast travel run at its core, so now instead of taking the lamp back to the dream, we have to go all the way back to Cathedral Ward from here. Thankfully, there is a major shortcut that takes you back to the beginning of the level. No doubt this isn't quite what they expected to use this for, but I certainly won't complain myself. There's so much danger in this level with Jorah still around, which might be another big reason they added the shortcut, in case you didn't kill Jorah, outside of the normal convenience to run back to the boss if you die to it. It's not long before we are back in Cathedral Ward. When you reach the safe haven area, we can now see that this door is open, which is where you need to go to progress. There isn't anything above here in the Healing Church workshop that I need, so I simply dropped down below this pit. I killed this werewolf for safety. I wasn't sure if it could follow me or be a problem, although it seemed to be more interested in these bags of sand, I guess. Now there's only a short run until we reach the other side of this gate in Cathedral Ward. I immediately went to get the numbing mist, just in case I need them for Amelia, then pulled the gate lever. There's another big batch of blood vials here, so I got those as well, and then I ran straight to Amelia. Before we do that fight though, since this is still a no fast travel video, I want to discuss the world interconnectivity, but don't want to take any unnecessary risks in the actual deathless run attempts. So I will be discussing optional areas like Hammock Channel Lane briefly in a separate character without the pressure of deathless. It'll be a short reprieve every once in a while. Hammock is a pretty linear level with manageable verticality, meaning there's no like geometry where you're forced to drop down and then you can't climb back up from where you came from. Even if there was, there's a few shortcuts in the level, so you could go ahead and kill the witches of Hamwick as long as you survive the whole time, then you can stroll all the way back to Cathedral Ward with no issue. I guess since it's right here in Hamwick, this is also a good opportunity to talk about an area that's connected to it, being Canehurst Castle. As you probably recall, you have to be taken to Canehurst via the ghost horse wagon thing, which technically wouldn't be prohibited and generally allows scripted warps, but just as the hunters dream, the real issue is returning to Yharnam from there. The horses die as soon as you arrive, or maybe they weren't really there to begin with, and there's no way to get back to Yharnam from there. So in the theoretical no fast travel run, where I also explore a few of the optional paths, even Canehurst Castle wouldn't be accessible to us. But yeah, that's it for our optional paths. Let's head back to our actual run character and fight Amelia. I popped the Beast Blood pellet, then after the cutscene I applied Fire Paper. I tried to go for the speedrun / no hit run strat, where you try to essentially keep her stun locked for your entire fight by breaking her limbs, which even though I hadn't done in a long time, was going pretty well. Until I got caught a little by her swings, and died. Of course, meaning I got warped straight to the Hunter's Dream, trapping me here for the purposes of our video. Oopsie. Okay, time for a first reset, which honestly took longer than I expected, given how many close calls we had. Now, if you're concerned this is going to get repetitive, fear not. What I will be doing for this video is once we reach a new milestone, I'll mostly discuss the next run that reaches that point and onward, only mentioning minor things here and there before that, if say something funny or interesting happens in a prior segment of the game in a run. This way this video always has a sense of progression. Trust me, if I did try to recap all my attempts, this will be a frustratingly long video, probably boring to some degree too, and would require me to cover, well, I won't say how many hours of footage I have. You'll get a good idea of how long this took by the timer at the bottom, which will be the cumulative hours I did attempts for, not just per run. Speaking of funny deaths, in run 2 I got stuck on this werewolf after Bloodstar Beast, and ended up dying there. Good start. On run 3, I did get back to Melee without much issue, but for whatever stupid reason, I decided to try and kill her without using any buffs. I guess my thought process was to save resources, but I just ended up dying anyway. That was really silly of me. Once again, speaking of funny deaths, in run 4, I guess I thought I could survive skipping this ladder after getting the music box. Maybe if I had full HP I could have, but... In run 5 I had a similar situation to 2, and got caught between this doctor guy and he killed me, right before Amelia, so that one hurt a little bit more. I won't cover every single run death, but I figured this paints a good picture of both the hilarity and also the pain of doing these runs early on. Finally on run 6, I get back to Amelia once again. This time I did apply the buffs and went for the stun lock strat again. I didn't do it super cleanly or anything. I ended up needing to rebuff towards the end of the fight, but I did manage to actually kill Amelia this time, meaning we reached a new milestone for the video. Now we can proceed deeper into the game, next up being the Forbidden Woods. I opened this other shortcut, then went straight to the woods. Due to the danger of all the mobs in some segments, I pretty much ran straight through, only picking up a few of the items along the way, like these beast blood pellets and these blood vials. In the second segment of the woods, I was very careful going past the snake guy, but after that I didn't need anything. It was mostly a safe run. You just need to follow this brick road, and be extra careful with these pigs at the end. But after that, we're at the Shadows of Yharnam. Now Shadows of Yharnam are in an interesting middle ground here, because my normal damage is undoubtedly low, but the buffs do make up for it. I do take more damage due to beast blood pellets, lowering defenses, but I still don't get one shot, and thankfully I do have a lot of experience with this boss, which you can control more than you'd expect when you understand them. It's certainly a dance of being aggressive enough to build up your beast meter, but you can't overcommit if you are surrounded, or it's over for you. All this to say that I'm pretty prepared for this fight, but this is obviously one of the first genuine walls of the game, and I did get got decently early on anyway, unfortunately. I knew what I was in for, so it wasn't the worst, but it still is about an hour of time burnt to get to the shadows. So this is our new roadblock. In run 7 I had my first death at Bloodstarved, and I think possibly the only one. It's generally a free fight if you play it right with the cocktail. And then the next run I had possibly the earliest death in the entire video, being against the first werewolf after opening this door. Run 9 made it past Amelia once again, but unfortunately I didn't make it to shadows, as I died here, because I didn't know this enemy from around the corner would target me. These kinds of deaths definitely sting, when you don't even die to a tough boss, but on the way to it due to a dumb mistake or something you didn't see coming, much more so if you had no way of knowing. Run 10 was another silly one. I was trying to run around these doctor guys, so I went up this ladder, near the numbing mist, was going to go around but I got clipped anyway. Fuck my life. Funnily enough, this is when the profile filled up with characters, so I'd have to start deleting them from now on. But I did call it that day. This was all only day 1 of this journey for me. Run 11 was my first death at Gascoigne. Just got caught by that werewolf face, classic. And then I finally made it to shadows again in run 12. I didn't immediately pop buffs this time. I waited until there was a better opening after I separated them a little bit, to be able to build the beast meter better. I always focus on the normal melee katana shadow first, which is a strategy that most, for the lack of a better term, professional runs do. I managed to get them to phase 2, where I popped another pellet to punish as they transform, but now I'm in more danger due to the shadow's stretchy arm attacks, which have an annoyingly long range, so I had to play doubly careful. Unfortunately, I was put in a corner where my options were limited, and I did end up dying to said stretchy arm attack. Thankfully the next run made it all the way to shadows again, so I had another chance right away. If you count an hour later as right away. Not so thankfully, I died before even phase 2, so... In run 14 I did get past Amelia once again, where on the way I got this bug in the entrance of Forbidden Woods. Yep. I'm honestly surprised this is the first time it happened, given the no fast travel aspect of this. The map probably doesn't get loaded as it normally does when you travel back to the dream or simply die at all. Thankfully, again, this run also made it to shadows, so I guess I was locking in a bit more that day. Or maybe I'm getting better? I'm learning? Crazy concept, I know. This fight I did buff immediately to okay results, and without taking the necessary damage. From there I just played it incredibly safe. Around half health of the sword one, I popped another beast pellet and went a little aggressive, the idea being that I would build up a bit of beast meter for when the phase transitions. I think theoretically with good luck and smart plays, you could kill the first shadows like that, especially if you get a backstab, but they still had decent amount of health by the time I had to play defensively again, in phase 2. It took a little while until I finally defeated the first shadow, I guess technically being a new milestone. As you might expect, this does reduce the difficulty somewhat, but I can't get too comfortable quite yet, due to the fire sword's stretchy arm, and some of the fireballs when they land on the ground can do more damage than expected. You definitely don't want to get caught with those while running for or countering it. My next target is that fireball casting one. I did pop another pellet, and was able to speed up the fight a good amount more than the prior shadow kill. So not long after, I did knock out the second one. If you're wondering why I picked the order that I did, the way I take out this last one should give you a good idea. Yeah. The only thing you have to be careful of when you have the last one left is that you have to be close enough to it as you kill the second one, as if it's in range, it will cast the snake attack, which can get ugly very fast. But otherwise this is free. So yeah, after more than 6 hours of gameplay, I beat Shadows of Yarna for the first time. Only took around 10 minutes for this attempt. Before going to Bergenworth properly, I did realize that I'm super low on blood vials. So I went back real quick to farm for them, and... yeah, I know. Imagine how I felt. Actually, you don't have to imagine. I can just show you. No. So yeah, reset it is. I hope that's helping paint a picture of what makes this run so difficult. It's not like other challenge runs where you can retry things immediately, and you have a safe spot of some sort. No matter how far I get, one slip up and we start from the very beginning. It's much like speedruns and no-hit runs in that regard, but take it as someone who's done both to some degree, at least for those who generally have means of becoming overpowered to minimize risk, where my weapon's utility and my low health start to hurt the deeper I go into the game. Anyway, thankfully by this point, I started to pinpoint reliable strats for navigating the world. So I actually made it back to Shadows again in the immediate next run, and beat them again. So thankfully for my sanity, I didn't fuck up too badly. Unfortunately, I do still need to get blood vials back, because I literally burned through all of them. I was a lot more careful with the pig now, killed them for the load of bow drops, but even after exhausting my options in this lower segment of Forbidden Woods, I was still low. So I decided to take a trip back with the shortcuts in the Forbidden Woods, back to Cathedral Ward, and made a pit stop back to Yarn's farm. I know it must seem slow and a waste of time, but I'd certainly rather take this strategy and time to farm than to die because I ran out of blood vials during the boss fight. Farming in Yarnum is certainly purposeful, since the enemies here are at the least dangerous to me, but given my character is practically the exact same level I was when I was first here, I still need to be careful. After I've topped off, I made my way back to Cathedral Ward, then the woods with the shortcuts again, being mindful of the snake guy again, and finally, I was at Bergenworth. Now, this area might be the smallest in the entire game, and there's nothing I need, so I just slowly made my way, sneaking through enemies. The only item I picked up was this key that I need to reach Rom. I was mindful of this hunter and their Call Beyond spell, which I was prepared to quit off for if they casted it. So from here, I am ready for Rom, and oh man, I think I put it pretty succinctly in my live commentary. I think this is just going to be an endurance fight. I don't do enough damage to take out anyone too fast, so just safe all the way. Yeah, look at that. Ugh. So yeah, the only real safe strat here is to first kill all the spiders, which even that in itself is super slow and requires me to pick them out when one is far away so I don't get bodied from behind. Only then I can wail on Rom until it disappears. That's fairly simple for the first phase, but during the second one, Rom starts shooting me with meteors too, so I have to listen very carefully for the auto cues of when Rom rears up as I kill spiders. Even when I finish them off, Rom also can defend themselves, so I have to be careful there too. It's pretty much the same during the last phase, except Rom can now do some melee attacks, which are both good and bad. These more common melee attacks don't one-shot me, though it does result in me getting smacked more often, since it just comes out of nowhere sometimes, burning through my heals more in this last phase than the other two, if I'm not careful. But I wouldn't want to test my luck with the explosion, let's say, or be changed by the meteors from the sky. I did play well, and with that I did manage to kill Rom on my first attempt. I don't know if you kept tabs on the time, but this fight took 22 minutes. This doesn't bode well. This one simultaneously made me appreciate and hate Rom more. Appreciation because, as you saw, as long as you play it safely, there's a good chance you'll make it, even with a run like this where you have nearly nothing going for you. Hate because this is fucking Bloodborne and the idea of playing slow and safe is almost antithetical to the whole conditioning of the game. Like, to me, I think it made me realize why Rom is such a bad boss. It just doesn't fit in this kind of game. And for this run, I don't have much more means to increase the damage as I did for this fight. Even if I buff, it would be marginal help, and I'd risk dying more with the Beast Meter defense debuff. Anyway, now we got warped to Cathedral Ward, and we're ready to go into Yahar'gul. Well, not quite. Since I am once again low on blood vials, I do have to backtrack the farm once again. Thankfully, this orb from the Blood Moon does leave you at the ward instead of the forest, so I can quickly go to Yarnum now and farm there. After I got the 20, I made my way back to Cathedral, snuck by these hunters, and then these big guys, and then made it properly to Yahar'gul. This level is undoubtedly incredibly dangerous, and my damage is not going to help clearing enemies at this point, so I pretty much blasted right through, only picking up a few things like this bold paper here. Thankfully I do have speedrun experience in this game, so I could make it to the first lamp area, although I had this close call. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I hated that. I didn't need that in my life. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Before proceeding deeper into Yahar'gul and One Reborn, that last area crossed is where you get the upper cathedral key, so it'd be a good moment to talk about that. Heading into the Healing Church workshop is fine. We already do that in this run, but just drop immediately. And the upper cathedral ward level itself is just one big room that needs to have doors open and stuff, usually functioning as shortcuts, so nothing noteworthy requires drop downs. You can fight celestial emissaries safely. But what comes after here? Well, yeah. This is the type of drop down I've been referring to this whole time. If I drop down here, I have no way of returning back above unless I warp via lamp, use Hunter's Mark, or die. But obviously deaths in this video are fated for this run as a whole. So Abriatas is entirely a no-no. Since we're in Yahar Ghul, I also want to address Apoyan Jail and Darkbeast Spiral. The idea of dying to a Snatcher during this run came up one time, and even though it's completely unrelated to anything we're doing in this run, I was curious, so I went ahead and tested dying to a Snatcher while deathless in a mock run. Curious to see whether I would be kidnapped or be sent to the gym first. And it was the latter. Meaning that you can't even theoretically do Paro in a no fast travel run, at least during the Apoyan Jail segment. Nothing is stopping me from being able to do Paro now, after Yahar Ghul is open, and you would just loop back to Old Yarnum, at least in this run where you're forced to do Blood-Starved. I would rather die than doing that. Sorry to disappoint. I'll flagellate myself 100 times. I was curious if it still would kidnap me after this, so I went back to the Snatcher and died again, and it put me back in the dream. I assume because the doll is awake now. So I did it one more time, and that time it did send me to Apoyan Jail. So there you go, for the 2.4 people who are curious about this. Anyway, on to the last segment of Yahar Ghul. I did get shot in the back while traversing this segment, so a little deeper in I quit out, and then... Remember when I said that dying in areas stung more than bosses sometimes? Yeah, this one I recall vividly, and I can still feel the pain. Predictably, that's where I called it that day as well. Unfortunately for me, this is the part of the video where I enter the century of humiliation, because I really struggle from here on out. And the next day of recording, I didn't even make it to ROM. By ROM 22, I made it to Shadows a few times, and had died every time. But in this run, I had my first death to this. Yep. It was about time. You can see why I mentioned it before, I hope. The run immediately after I did actually beat Shadows, but as I was going back to farm a few heals, this happened. What the? Why? Why? I was right fucking in front of you. Are you serious? What the? What the fuck is wrong with you? God fucking damn it. If you're wondering what happened, this is the point in the run where I realized that if I run past the man-eater pigs and it roars, and the game isn't reset from then on by a death, warp, or quit out, the man-eater pig isn't required to roar again before attacking. And when you're further away, it will usually default to charging at you. So... yeah, safe to say I learned to quit after that if I was going to backtrack after beating Shadows. The next run was the last and I just died to Shadows, so I'll call it there. What would be day 4 of recording, I actually did make it to ROM, but I did have a misfortune. Turns out, if you take a counter hit from these rocks, it does a lot of damage. I had been rolling during this attack to ideally avoid the rocks from below me, just assuming they would spawn below me, but it proved to be my undoing. That was actually where I called it that day. It was a short one for recording, but on day 5 and run 30, I finally beat ROM again and started making my way through Yahar Ghul. Once I made it to that one area where I died last time, I carefully considered whether I should use a blue elixir, as obviously I'll be limited by the ones I can find in the world, and decided it was worth using. I went to the left side this time, forgetting that there was these 2 dogs that unfortunately I kinda have to get close enough to aggro to me. This last one attacks and tracks me until it hits me, because of course. Then I get hit by a bullet, and then finished off by the same dog. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? So in this case, I just kept running as I didn't think the dog would recover in time to hit me again, which I think would have been true, but the bullet slowed me down enough to where I got comboed by the other. I certainly should have rolled in this case, but I'm not sure it would have changed the outcome anyway. Really, it was just a shitstorm of bad luck that stacked here. So unfortunately, the humiliation continues. In day 6, I actually had a run that killed ROM once again, fairly quickly after. Although for this one, after I restocked on vows and stuff, I actually called it a day mid-run, so I could come back to Yahar Ghul with a fresh mindset. So I came back in day 7, my dumbass accidentally put +1 in the counter, because I forgot I stopped mid-run, but it's the same character. And then guess what happened barely 2 minutes in? No. Oh my god, dude. So much for coming in with a fresh head and stuff. On day 8, I made it past ROM one more time, then to Yahar Ghul, And... yeah, I finally made a distance personal best and crossed that stupid room in Yargul. Thank God. Thank Ebriadas? I don't know, I don't care. There's certainly a lot of scary little places here still to go before One Reborn. So from here I just kind of abuse quitting out to reset enemies. I'm certainly way past the point where I want to take any risks. For this last nightmare room, I did Blue Elixir, only have to be careful of this last casket, and after a bit I did my last quit out, meaning I was safe to do One Reborn. Enthusiasm rejuvenated, I went into the room. Now I will admit, I didn't quite go in with a solid plan per se. My loose plan was that I was going to just run around in circles avoiding his corpse drops while whacking at him when I find an opening. Just one point of reference for me is that I have done a fist only run of this game before, which honestly isn't as bad as it sounds for the most part. And I'm pretty sure I first tried this boss even if it took a long time, so I wasn't too concerned. First thing I did was run around and kill the build maintenance in the balcony, of course, which took a little while, but I did do it without much issue. Now, as you can probably sense, this is where the problems arise. As expected, this is essentially a fight of attrition. I have to find openings to attack One Reborn and kill it before I run out of vials, similar to ROM, so it shouldn't be much harder, right? Well, said openings to attack that are safe are incredibly rare, with One Reborn's legs surrounding all the body. And as you can also guess, my damage is pitiful. Now if I could avoid damage altogether, it'd be no issue. But it turns out that the corpses it sometimes launches at you can be a little spotty to dodge, even if you are constantly running it sideways, and they don't do negligible damage. Now I haven't seen my fist only run in a while, but I have a lot more resources for that, like Carol runes, leveling health, and damage stats. I could even have a gun with the passive health regen blood gem, so I can outlast that fight much more. But at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if my damage in fist only was better than my weapon now. So unfortunately, after a while, I did burn through most of my vials, and eventually died. So I took a lighthearted approach for the Century of Humiliation segment of the video, but if I can be real for a moment, I was actually pretty demoralized when doing these runs at that time, and especially after this realization for One Reborn. As I said earlier, even though we had made a new distance PB, outside of just learning new things, it essentially means nothing as we have to start from the beginning. And even if we make it past this boss, there would be more ahead that could be a new obstacle. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the timer, but since the first time I made it the hard goal, and now, it's been close to 16 hours. 16 hours across 5 separate days, resetting over and over and over, making no progress essentially. And here's another secret that maybe you don't know, if you joined in later on in the series. But I started recording this run back in April and May. It was originally going to come right after Elden Ring, and then this happened. At the time I was struggling financially as well, so I couldn't really go without posting a video soon, or that would have been even worse. So I decided to drop Bloodborne at the time, and moved on to do Dark Souls 1, which I knew I could put together pretty quick, and planned on coming back to Bloodborne at a later date. And well, here we are. I figured this would be a good game to finish off the series with. In case you missed it, I actually resumed doing these runs on live streams in this channel about 4 months later, in September, both to make progress more enjoyable and to bounce strategies with a chat as to how to proceed in certain segments. Apologies for my dumb face. Before that though, the very first thing I did was look up a consistent strat for One Reborn on YouTube, as I very much expected it to be something for like a no-hit run and stuff. But no-hit runs have the advantage of having higher damage, so I decided to look at something more specific, so something like no upgrade runs and stuff like that. Turns out that there are no Hunter's Dream runs already, which was perfect. So I chose this one by Shoki, which completely coincidentally was also a no-hit run. I'll certainly take that, and learn how they approached it. And wow, is the strat incredible. Just about what I expected for no-hit runs. So basically you go up in this corner in the back of the room, bait the One Reborn by walking here, then when you see it coming up, you move back down the stairs to remain safe. From there, you can bait it further by walking into this wall, then punish whatever attack it does. There's one attack you have to move away from, and 2 you can punish, but it's pretty free as long as you're careful. You don't even have to worry about the Belt Maidens, just rinse and repeat for a while until it's dead. I did practice this before I did my runs live, but once I got the gist, I jumped right in. As you'll see, I did start out a bit rusty, resulting in my first run dying to Gascoigne, but surprisingly that wouldn't last much longer, as the next run I got up to Vicar Amelia. The one after made it to Shadows of Yharnam, And finally, I did kill Rom once again in run 45, meaning I made the hard goal again. I was definitely tense most of the time. The laser stair was a bit scary, but it went smoothly all things considered. In that one infamous room that gave me trouble for a billion years, I just decided to blue elixir and then raw dog it like I do in casual playthroughs and speedruns. I was definitely overthinking it before when historically just running past like this has worked for me and most people. I popped one more blue elixir for the last segment, and that went great as well. So here we are. Only around 4 hours after returning to this, after 4 months, I was able to get back where I left off. Which is certainly a big surprise, but I won't complain for a second. So finally onto 1 Reborn. As I said, the strat is pretty free as long as you're careful. So I went to the corner, baited the boss, ran to safety briefly, they started wailing on it. You may have noticed I didn't pick up the nitrous as the runner earlier did. I just figured it was to speed up the process, but I didn't want to risk going to get it. There are occasions when you can take damage, and I did take some here and there, but thankfully it's not a one-shot. This process took around 30 minutes, both from having the saw spear and just being extra safe here and there. But after that, I finally defeated 1 Reborn. So yeah, next up I took the warp to the lecture building. Once I touch Mikolash, I won't be able to return to Yharnam, so I am locked with the number of vows and other resources I have now. I know I'm a bit low on vows, but it's also too dangerous to backtrack, so I went in anyway. Since we're in here now, before heading into Nightmare Mensis, the last optional area we need to address is Nightmare Frontier. Predictably, just as we're stuck in the lecture building in Nightmare Mensis, we'd be extra stuck in Nightmare Frontier if we went there, unable to get back to lecture building. So it's obviously out of the question. Even though we're also stuck in Mensis, at least that's the way to progress into the end of the game. Alright, finally, into said end of the game. I was careful going past this first enemy. The Silveries can kinda jump at you unexpectedly, so I wasn't willing to risk it chasing me. For the next 2 near the lamp, I just tossed leftover pungent cocktails. Then the last one I just ran past. I then ran past the giants. In the spider room I took the side path and jumped from there for extra safety. Edgar just jumped when he was running at me. I'll take it. And for the last major threat, I used a blue elixir here to get past these ladies. Then I hit the elevator, and that should be good to go for Mikolash. The funny thing is, up until this point, it wasn't until I reached this bridge before him that I thought of something.
So was it the first room or the second room? I think the first one, right? Where he has some of the puppets. The first room. Thank you. Yeah, I believe I thought that was correct. Yeah. Ugh, that might actually suck. I didn't even consider that until just now.
Yeah, that actually complicates this fight much more than expected. Let me show you how I tackled it. After he went to the room, I vaguely remember him being able to go into the hallway, but didn't remember how, so I just stood awkwardly in the entrance with the puppet in the hallway, which made it extra rough. One of the puppets in the room woke up unfortunately and started coming to me. I went back into the hallway and just went ahead and killed this puppet in here while keeping an eye on Mikolash. After killing it, I was trying to lower him again and basically was waiting to get a good opening to pop my buffs, because my base damage was pitiful. And I'll admit, much more pitiful than I expected. Eventually the other puppet came into the hallway, which I welcomed. I'm pretty sure these stay dead an extended time as well, so it helps. After he went away from the other puppet in the room, that's when I popped beast blood pellets. But even this damage wasn't nearly as good as I thought it would be, making me sense that I was in trouble. At least if the puppets weren't here, I could just attack him endlessly while strafing. But alas, they are, and they revive. Ended up having to kill the other puppet, and as soon as I did, the other revived. Then I got to attack Mikolash more for a while, but still not near enough to get to phase 2, even with full beast meter at times. The puppets kept rising up as expected. At some point I was just trying to juggle them, see how that worked, but it did not, and I was running out of vials too. I honestly persisted much longer than expected, getting pretty close to half health, but it was long enough that I eventually got my weapon to being at risk. So the answer is why Tonitrus would be necessary. Unfortunately though, as expected, I did eventually die, just shy of phase 2. As much as this will be disheartening, this was the first day I was attempting runs after the few months away, and I had already planned out several weeks ahead of time to be able to get the run. I had set time aside, so I was okay with this. Either way, a few things to take away. Chat suggested I use poison knives even before I got into the Mikolash boss room the first time. So the next day I did collect poison knives around the world along the way, along with us picking up the Tonitrus given the durability thing, which I did test to see how safe it was to pick up. It was surprisingly fine as long as you quit out. I actually had to pick a different starter class to be able to wield it, being Violent Pest, but it wasn't a huge difference practically, despite slightly lower health, going from 14 vet. I did all this in the very next run, but unfortunately, Got a pretty disheartening death. If this had happened pre-break, I would have ended it all. Luckily for me, the very next run I did get back to Mikolash that same day. From here I did try the poison knife strat, and I should have practiced it or looked it up because I thought it was a lot more free than it actually was. I was under the impression that just one knife did it, but it turns out it's 3, which you have to throw all in a row, and I was blowing this was the beginning of phase 1 and missing some. And it turns out one poison proc barely does much damage at all. So yeah, I knew pretty quick that the run was doomed. Again, I thought of maybe going to the puppet room to kill them before Mikolash even went in, but even that didn't go very well for me. Yeah, I know, I'm being very careless with this run. But fear not, after this run I actually took time to practice things, and look things up. I will show you now, but I think it's best to just show you in a proper run. So the next day, the week after, I actually didn't get any runs going that first Saturday. I didn't get further than Shadows. But the next day on Sunday, I did make it all the way to Mikolash once more. So here was the battle plan. First I push Mikolash into his room, and then I kill his puppet outside the hallway. Then I lure Mikolash into the hallway, and here I take a moment to attack him with a saw spear, bolt paper, and beast wall pellets. The saw spear is generally better to build up beast speeder. I do this until my buff runs out, then I poison him here in phase 1, after he stands still. I poison him one more time after the first one runs out, though unfortunately my wailing early wasn't quite enough to get him down to phase 2. So I do have to hit him a bit more. The puppet had revived by now, so I had to be extra careful. I came back out and only a puppet followed, so I killed it again, then baited Mikolash into the hallway once more, and finished the rest of Mikolash phase 1. Finally I have reached phase 2 for a new distance milestone in an official run. So on our way up, I do pick up these blood vials, and then this next bit requires a bit of setup. I have to chase Mikolash up here, drop down into the final room alone, then go back out. I need to go left here, so I stick to the right. Unfortunately he doesn't go left, but it's not a problem. We just try again. And where we want him to go left is right here, which thankfully he does. And now we're set. I just make sure I'm safe and nothing's following me, and then we can throw poison knives again. The poison knives only do about a fourth of the remaining health bar, meaning I needed 12 total to start, and I had 14. So I just rinse and repeat the process, and then he's finally down. Thank Abby.
Now I'm waking up. I'll forget everything.
The enemies in the boss arena on the way out are thankfully dead, so I had a safe stroll to the lamp area. From there I had a few leftover blue elixirs, so I just popped it here for extra safety, even though this run is pretty simple and safe. I took this shortcut area as a back entrance to avoid the pigs. I popped the last blue elixir to run past the last group of shadows, then quit out near Yarna for safety. I picked up this Yusuf's blood vial for the boss battle, and then I went in. So I will admit that I didn't do any significant practice for Murder's Wet Nurse. The most I did was check what my damage would look like with the Nitrous, and it was about what I expected. The thing about this fight compared to the one Reborn or Mikolash, Unprepared, is that there's not a major gimmick to her, or too much straggling damage. It's a straightforward fight where you can just pick your openings carefully, similarly to Rom, which is what I roughly remember from Fist only. I would get hit here and there, but they don't one-shot me. Otherwise, yeah, this would have sucked a lot more. If you're curious, the purple haze attack is definitely a little scary. You certainly can just run around in circles and be fine 99% of the time, but all it takes is that 1%, especially for a long fight. Thankfully for me, there is actually a way to dodge it. You didn't mishear me. You can dodge the area effect activation. You basically have to dodge at roughly this timing. Usually we dodge twice. Not sure if it's necessary, but I definitely wasn't going to risk it right now. At a good bit past half health, and about 18 minutes into the fight, my Tonitrase became at risk, so I briefly switched to Saw Spear and used the buffs on that for a bit. But after those ran out, I did switch back to Tawny for the bolt, at least until it probably broke, which was at the 30ish minute mark, and not far from Murgo dying. At this point I had taken way more punishment than I would have liked, and was almost out of vials, so I played even more safely than before just to be safe, even though it obviously extends the fight further. But after about 50 minutes... Let's fucking go! Ah! Ah! Fuck, dude. Oh, I'm so tired. Fuck. What a nightmare of a run. Never fucking do this to yourself. Another reason I was confident this would go well was that this is one of the only bosses in the Soulsborne series which I have first tried in my first playthrough, so I always had a knack for her. I also had a bit planned where my beard would grow the more I did the runs live, but unfortunately I did it in 2 weeks. However, even though I did beat the final boss to at least get the 80% ending, do you recall where the actual endings of the game take place? Yeah. We now need to make it to the Hunter's Dream, but we're not allowed to use lamps, so I guess Bloodborne can't truly be beat without fast traveling after all. Just kidding, we can just die now. I got you, didn't I? But that's also assuming that the scripted death warp isn't overridden for some reason. So... let's fucking go. You can beat Bloodborne without fast travel. Let's fucking go. Ah, that's so satisfying. Like, I'm fine if you couldn't. I'll still do the. Oh, it's on fire too. Holy shit. Yeah, you don't get to see this very often, do you? It's already on fucking fire. Dude, this is your proof. If you get that. Red cutscene. Yeah, I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that as a clip. And here's my overall proof. I haven't hit this at all. The only one is the mandatory one you get here. The first room. I think this is the moon site. Yeah, Moonside Lake. And then nothing here. Nothing here. Here's that clip I saved while I'll talk a little bit. It is still true that if we died before this point, our run would have been over, because that meant that we'd have to take a lamp back to Yharnam. But if we don't need to return to Yharnam, what if we simply save the one scripted death we had to make our way to the Hunter's Dream? That is the true reason we needed to be deathless until now. And pardon the pun, but it worked out like a dream. We get to stay true to the no lamp rule and still reach the credits. Because let me be clear, I still would have made this video even if this didn't truly count and we just had to warp back for whatever reason. But it is admittedly miles more satisfying that this worked out, validating the whole run. If you are observant and understand the game well, you might have picked up on this hint at the beginning. The scripted death warp to the dream in itself is fine. The problem lies in that once we're in the dream, we are forced to fast travel if we wish to make our way back to Yharnam, which is out of the question. Given you do start in Yharnam when you first make your character, it does give hope that there is a chance to complete the game without fast travel. And well, if you understood the plan since then, without me telling you, well done. Honestly, not only was this nicely paved for us, it's also the first time I've entered the Hunter's Dream in this manner. And imagine most of you haven't either, so I hope you're seeing this for the first time as well. Now that we're here, nothing is stopping us from fighting Gehrman, and even the Moon Presence. There are exactly 3 chords that we could still get, and I secretly got during the runs. The Workshop one when we dropped down after Bloodstar Beast, of course the Wet Nurse one we just got, and the fake Yusefka one, which I went to grab after the warp back to Cathedral Ward following the Rom fight, which I've been heading until now. This was nice from a traversal standpoint, because after Rom you're put in the Cathedral Ward, so I just had to go a little into Forbidden Woods to go through the back path of the clinic. Though sometimes I'd opened up the clinic route earlier if I found I desperately needed Valis even before Rom, which is what I did in this run as well. One of the only major organic connections between completely separate areas in the game. And one of the things I was referring to at the beginning, when I was referring to this game being connective tissue between Dark Souls 1 and 3. As this feels like a small little bit of Dark Souls 1 cleverness showing through, but due to the warping it's definitely not as useful as the shortcut would have been in Dark Souls 1. The only coordinate accessible to us is Ariana's, since that only logs after beating Wet Nurse, and by then we're stuck in the Nightmare's Menses, or in the dream like we are now. But either way, we have all the 3 we need, and I pop them now. Of course, Sneaky Me did also collect the Workshop tool, blood gems, and some upgrade materials along the way, so I upgraded and put gems on my Saw Spear. The cherry on top, however, is that now that we're here, we can level up by selling some things, as I did unfortunately lose my blood echoes to get here, and we don't have to worry about dying anymore. And, last thing I haven't mentioned, America, baby! Alright, we're ready for the final bosses. Having higher levels, weapon upgrades, even if they're not plus 10, and due to my ability to parry, this fight definitely goes much smoother than anything since like blood starved. Now, I did say I can comfortably die now, but in the spirit of the run, I'm gonna try to stay death. Oh. As I said, we can die now, so it's fine. Anyway, after totally not having a few more deaths, I did get Gehrman down. So only moon presence to go. Thankfully, this one can be parried, so I don't have to rely on the already limited amount of bullets, and my damage alone was already good enough. From getting an edge with the limb breaks, the 1 HP attack, etc. And despite literally running a 1 blood vial left from the start, I was able to get her down in my first attempt, capping off a full completed run that we completed without fast traveling at about 4 hours total.
Where did you come from? What the fuck?
The fuck? No.
Oh my god. No! Are you kidding me? Fuck, dude.
I should think you still have dreams. But the next time you dream, there's some wrong.
No! Come on. Fuck. What the fuck? Fucking dick. God fucking damn it, these guys are so annoying. Yep. was about time. God damn it. I just want to get past fucking shadows again. What the? Why? Why? I was right in fucking front of you. Are you serious? What the? What the fuck is wrong with you? God fucking damn it. That was my bad. No! Fuck me, dude! Ah. God damn it. Oh! God damn it.
Too proud to show your true face, eh? What a sporting hunt it was.
Oh my god. No! Dick. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Fuck this game. What the fuck? Come on. No, fuck. Well, that was kind of bad read on my part. Kind of my bad, but still annoying. Alright, cool. Pick up tomorrow. No. Oh my god, dude. God fucking damn it. Are you kidding me? So much for coming in with a fresh head and stuff. Are you still being a fucking asshole? God damn it. Pieces of shit wouldn't even give me a fucking break, dude. What happened to my roll, bitch? Fuck. No. Okay, that was just me being back. Fuck. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this, bro. Holy shit. Either that, I need to be extra careful. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, as I was saying. Man, I really wish I had a regen. That alone would be so helpful. I mean, I'll probably get me get greedy though, or stingy. You know what? I don't know if this challenge is for me. I didn't think it would be this bad. Nice. Motherfucker just decided to swing there. Okay, thanks. Great. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of sort of saw that coming, but I was not in a great spot, was I? Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? That's a first. Okay, that was a bad call on my part. Jesus Christ. Yo, looks good, man. Thank you. Yeah, after popular demand, I did bring back horizontals. Hello?
appropriate that we're talking about this in the game where you inject period blood into yourself. That might give you a thing or two. I don't know. What happens if Ebritas gets menopause? Is everyone just doomed? Let's fucking go! Ah! Well, at least we get to try as much as we want. That's so fucking annoying. That was a lot faster than I thought it was. I thought I could get like 3 hits or something. Good start. Very good start. I mean, hey, I haven't used any resource. Maybe I'll just do that. Really? That was a little worse than I thought it would be.
All right, now the big one, Bloodborne. So, to my complete delight, you can actually beat Bloodborne with that fast travel. Yay. Now, this probably goes without saying, but holy shit, that was intense. I think I got a comment like this, like, yep, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. I'm like, yep. Well, maybe, but it depends on what we're talking, but yeah, that was rough. You saw it. I don't need to say more. And of course, goes without fucking saying, don't do this ever in your life. I think I said it in the actual video. Yeah, don't do it. Oh, I know you want to. I know you want to. Don't do it. All right, now finally, for the very last actual thing here, we got Shadow of the Erdtree, which originally I made right after Elden Ring because it just felt like a natural extension of it, and I was curious to see how the exploration goes in this game, or the DLC. But for this purpose, I thought it would be best to put it at the end, just in case people would prefer to see the variety of the games versus more Elden Ring right away. Especially with how long both the Elden Ring segment and this one are, so, you know, makes sense. Now, one thing I would remind you, just in case it's been a little bit, the Shadow Realm is actually pretty interconnected very well, so I also was very interested in see how this run went, even though I wasn't the biggest fan of the DLC back when it launched. I would even say that this playthrough felt a little better for me because of the interconnectivity that I can take advantage of, so that's something that makes this very interesting to explore in this kind of set of eyes, you know, that kind of thing. These are going to be the exact same rules as Elden Ring, of course. I just, additionally, on top of that, I can't leave the Realm of Shadows once I get in there, so I will be stuck there once I make it in there, so. But I do actually, shortly before entering, I show my process to get in there, which I thought was a fun little addition as well. So yeah, enjoy the last actual full video of this.
I started out on the Elden Throne, and I started making my way back through Ashen Capital, Altus Plateau, Liurnia, Limgrave, and then finally Caelid, to make it to Redmane Castle. Which, damn, look at this scene. Now, as we discussed in the original Elden Ring no fast travel video, fighting Radahn was impossible simply because we had no means of returning back to the castle after defeating Radahn in the dunes, as taking this portal is the only way there, and going back across this river would require our death, or the blue light after Radahn, which I wasn't allowing myself to abuse to travel across otherwise untraversable grounds. Obviously we do need to kill him in order to get into the DLC, so I took this warp anyway and killed him. We're in game level, so it was no issue. Now to get back from the dunes, we're gonna try out some
dark arts.
Yeah, so what's happening here is that I'm trying to do a zip glitch, the one that allows you to zip across the air. It's been patched? Oh. Well, in that case, what to do? There's no other glitch available that allows us to travel that far currently. That works. So now we're in Mogan Palace. But right before going to Moog, I'm going to quickly grab this golden seed right here, because it turns out that after the end of the base game run, I only needed 1 golden seed to have the max level of flasks, which while I'm sure won't be a deal breaker, it surely wouldn't hurt to have for the DLC. In the spirit of the run, I did play through the area slowly and all that, even though I certainly could have just speedrun through it with no trouble. And despite the fact that it's just an okay mini dungeon with mostly boring enemies. But while killing all of them and getting constant blood procs, it did make me realize I maybe should have gotten the Lord of Blood's exaltation before going forward. But it's definitely too late now. Onto Moog himself, I did die once because I had the shackle toggled instead of my flasks. I didn't think to get the crystal tear for this. The first attempt did make me think that I could potentially kill him within the first phase if I really optimized, but I didn't really care to. I just let him get to phase 2 and got him eventually, without much trouble. But yeah, that's it for the base game. We can't go back to the lands between, and once we enter into the DLC, we won't be able to leave from there either. But I already got everything I wanted in Mogon's Palace, so let's head in. First thing I did as soon as I stepped in was gather a few of the nearby Erdtree fragments. Of course. Also, just like the last video, I'm writing this script as I go, so I'm going in as blind as you as I type this. I did open the doorway to Bellorat, but I won't be going there just yet, being an ultimately optional area. Also, I saw a cat slide down next to the escalator as I went up. After that, I went to get the Blessed Blue Dew Talisman. I don't have any means of mana regen outside of blue flasks, and I would prefer having on my flask before healing, so I figured I could rock this for most of the playthrough. From there, I finally empowered my Erdtree blessings, changed the blue flasks, and now I'm going to look to the dungeons in Graveside Plain to see if there's any that you can't backtrack through without fast traveling away. But just like the first video, if you want to do this run yourself and don't want to be spoiled, I'll put a timestamp in the lower left corner for you to be able to skip the segment and catch up on more regular exploration. I first went to Bellorat Jail, which I was certainly already wary of, but immediately this happened. My heart sank. And unfortunately, I looked through all the level and the feature press guide to verify, there didn't seem to be any way to return to the entrance of the area. That didn't take long. Well, I beat the boss while I was here. It was Ons, and obviously you get the demi-human sword when Yosh ashes. So that's where you're gonna miss if you do this challenge. So what now? Well, I'm not gonna fast travel via the restrictions. And luckily I did think to upload my save file to the cloud before starting the proper part of the run. So I just downloaded that and caught up to everything I'd done so far. Yep. When I said it would be game over if I can't proceed, I meant it. And well, because the DLC immediately betrayed my trust, I'm going to be looking at the guide before going through the dungeons from now on. I would be happy to go through first, and just being careful of drop downs, but breaking the floor underneath me and no way back up was pretty shitty. And I'll also make the new cloud save at the beginning of the DLC now, instead of the base game. I did kill Rodon like this though. So that helped cheer me back up a bit. Fogworth Catacombs was a close call because there's a segment where you go below one of the spike traps with seemingly no way back up, but I checked on a second character and there is a ladder that leads you back thankfully, and you can beat the boss and return to the entrance of the dungeon without fast traveling. So this one is fine. Something similar happened in Rivermouth Cave. There was a cave-in segment where I was pretty sure you could look back around, given there's this bridge you can see ahead of time, but I did check, and like I thought, you do loop back. And that's all the noteworthy examples in Graveside Plain. There is a Dragon's Pit, but we're gonna look at that later, since that leads to a whole ass new area that's bound for later in the DLC. So for now, let's proceed to cancel Ensis. I was never too concerned about this level, because it's effectively a pathway into Skyro Altus, meaning that it should be traversable fairly clearly, and it does have some shortcuts in plain sight, so even in that one drop down that looks like you wouldn't be able to backtrack, obviously we'll have a way to open the gates and stuff. It does have some areas where you can loop back to the normal path, but aside from that, it's a pretty straightforward and linear dungeon, so not much to discuss from an exploration standpoint. For how much grief she gave me in my first playthrough, and barely clutching dodges on the moons, I did manage to kill her on my third attempt, which actually had some pretty sick plays and timings. Take a look at these. But yeah, next up, Skyro Altus and adjacent. Now at Skyro Altus, there was literally nothing to talk about. No, I'm serious. If you know the area, although designed well for exploration and such, And given I can't use any new weapons, and only Erdtree fragments are useful to me, I couldn't really take advantage of it much. And none of the dungeons were blocked off from me being able to backtrack through them, although some of them were a close call. And this includes Raoul Base, by the way. Nothing to comment on there either. The end goal of Scaru Altus would obviously be the Shadow Keep, but not only is the path there incredibly short, I also don't want to go there quite yet. So instead what I'm going to do is go to Dragon Pit earlier than expected. I completely admitted the invasion covering the cave, just a funny moment. Now in the actual dungeon, for the most part, it's as you'd expect, linear with a few branching paths. But if you were ahead of me with this, you'd remember the classic giant Fromsoftware pit at the end of the dungeon, and think, how would we get out of here once we drop down? Well, we'll figure it out later. Motherfucker did give me once with a Dragon Maul though. Classic. Okay, but no, obviously I didn't drop down here without a plan. So as you know, from the Jagged Peak, you can make your way to Charles' Hidden Grave. I believe the only way to get there. And then from there you can drop down to Cerulean Coast. That's something I knew all along. But one thing that I wasn't sure about was if you can make your way back to the main area from Cerulean Coast, because you drop down to it in all cases, I believe. So I did investigate with a separate character. And the rock formations that you can use to drop down from Graveside Plain to Cerulean Coast, it's a little tricky in some of them, but you can jump back through them. I'm not totally sure if it's intended. Some of the geometry is a little funky for this, but hey, I'll take it. So with no more worries, I went ahead and made my way to Bale. Yeah, I said Bale. Fuck you. Not you. I want Egon's armor later. But definitely you. As to the climb through the area, despite there being some steep jumps, any major vertical movement is done through Spirit Springs, so it's safe to return as well. I fairly quickly reached Bale, but I sure as hell hope I can clutch this, because otherwise I'll be here for a while, or I would have to backtrack to get more Erdtree fragments. And I got him 7th try. I did have this one cool play in my 3rd attempt, and then this death, which I thought was bull at first, but then I realized that there's this additional hitbox under him, I guess. But probably is still a bit funky spacing wise. But damn, 7 attempts. Then my New Game Plus 7 playthrough actually helped somewhat? Or is the Bloodhound Fang that good? But nah, I did play sloppy in a lot of Phase 2. I just did a lot of Phase 1 pretty good, without needing many heals. Alright, from there, I did make my way back. Got Egon's armor on the way. F. And hey, look at that! I can actually use one of the boss rewards for once, because I can claim it in the overworld instead of in the round table. From there, I went to Charles' Hidden Grave. And well, we all know this area is dull and empty, so I simply went to look at the one dungeon that's there. And given that it is a jail, I was very extra careful and looked at the guy thoroughly ahead of time, even though I'm more familiar with this one and was pretty sure it's safe. After scanning through it and taking it slowly, yeah, it seemed perfectly safe. I knew there was one crumbling floor, but I was pretty sure it looked back from above. And I did see this crack on the ceiling, so I figured it'd be that. Then onto Cerulean Coast. We're in a similar situation as Charles, though maybe not as severe, and that there's not a lot going on and it's mostly flat. And even on top of that, there's not a single dungeon here. Well, there's one actually. The Stone Coffin Fissure. We haven't triggered the break of Miquella's Great Rune, so we can't get into it, but it doesn't matter. Even before we drop down that far, it is exceedingly clear that it is impossible to go back up once you drop down after a certain point, without fast traveling. Which does mean you miss out on one Erdtree fragment there, I believe, and the Petruscent Knight, and everything that goes along with that, including Saint Trina and Theolier's quest. So this is the first major part of the game that's completely cut off from us so far. So what now? We're pretty much done with the southern segments of the map. I will be coming back one more time later on, but for now, I went upriver from Cerulean. Here are the rocks that concerned me earlier, which I guess I found a more efficient way up because I just blazed through them this time. Maybe this is intended after all. After getting through a roundabout way in Graveside Plain, I headed back through Castle Ences, I got to Scato Altus, and then finally entered Shadow Keep. Well, eventually I did. I did break the Great Rune, and then went to talk to Leda real quick. Obviously we fight Golden Hippo, not much of a problem. The Shadow Keep segment is a little linear, so there's not a lot to comment on. I do like that they only use the main gate grace, and it has shortcuts instead of just spamming graces all over the place. I have a soft spot for shortcuts, and there's a few loops as well. But all things considered, relatively small area. I did fight Hornsent with Leda here, because I don't want to deal with him later. After that I did go back already to talk to Leda again, to continue her quest, and then return to Shadowkeep. I know it seems very disruptive, and it sort of is, but when you can't fast travel, you gotta do things as efficiently as possible. And thankfully Ansbach comes here on his own. For a bit there I was concerned to have to go even further back. Now the specimen storehouse is when things get a little more interesting, both for better and for worse. For the pros, this level is certainly different than all the ones we've seen so far, even as far as the base game, as it's more vertical and interweaving, leading to an interesting way to progress through it, rather than the usual linear hallways. On the other hand, however, this level has one flaw, which becomes a potentially deadly flaw for our run here. Once you pull this lever to raise the central platform, you cannot return to the upper levels once you drop down without fast traveling from this immediate area. That is, unless some way was patched in after the last time I played. I will be on the lookout for that too. Now I say potentially deadly because for one, you could potentially reach it via the side door into Specimen Storehouse through the church district. I don't currently remember all the details of that. I will also look into that soon. And secondly, for progression's sake, it only matters that you do kill Mesmer when you're up here, and then you can drop down safely. Now the questlines in here, like Ansbach and Freya, could also be in jeopardy if you don't do everything you need to do up there before you drop down. So that's why I did go back below before pulling the lever to talk to Ansbach. Even though in my calculation, I might have been safe that I pulled it anyway, but just to be safe. But yeah, like I said, we will look into the scythe path entrance soon, but for now, let's fight Mesmer, which I easily killed first try. This is definitely among the fights I learned the best, plus all those Kaido blessings I had. What a good fucking fight though, ugh. As I said, I did take some time to look if there's any new way to get back up from below when the totally not Crucible Jesus statue was moved. And there didn't seem to be. So again, you have to be very careful when you hit the lever. Also took the time to do the Ansbach summon, but helping him this time around. I'm sure you can guess where I'm going with this questline if you know it. Leaving the Shadow Keep, I went to Morth Ruins and dropped down that one hole. Normally, I would be incredibly nervous about this, but as you know, this path loops back to Specimen Storehouse eventually, so it's not much trouble for us in this case, at least having already done Mesmer. From there, I took a look at one of the only dungeons left in DLC, Bonnie Jail, which I was also damn sure to look at the map and the guide beforehand. And when looking at it, it did seem like there was at least one loop back in the map, but after a certain point, very late in the dungeon, there seemed to be a drop down with no way back up. So I tread it carefully, though thankfully there didn't seem to be any crumbling floors this time, thank God. There was this drop down, which I fully expected, so I took it, and then went looking for that loop immediately, and found it quickly. It's this one, near the Stalwart Charm. So taking that first drop is safe, you can make your way back up. But now I had to verify the normal path to the boss. Now here, on this little sewer-like downstream in the wall, I no longer had any reason to believe I'd be able to loop back, so from here I logged onto the second character. I did see this loop right here, but it only led back to this area I already dropped down to, the ledge where the Shield of Night is. There's only a bit further into the fog gate, and sure enough, there didn't seem to be any way back to the beginning after that drop down. Even if you drop down from this bridge, it looks like you can't even make it back up from there too. So, oh no, I didn't get to fight the Cursed Blade, how awful. Okay, so heading back, I now made my way to the Cathedral of Manus Matir. I did pick up the Oh Mother gesture on the way, of course. We'll need it soon. I talked to Ymir and got the finger whistle thing. Remember when I said yesterday in the video timeline, I guess, that I was going to come back to the southern shore? Well, this is why. I hadn't gone to the Finger Ruins, so I will be making my way there for now. Just because the talisman you get there is pretty good, to be honest.
I've no interest in small talk.
You will love me! To get there, I will need to go to the side path of Shadowkeep already, so let's head there. The church district of the Shadowkeep is built pretty well, so it has a few shortcut methods per se, including when you drain the water of the place, to allow more exploration and different paths to open. I wasn't going to explore the previously underwater segment yet, because I just want to speed onto the talisman, but I did hit it, so I essentially opened the shortcut to the bottom, as otherwise I had to run through the roofs again. And it does literally unlock this shortcut automatically for later on. So then I took the Dark Souls ass elevator up to the storehouse. Now that we're here, we can see if there's any way to make it to the upper segment of the Specimen Storehouse without fast traveling. And lo and behold, there was. Before going all the way up to the scaffolding of the storehouse, I found a drop down that puts you right before the statues that leads you above. It even puts you next to the lever itself. So there you go. Turns out there is a way to get back up to Mesmer if you drop down without fast traveling. It just requires, going back out of the Shadowkeep to Scato Altus, drop down Morth Ruins, then make your way through the side path of Shadowkeep. Yeah, not the most elegant level design, but hey, it's something I guess. I'm not gonna go up the scaffolding yet. I'll do that when I'm back here in a few minutes. For now, I did drop down to the Shadow Keep. Again, go to Scatter Altus. Again. And then I made my way to Graveside Plain, which the game didn't like because it crashed, just like in the original video. Then Cerulean Coast, and then Finger Ruins, for the singular item I needed. Yeah. I took the path that takes you to the Fort Reprimand, which not only is on the way from the Upper River segment in Graveside Plain anyway, but it's also a faster way to get to Skydo anyway, since you skip the whole Castle Ensis level design and can go on Torrent. It even gets you closer to the Morth Ruins dropdown, which I need to take again anyway. I would say I'm gonna take this path from now on, but I think I'm pretty much done with Graveside Plains now. Oops. But yeah, I made my way back to Cathedral, got the second Ruins map thing, and that is more or less where we're going next just in general, as we're gonna look into the Scatterview hinterlands and all that. Before properly getting there though, I did quickly make a detour to kill Scattertree Avatar. You can go down and back up safely with the elevator. I killed him second try. Just thought I'd waste 10 seconds of your life. So back at the Specimen Storehouse, I went to the scaffolding. Not much to discuss there, that wouldn't be normal. I will say it is infuriating that you can't open this door right here before the elevator to Hinterlands. If you enter from the Church District path, you already can drop down to the main storehouse area already. Why would you not let us open this door? But anyway, I next fought Commander Gaius. He killed me 3 times, because of course he did. Annoying ass. I did get this fun stagger though. But yeah, obviously from there I just got the 5 fragments behind there. For context, I'm at 14 blessings by now. And then made my way to the Hinterlands proper. And I got the other talisman from the other Finger Ruins. I forgot there's not a lot going on here either. So now I went to the Shaman village, then dropped down to this tower to get to the cathedral faster for Matir. Maybe? I did get the 3rd map and all, but if you recall, yeah, we get teleported. So I had to investigate. I went to my first playthrough save footage to check if you get warped back after killing Matir, because I didn't recall if you get warped away after killing her, and ooh, yeah, looks like you have to fast travel afterwards. So that means that Matir will be the 2nd major boss that's blocked off from us. Oh well, at least Ymir won't be upset. Or you. Told you. Oh, and I guess Ymir is safe as well, if you care. But yeah, from there we're done with the Hinterlands as well, so I made my way back to the Specimen Storehouse, and then took the path towards the ancient ruins of Rao for the endgame of the DLC. After killing the hippo here for the Skyro fragment, I caught a glimpse of the slightly lower segment that you can reach with an imbued key warp panel, which I had completely forgotten up until now. So I'll just say now, don't take it. There isn't any terrain below it at all, it seems, and there certainly isn't any way back up to the major Rao area, predictably, as that will allow you to skip a good portion of what is now mandatory areas, which maybe wouldn't hurt as you still need to kill Mesmer anyway. But even then, there's a doorway you have to open to reach Rao from the Specimen Storehouse. So even if you could, you might be locked out anyway. It probably goes without saying, and I don't know if you could even survive it, but don't try to make the drop down here from the hippo area either. Now there was a lot of scary moments in Rao that I wasn't sure about. I ended up doing a lot of exploration on my 2nd character on top of the run one. Thankfully it seems like most of the drops and stuff that you do have a way to still make it back up in some way. I'll admit that I'm not as familiar with this level as I'd like. It certainly doesn't help that it has a maze setup that's very samey, but do be careful in general when exploring here, if you're doing a run like this. Now unfortunately, even saying that, there is a point of no return, so to speak. After the Crucible Knight and the Mikula Cross with the Grace nearby, there's this little bridge area where you drop down. There's a Furnace Golem nuking you as you cross, not leaving you a lot of time to think, so allow me to do that for you. After you drop down from this bridge, there's seemingly no way to backtrack from this point onward. I looked around if any of the map seemed to extend far enough to loop back to the first half of the level, and there wasn't. You may see that segment over there that looks like it does, but trust me, it does not. That segment is the bridge that leads back to the Dancing Lion, which also has a drop that doesn't allow you to climb back up. But even more so, the drop after the Dancing Lion doesn't loop back to the first segment of Rao. It drops you to the imbued warp panel, so even doubly so, do not drop down there. The catch is that if you're following a challenge like mine, and you're just trying to get to the end of the DLC without fast traveling, make damn sure you killed Mesmer and have Mesmer's kindling before you drop down this bridge. If you do, you'll be safe to continue from here, as long as you don't drop down to the Dancing Lion segment. but you will only be able to go forward from here. So make sure you have anything else you want before you do. From there, I was also wary of this side of the map with the red grass and towers and all that. I did check it on my second character and it does all seem safe, as you can loop back to the main area near where the furnace golem is. However, if I'm being super dead honest with you, being locked here on top of not being super familiar with this area while doing this challenge made me quite anxious. So I didn't explore much of this area going forward. I didn't need anything in the area anyway. I simply looked for the one scatter fragment I recall being somewhere here and made my way to Romina, who was really good at avoiding death right at the end there. But yeah, now we're teleporting to Erdtree. I would warn you about getting everything you need done, because the warp does mean you can't physically make it back. But as we talked about, that ship has sailed since that bridge in Row. But even with that in mind, if you know this level, you know we can make our way back to Belrat with this door. Oh, right. I never killed Dancing Lion. Ha! I got you, didn't I? If we go a little further into Erdtree, right before the next grace, and make a set of drop downs here, which will be familiar to my fellow gamers who needed a guide to find all the Erdtree fragments. And if you ignore the shortcut back up to Erdtree, and you keep going down, and the bridge right before the Euphoria, you can see that you can drop down to the Poison Lake segment of Belrat. If you're worried that you're locked in here because you don't have the key that opens this area, fear not, as you can take this ladder and it puts you right in front of the first grace of Belrat. And going out through the entrance of Belrat, you can make it out to the graveside plain. Now if you recall in the beginning of the video, I did open this door right here, but ignored the dungeon. If you thought that was a little weird, well this is why I did it. I wanted to show the bare minimum of what you had to do to travel through the interconnected map to this degree. I mean, when the hell else will this come in handy, you know? And yes, if you're wondering, I did test all of this ahead of time, but way before this video was recorded. I will discuss a little more of this hyper-specific shortcut shortly. Trust me, I have a lot to say about it. But first, let's quickly talk about Belrat as a dungeon in itself. I want to kill a few overworld enemies before going back in, because I want to refill my flasks, as I want to do this dungeon without resting at graces. I do feel like this is probably the best dungeon in the DLC for level design and stuff like that. It opts for little shortcuts here and there, more than just placing graces all over the path instead, although there are a few, and exploring does loop you back pretty naturally to them. But I have to admit that that's not a high bar to clear in the DLC. I personally don't think most of the major dungeons are as well put together as at least some of the best ones in the base game of Elden Ring. They're incredibly beautiful, don't get me wrong, but when looking at something like Stormveil Castle or Linedale, they do fall a fair amount short in the interconnectivity, as Stormveil and such are comparable to some of the best dungeon designs in the entire series. If you watched the original No Fast Travel video for the base game, you know I talked at length about level design and giving praise when warranted. If you found it lacking in this video, that's more or less why. I did give credit when it was due here and there, but largely, I didn't have much to say about the levels in the DLC. As I said, Belrat is somewhat of an exception, and I do also like Shadowkeep and Specimen Storehouse a good amount. So there's that. And that's why I decided to do this level without resting, as I'm more confident doing something like that here. Which I also did for the Specimen Storehouse, by the way. What I will say, now that we've experienced the largest one and can talk about it, is that the interconnectivity of the open world map is pretty impressive. This video challenge, and how I've barely been locked out of any major portion of the map, really just a few bosses, is a real testament to that. And while the whole map does have its own issues, which I've delved into before, I can't overstate how cool this is, especially in the vertical sense. Like, the actual map of Elden Ring is designed in a very straightforward manner. There's not a ton of secret pathways for places to go. The most hidden one I can think of is the path up to the Moonlight Altar, but that's almost underhanded since you have to reach it from the underground, and any puzzle to reach a new area isn't really something to figure out by looking at the map. It's usually just a key item that you collect, and then magically you can go there. I'm thinking about the path to the Erdtree and stuff like that, with the medallions. Essentially, they took the Dark Souls 1 map interconnectivity and blew it up to massive proportions. And I was able to appreciate that more because I wasn't really exploring every nook and cranny really. So while it is probably too big for its own good, it is nice that they put so much effort into connecting the areas. From here, let's kill the Dancing Lion so we can talk about the Omega shortcut here. Oh, and there was no issues with me getting stuck anywhere unable to backtrack. Given how that aforementioned shortcut loops you all the way back around the world, I'm hardly surprised that there's no sticking point in Belrat. I was never worried. My only complaint is that I wish there was a better way to loop back from the beginning of a level to the end of it. I don't think there's a fluid method as it is now. Killing Dancing Lion was easy,
I mean, we're coming here with endgame level Erdtree blessings, so if you're curious, I'm at 16. I killed him only shortly after my Bloodfang Blade buff ran out, for reference as well. Now with that path that leads us back to Enerolim from Bellerat open, and all that was said, and despite how cool it is, why the fuck are Enerolim and Bellerat connected like that? I know that must sound insane after how much I gushed about the interconnectivity, but from a practical standpoint, I have no fucking idea why they did this. From a lore standpoint, I get it. Enerolim is a sacred upper path of Bellerat. It is part of the same temple in a sense. But from a level design standpoint, why? Bellerat is completely optional. You get teleported at the end of Raoul directly into Enerolim, so it's not necessary. I assume it's partly like this for a first playthrough. The end of Bellerat essentially gives you more hints on where you actually need to go, so it might as well not be optional at first. The game does seem to intentionally tunnel you here, and it's almost like a treat being able to loop back. But even then, I don't know why. And the main reason I don't know why is because you can fast travel! It's always fast traveling that ruins cool things like this in these games. I feel like I'm going insane. I've tweeted about this in the past, and I've thought about making its own standalone video on the topic, because I just can't fully rationalize why they'll do this. I don't know, it almost feels to me like they did intend to make this mandatory, but couldn't figure a way to make it more natural, or they backpedaled on it in the end, and didn't have enough time to change the layout. But because you can fast travel, none of it matters. You are never put in a spot where you can't warp away if you're not doing a challenge like this. And it's not like it's an alternate way in or anything. You're blocked until you beat Romina just as well. If this was an alternate, maybe faster path, and was maybe blocked by a much harder boss than Dancing Lion, I could see this as a cool way to reward exploration and giving you a dynamic way to go through the DLC, especially in repeat playthroughs. But nope. Anyway, how about we end the run going from possibly the best design level in the DLC to the worst one? That might be a little harsh, but I don't find Enerolim in itself to be that interesting. And I did find the quality of the main dungeons to go down as you went through the DLC, so this is the natural endpoint. As I said, if you could somehow connect to Enerolim more naturally, and you can fully use this level as an extension of Bellerat, it could have been really cool. But as it is now, it's just not that interesting. And it feels repetitive because of the similarities to Bellerat. It's just very straightforward with not a lot new going on. Like if they did something like Symphony of the Night, where you explore this area with any context or something of the sort, maybe that could have been amazing. It does have some looping segments, which is nice, but given this is supposed to be the climb to the Gate of Divinity, it didn't feel like it lived up to the hype personally. I'll also admit that part of the reason I didn't rest at Grace's was that I was hoping that these incredibly shitty enemies here that I already killed would stay dead. And to my utter shock, they did stay dead. So wow, that was pretty neat. I will give this level 1 point for that. And yes, I hate those enemies enough that I prefer not resting at a Grace for a long period of time versus fighting them any more than necessary. And lo and behold, the game itself gave me a more effective way to somewhat avoid the icy one, so I'll take it. I was gonna take on this last one, but he was a little dick, so screw that guy. Especially given I have so many runes on the Oh. Never mind, I take away the 1 point I gave it. Anyway, I did do the Ansbach questline to summon him here, for this little battle obviously. And I did manipulate it so that Leda would only have Dane, which might have been overkill. I was doing pretty okay on my own, and Ansbach just made it a piece of cake. But I'm not taking any chances. But yeah, this is it. Only Radon coming up. I haven't fought him in months, and I've only killed him twice I think. And the second time was with Ansbach and maybe an online summon. I can't remember, but this was pre-nerf as well. So I have no idea how this is gonna go. Especially given I lost all my runes I was hoarding back there. I did also pop a bunch of the ones I had on me. I had duped the Elden Beast Remembrance on the random dupe coffins near the finger runes as well. Ironically, I find myself consuming Radon's Remembrance right in front of his fog cape too. I thought that was funny. I put it all into Endurance, since obviously this fight taxes that a fair amount. And this is a setup that I pretty much went into the fight with. Not looking forward to it much, but let's see how this goes. I did pretty good in my first attempt. He got me near half health, but I was feeling pretty good about my chances. I can definitely feel the nerf on that one crosshatch attack, which is appreciated. Then he immediately killed me on my second attempt, because I got juked out by that nerfed attack. On third attempt, he got me with the one attack that I hate the most, the one where he follows up the meteors with the clones and all that extra shit. I mostly get how to dodge it, but I'm obviously quite rusty too. Case in point, I dodged it perfectly on my 4th attempt. On the second phase transition for that attempt, I didn't run far enough before the giant explosion before I healed, and I barely clutched the dodge to avoid getting hit again. And I still managed to reapply Bloodflame Blade before engaging. I have no idea how that happened. I dodged a super attack in the last phase just fine. That one's never giving me much issue. I dodged a second meteor attack, although not as well at that time. I was definitely playing a little more sloppily towards this part because I knew I had a ton of heals, so it was sort of calculated that I can waste heals as long as it keeps me alive. And to my surprise, I got him in the 4th attempt. Now I don't know what to thank for that. The first time I played the DLC was in Negan plus 7, so I definitely learned this fight pretty alright to beat it. Then the Bloodhound Fang with Bloodflame Blade is not bad at all, although I don't think it was necessarily the best weapon here. The nerf obviously helped a good amount. Maybe that would have killed me more in phase 2. It's surely possible. But all in all, it definitely wasn't nearly as painful as I expected. This boss took the second most attempts in this run, though 4 isn't that many all things considered. But yeah, we beat the final boss of the DLC without fast traveling. So I can confirm, we can beat Shadow of the Erdtree expansion without fast travel. But we're not done yet. If you've caught a glimpse at our map, you may have noticed that there's one major area I've neglected so far, the Abyssal Woods. That was intentional. I determined fairly early on in the run that it would actually be impossible to backtrack from there if we did go there. You may have noticed in my markers, if you look closely, I made lines of skulls in the areas where it'd be possible to go back up. But now that we determined that you can metaphorically hit the credits in the DLC with no fast traveling, how about if we finish off the run in a point of no return? We'll discuss the event horizons here shortly, but first, let's head out of Erdtree, get through Bellerat, onto Graveside Plain, which by the way, I never talked to more, so he was just still here. I guess that's a good ending for him, though he's sad that everyone's gone. From there I went to the Fort of Reprimand. Earlier I mentioned I wasn't going to backtrack anymore to make use of this, but I've forgotten about this part of the video I planned, so yay. I then went to the Shadow Keep, and here's where the first choke point happens. Down this ladder, past the illusory wall, there's this coffin, our favorite mode of transport from the base game video. Once you go down with it, I didn't find any way to get back up to the Shadow Keep or any other area of the DLC. It's possible that there is one that I forgot, do let me know if so, but I'm pretty sure there isn't. So once you take this down, you commit. From there, there's 2 different paths you can take actually. There's the Village of Flies segment, and then the slabs here to the water area. They both eventually lead to Dark Light Catacombs, but I would recommend taking the water path because this area has the 2 hippos. Meanwhile, the village goes past them and straight to the floor that has the dungeon. If you don't care about the hippos, then I suppose it doesn't matter, but do know you get locked out of them if you do take that path. I believe you don't fully commit and you can backtrack slightly up until this big drop down at the end, so you could change your mind halfway through. But yeah, I went to the hippos, even though I doubt I'll need the fragments. But regardless, even if there is a way to get back up to the Shadow Keep earlier, now you're definitely committed once you drop down to this area. Now at Dark Light Catacombs, I'll give the courtesy run through if you can backtrack through here, though if you're here, you've already committed. The 2 major floors I wasn't worried about. I remember stairs, ladders, and elevators, and no weird drop downs. But the 3rd one I wasn't sure about. Right as you enter the main room, there's a drop down here which is certainly suspicious, but looking at the side with the lights on, there is a ladder thankfully. This chest room made me needlessly nervous. I had to look around with a telescope, and there is a ladder there too. But yeah, I didn't find any issues. So this individual dungeon is good to go. Technically. If you don't count, yeah. And then the boss, yeah, whatever, let's go. So of course, at the Abyssal Woods, I briefly took advantage of the horse for the last bit I can here. Thank you for your services, Torrent. You've been very helpful through these runs. Even though it's going away from Idrit's Mans, I did get the map and the grace there. It was gonna bother me otherwise. Also got the Scatter Fragment, even though I'm not sure I'll be able to boost again anyway. And then one stealthing. No, shit. Fuck, why does it keep scrolling up? The buckler was right there.
God damn it. Okay, why did I make that so much harder than it needed to be? That was actually the last untouchable, so despite me desperately trying to heal after that, I came across Madrid's Manse. Overall, I really like this dungeon. It's not necessarily the best or most complex dungeon ever made, but what makes it far more interesting and fun than it has any right to be is the setting. Making a dungeon that takes place in a mansion just gives it its own unique atmosphere, not only within the DLC, not only Elden Ring, but also the entire series. On top of some, maybe not as overstated as they could be, honestly, horror factors. And that includes little details, like the shortcuts being pretty organic for the environment. So it ends up being very memorable, even if it's relatively simple. I think Still Peak Ruins and Twilight Princess might have permanently changed my brain chemistry. However, unfortunately, there's one issue with this dungeon has that nags me to no end. Look at this, okay? There's a grace right here. Pretty standard, par for the course for Elden Ring in general, to put a grace along the path. But then you proceed a little further, and what's this? A doorway? And look at that! The grace right at the beginning is accessible to us now. What the fuck are you doing, FromSoft? They give us a grace, then put a shortcut right after. And I find it mind-boggling that they couldn't just, you know, remove the grace, which I presume they added after the shortcut was designed. Do you remember in the Elden Ring No Fast Travel video when I said there's one dungeon in DLC I wanted to look at to talk about level design of it? Well, this is the one, because it honestly stunlocks me. Why on earth would you do both shortcuts and graces that are essentially interchangeable back to back? The only reason I can think of is that they wanted to make sure players didn't miss a checkpoint in case they didn't find the shortcut, and simultaneously give you a sense of relief. And if that's the case, huh? Not only has there not been that many hard enemies up to this point, just the two horned ones, it's a Fromsoftware game. What are you, potentially, talking about? The players would have lasted 30 more seconds without riding, I promise you. But even that first point would make no sense, because this particular shortcut you are almost guaranteed to find. Because you can't progress unless you enter this room, which looks directly at the door, because this painting right here is an illusory wall that leads to progress. If the shortcut was here after the painting, maybe I could give them a pass. But if you see a door, who isn't gonna at least open it if they can? It's insane. I almost find it more insulting that they still try to give shortcuts when they already give you a grace. It's so close to being perfect, and they just threw in a grace, just cuz. I don't know. Pandering to impatient players? That's the only reason I can think of. And by the way, it happens again. Shortly after, there's a grace right here, and a ladder that leads to the same room that had the doorway with the shortcut and illusory painting. This level wasn't even that long, and this grace leads straight to the boss. See, even he agrees with me. But yeah, we did the boss. It was second attempt because I got wigged out about the delays when I needed to heal, but even that wasn't much. After it only took 4 attempts, what would you reasonably expect? Unfortunately, I did miss out on the sub 20 hour. I'm not even sure I would have made it on the first attempt. But to be fair, I also sometimes kept timer running when I was just typing this script. Maybe the verifiers can retime the run. Oh, that means we're done though. Title card transition.
Now, kind of actually lastly, but you know, it's kind of reshuffle and all that. Shadow of the Erdtree you can actually do, which is, I mean, in a sense it makes sense given that you are kind of tunneled in a way in terms of progression, but you know, it's still open map. You can make it work. You might just need to prepare slightly if you want to do like some of the things and stuff. Since you don't gotta go to the run table or anything, you're good to go. In terms of compared to a normal playthrough, so if you were to go on a character with the same level, like it's not the same experience, but it's not much harder either, and it's not necessarily that much bigger of a nuisance. You just have to kind of prepare accordingly. And if you are not really going to collect a ton of the fragments, then you could potentially be about the same, but it really just depends on your playstyle. But I guess that's how open world games can work, you know. But as far as like recommending, I think I actually would. I think I would recommend you try it for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It was a pleasant surprise for me. Like I said earlier, I don't actually love the DLC. Like, it was okay for me. The more I played, the more I'm like, okay, I loosen up a little bit because I don't struggle as much and stuff. But the no fast travel one is the one that was most effective, actually getting me to be a little bit more appreciative of it, even if I don't necessarily like it as much as some other DLCs and stuff. But it is what it is. Now we're gonna come back here for something real quick, and I'm gonna move these out just so we can get a better picture of this kind of thing. So for the record, this used to be here, but now it's here. So it's actually a kind of even thing, which is crazy. But here's one thing I want to do. Let's add can have exclusions. So this is the ones that the hub is the only thing blocking you from being able to do it, because you have to warp back to it for story reasons, whatever it is, you know, whatever the case is. And with that in mind, Elden Ring goes here because the round table is literally the only thing. And same for Firelink. Firelink is the only thing that blocks you from being able to do it, because you can do it. Like, there's those warps, but besides that, you're fine. I do think with that in mind, you're not too bad off. You know, the worlds themselves, the only ones that are not fully connected well are these two, which are in some ways the most surprising because they are kind of known for being really cool interconnected worlds in their own right. Individually so for Demon Souls, but also, like, you know, the whole thing almost connect completely with Dark Souls. But to some degree, you could say it's also limitations. Like I said, this was one thing we kind of covered in full, what could be reasons for them to do it the way they did. I don't imagine limitations in themselves in terms of level design is what did it. But obviously Demon Souls has a more fractured world that was never intended to be beat that way in its own way. So makes sense. It would just be nice if you could go back to 3.1 in the same way that you can with, like, the gargoyles for Dark Souls 1 from Sen's Fortress and Orlando. So, but besides that, yeah. With that in mind, I guess, and you sort of can be most of them. It's just these two. All right, that's it. We're done with the video. Thank you for watching all the way through if you did, or if you left it on in the background. You know, I definitely get a lot of people tell me that they put my stuff for sleep sometimes. Go for it if you wish. I don't have any complaints with that. I hope you enjoyed regardless if it was soothing or just for entertainment or in the background, whatever it is for. I would like to take a moment to thank all my members for supporting my channel as I went through this year, especially after the Bloodborne little somber note I left in there. You know, it was definitely a rough one, and I think for a lot of us it was a rough year. But, you know, I appreciate the members that slowly kind of joined in and became a little crowd that we have now, and helped out, pitched in whatever way they could. Now, given that they compiled all of them, I don't have more Soulsborne to promote. This is pretty much all of them, and I don't have any plans to do more. But if you do want to watch more, I did actually take a small break and somewhere in there to do Hollow Knight and Silksong, which obviously, given that they are 2D games, they don't follow the exact same format, but, you know, exploring is still a big part of Metroidvania, so I still thought it was an interesting videos, and they turned out to be interesting in their own right as well, in my opinion. And I had my little fun with them as well. I don't know, if you want to watch more, there are those that I have out there. That's the only thing I can really promote that directly follows this. And yeah, hope you enjoy this. I do have a twist for one of them that I won't give away, so that's just a fun little teaser, I suppose. And as far as if I would make any more no fast travel videos for other games in the future, I'm not entirely sure. I do have one or two that could be interesting. Whether I would take the risk in doing them, because I'm pretty much a Soulsborne channel. I guess that's the real question, so I'm not entirely sure on that regard. Either way, for like the early next year, I do have a few videos that I feel like if you liked the no fast travel videos, I do have a few more ideas for different entirely videos that are still kind of in that similar interest that I have in mind. Now after those, I don't really know if I'll do more challenge run type thingies past that, but I do generally talk a lot about game design and stuff like that, which I feel like was a subtle appeal of this series. So if you do like that kind of talk, then you probably still like it here for, you know, whatever I keep doing. So, and I guess we'll have to see if Dustbloods is friendly for this series or not, because obviously I didn't do Night Rain, for instance, because that doesn't really apply. You don't really fast travel in that game, so I just didn't even bother. Dustblood seems more traditional in that sense, so probably will be the case, and I probably will definitely do it, but as long as it works out fine. Oh, and I did make an announcement last week, and I have a really interesting post you might want to see about that in my channel post tab. if you want to see about that and contribute to that, let's say. So I won't spoil it, just go check it out. Yeah, thanks for watching, and I hope to see you again in the channel. So, peace.